Day 83, on changing your identity. Every time you make a decision to stick with your principles instead of indulging your weaknesses, you get stronger spiritually. And eventually, this spiritual strength becomes a part of your identity. I don't think of myself as a non-smoker or ex-anything, because smoking and other vices are things I would never do in a million years. Frank McKinney. The only way to instill a permanent change is to change your identity. As long as you define yourself by a behavior you want to eliminate, your efforts to change will be in vain because subconsciously, you'll treat your changes as a temporary situation. I don't define myself as a person who doesn't take drugs. I've never done drugs and never plan on doing them. Why would I define myself as a non-drug user? In essence, that's what people do when they say they're ex-smokers or ex-convicts. That's behind you. Embrace the present and develop a different, positive definition of yourself that will explain who you are and what you do today, not what you're no longer about or what you're no longer doing. As a vegetarian, I don't think of myself as a person who used to eat meat. I'm a person who eats a plant-based diet. It doesn't matter how flavorful you tell me this piece of chicken is, I won't eat it. Your decision to be self-disciplined has to be equally firm. Don't define yourself as a person who used to be lazy or lacking discipline. Define yourself as a person who's doing his or her best to ensure the best future possible. No matter how enticing the temptations are, your self-definition will ensure that you'll stay away from them. Day 84, on work and chatter. The only relationship between work and chatter is that one kills the other. Let the others slap each other on the back while you're back in the lab or the gym or pounding the pavement. Ryan Holiday. If you often talk about what you're going to do instead of doing it, you're not only wasting time you could have spent working on your goal, but also run the risk of not doing anything at all. Self-congratulatory chatter carries with it the danger that you confuse it with what actually matters, work. Merely talking about your goals doesn't turn you into a person who is working on them. This phenomenon is most visible in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs who talk the most are usually the ones doing the least. They attend every seminar, meetup, workshop, and are heavy social media users, but when it comes to making actual progress with their business, somehow it slips between the cracks. Some of them don't even have an actual business. They're in a never-ending research phase. But don't worry, everybody thinks you're taking a lot of action based on how much you talk about business, and that's what matters, right? Sadly, while it can gain you points for popularity among the gullible, it isn't a substitute for work and achievement. To ensure that you actually do the work and get the results, be cautious talking about your goals with others. Use a simple rule of thumb: if you're talking merely to show off, save it. If you're talking to gather valuable feedback or get support, do it, but what's more important, actually act on the advice you receive. Week 13. Day 85, on experimenting to see what happens. It often feels like everything is so serious that if you make one mistake, it will all end in disaster. But really everything you do is just a test, an experiment to see what happens. Derek Sivers. I learned how to feel good in spite of failure when I adopted the "let's see what happens" mentality. Now, whenever I want to try something new that has an uncertain chance of success, I tell myself it's an experiment. I assume that whatever I invest in it, I invest it to gather data, and not necessarily to get a return. For example, I started investing in video courses for my business. In the end, it was a spectacular failure, but I wasn't particularly worried about it because my experiment was still a success. It proved that my business idea wasn't a good one. I also learned a lot working on this goal, and that alone was worth it. I'm not sure if I would have taken action if I had told myself that this endeavor absolutely must deliver a positive return. You can apply the same mentality to every other goal. For example, if you're afraid that you'll fail to develop a habit of getting up early, consider it a 30-day experiment to see how waking up early will make you feel and whether you'll be more productive. When you think of it this way, you ensure from the get-go that no matter how your experiment goes, it's a success. After all, you aren't trying to make a permanent change, you only want to test a hypothesis. Usually, if the experiment goes well, it leads to a permanent change anyway, and that's the purpose of adopting this different mindset. you're breaking through the initial resistance by lowering your expectations, and you consequently eliminate the fear of failure. Day 86 on the spillover effect of success. I've come to believe that success at anything has a spillover effect on other things. You can take advantage of that effect by becoming good at things that require nothing but practice. Once you become good at a few unimportant things, such as hobbies or sports, the habit of success stays with you on more important quests. Scott Adams. The first time I discovered that success in one area results in success in other walks of life was when I started exercising. Thanks to my own efforts, I got stronger, lost weight, and gained some muscle. This small success made me realize that I had control over my life. From then on, I embarked on other projects to change my life, including objectives as varied as overcoming shyness and building self-confidence, launching my first business, living in a foreign country, learning foreign languages, and eventually becoming a self-published author. If you don't believe in your abilities to succeed, heed Scott Adams' advice and pick something that requires nothing but practice to become good at it. Invest several months of your life into it, and when you notice progress, based entirely on your own efforts, not luck, I'm sure you'll discover in yourself the power to tackle other challenges. In addition to that, every goal you're consistently working on will help you develop the proper habits and traits needed to achieve success. Whether it's learning how to play chess, dancing, learning Russian, setting up a backyard garden, or mastering table tennis, the real-world experience of going from a complete newbie to a person knowledgeable about the topic will transform you from the inside out. Day 87 on attributing failure to external factors. When interpreting their own failures, individuals tend to make external attributions, pointing to factors that are outside of their direct control, such as luck. As a result, their motivation to exert effort on the same task in the future is reduced. Bradley Art Stats. Failure can offer valuable feedback that will help you achieve your goal. Unfortunately, many people lose the learning opportunity by attributing the failure to an external factor, such as luck. Consequently, instead of identifying the root cause in something they did, they wrongly assume that they had no control over the situation. This not only makes them less likely to exert equal effort during subsequent attempts, which in itself reduces their chances of success, but also increases the risk they'll repeat the same mistakes over and over again. As a result, they enter a downward spiral. Each failure makes them less motivated to try again, and soon they give up, frustrated at how unfair the world is. It wasn't really the world that was responsible, it was their own failure to take responsibility for their failure and learn from it. Make sure that whenever you fail, you always look for the cause of the failure in something that you did, and not in something that you couldn't control. Even when it looks as if something was indeed outside of your control, it doesn't mean that you didn't make any mistakes that might have increased the chances of such an outcome. Identifying those mistakes, even if they were only partially responsible for the failure, will help you in future attempts and prevent you from developing the unhelpful mindset that you don't have direct influence over your life. For example, if you weren't hired by your dream company, perhaps it wasn't your fault. Maybe there was a better candidate, the hiring manager didn't like you, or the company later decided against hiring a new employee. However, even in such a case, it's valuable to ponder whether there was anything you could have done better. Perhaps you could have improved your resume, asked better questions during the interview, or been better prepared for the questions you had assumed were unlikely to be asked. Maybe it still wouldn't have resulted in success, but at least that way you will have learned something new that will increase your chances of getting hired the next time, and consequently, you get to lift your spirits and boost your determination. Day 88 on the comfort zone. People will do almost anything to stay in their comfort zones. If you want to accomplish anything, get out of your comfort zone. Strive to increase order and discipline in your life. Discipline usually means doing the opposite of what you feel like doing. Dave Kekich. I used to be terrified of heights. When I was a teenager, I remember shaking with fear while I stood on top of a 130 feet, 40 meters, tower, afraid to approach the railing. Today, I hike through the high mountains and climb cliffs up to the same height as that of the tower. I jumped out of the airplane, visited the tallest building in the world as of 2017, Burj Khalifa in Dubai, and flew in a hot air balloon, things I would have never done in a million years if it weren't for my consistent attempts to face my fear of heights. Don't get me wrong, I still experience fear, but but it has greatly diminished, thanks to years of stepping outside of my comfort zone. Exposing myself to heights was the opposite of what I felt like doing, but I knew it was necessary to help me grow. What started as a mere desire to get rid of a fear of heights turned into a full-blown personal transformation. Whether it's a fear of heights, an aversion to exercise, or any other kind of animosity toward the uncomfortable, scary, or out of the ordinary, stretching your comfort zone by gradually exposing yourself to such stimuli will lead to immense personal growth. I strongly recommend regularly stepping outside your comfort zone in both little and big ways. Little ways can include something as simple as pushing a little bit harder during a workout or working for a little while longer when you feel like you're about to fall asleep. Big ways include things like skydiving if you're afraid of heights, camping in the wilderness if your biggest love in life is your warm, comfortable bed, or learning public speaking when you're terrified of speaking in front of more than 2 people. As uncomfortable and difficult it is to step outside your comfort zone, it pays incredible dividends in the long run. Make it an inherent part of your life to expose yourself to discomfort and face your fears head-on. Few things will change your life more than going outside of your comfort zone. Day 89, on not making excuses. You have to deliver results when making excuses is an option. Dan Waldschmidt. Self-discipline comes down to choosing between instant and delayed gratification. Instant gratification feels good today but compromises your long-term goals, while delayed gratification usually doesn't deliver much in the way of instant pleasure, but it can lead to bigger rewards in the future. Sometimes you'll find yourself in a situation in which you'll be able to make excuses. They may even sound so sensible that, upon hearing your rationalizations, nobody would question your backing out of that situation. However, don't let them fool you. Even if there's some legitimacy to them, in most cases it's still nothing other than choosing instant gratification. For example, if you want to establish a habit of jogging 3 times a week and one day it rains and you're afraid you'll get sick, you have a valid excuse to skip exercise. After all, there is a higher risk of getting sick when running in bad weather, right? However, it sets a dangerous precedent. You're making a decision that your habits depend on the weather. Your self-control, or your lack of it, is now at the mercy of external factors, largely dependent on whether jogging in the given circumstances is easy or not. Is this the right way to build mental toughness and self-discipline? If you decide to keep going instead of defaulting to the easy choice of using partly valid excuses, you'll immensely strengthen your resolve. It takes even more discipline and consequently offers a greater opportunity to exercise your self-control muscle to stick to something when you have a good justification to not do it. Day 90, on quitting in a smart way. Quitting when you're panicked is dangerous and expensive. The best quitters are the ones who decide in advance when they're going to quit. You can always quit later, so wait until you're done panicking to decide. Seth Godin. They say that quitters never win, and winners never quit. However, quitting is sometimes more beneficial than stubbornly sticking to something that's not working for you. The key is to quit in a smart way as the result of a process of logical thinking, not on a whim in the heat of the moment. For example, after a couple of years of sticking to a bodybuilding routine, I'd grown tired of it. I was often so annoyed during the workout that I wanted to stop it and go home. However, doing so would have allowed my temporary state of mind to make the decision, and that could have negatively affected my resolve in similar situations in the future where, having once allowed myself to quit on a whim, I would consider it a sensible thing to do again. I took my time and carefully considered the implications of giving up bodybuilding before I finally parted ways with it. This way, I quit strategically instead of impulsively. If you're currently discouraged with a certain goal of yours, make a decision that you won't quit until you can make a logical, educated decision that will take into account all of the repercussions of doing so. After carefully considering your options and their logical consequences, if you still want to quit, you're probably making the right choice. Day 91, on starting now. We don't tell ourselves, I'm never going to write my symphony. Instead we say, I am going to write my symphony, I'm just going to start tomorrow. Stephen Pressfield. Here's a principle to introduce today and adhere to it for the rest of your life. Whenever you're saying, I'm going to start tomorrow, stop whatever you're doing now and do anything to start now. It doesn't have to be anything big, and it doesn't mean you have to be reckless and start working on your goals without any kind of research on how to tackle your new challenge. Just take an action that is in alignment with your new resolution and it will take you at least a little bit closer to accomplishing your objectives. Let's say you want to start a new diet. Instead of saying that you're going to start tomorrow, take the first action today, inspect your pantry, lay out on the table all of the foods that you're going to give up, and get them out of your house. If you want to start saving money, don't put it off until your next paycheck. Inspect your house, find things you no longer use and list them online for sale. The money you make from selling your old possessions goes straight to your emergency fund. Such simple actions are real-world implementations of your new resolution and will greatly diminish the risk that when you wake up the next day, you won't remember your decision to change your life, or tell yourself that you need one more day before you start. They also make it easier to overcome your inertia and begin to develop momentum toward reaching your stated goal. Week 14. Day 92, on pleasure gained from abstaining. If you are struck by the appearance of any promised pleasure, guard yourself against being hurried away by it, but let the affair wait your leisure, and procure yourself some delay. Then bring to your mind both points of time, that in which you will enjoy the pleasure, and that in which you will repent and reproach yourself after you have enjoyed it, and set before you, in opposition to these, how you will be glad and applaud yourself if you abstain. Epictetus. When you delay gratification, it's tempting to think about it in black and white. Delaying gratification means no pleasure now in exchange for pleasure in the future. Succumbing to instant gratification means some pleasure now at the expense of your future. In reality, things aren't that simple. As Epictetus says, there's pleasure to be found in abstaining. When you successfully deny yourself something, even if you feel deprived of it, at the same time you'll feel proud of acting in accordance with your values and long-term goals. And what might surprise you is that there's some pain found in instant gratification. Yes, you get to enjoy the reward right now, but this also means that you're betraying your future self. You're missing out on the positive feelings you could have gotten by successfully exerting willpower, and in the end, the anger you feel at yourself might not be worth the initial pleasure. Day 93, on connecting dots. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. Steve Jobs. All you need to do to achieve your long-term goals is to stick to them. Easy to say, hard to do, particularly when working on those objectives means months upon months of depriving yourself, making sacrifices and hard choices. That's why the belief that things will connect in the end is so important for maintaining a high level of self-discipline over the long term. Willpower alone is a precious tool in your arsenal, but if it isn't combined with the confidence that one day it will all be worth it, you may run out of juice well before reaching that point. When I started my entrepreneurial life, I instilled in myself the belief that no matter what would happen along the way, every sacrifice, hardship, blood, sweat, and tears would be worth it in the end. I had a powerful reason why, and I was confident that I could make it come true. If it weren't for this belief, I know that I would have given up before reaching my objective. And with a more than fair share of knockout-like failures, this would have probably happened a long time before the dots would have finally connected. It took me 7 years before all of my dots, previous experiences and acquired skills, connected and helped me build a successful self-publishing company. When in doubt, remind yourself that change takes time. What you now see as completely unrelated things can soon connect and form a beautiful picture. Day 94, on over-identifying with your emotions. People over-identify with their emotions. I was really mad, I couldn't help it. Mark Manson. I was tired, so I didn't do my workout. But were you really so tired that you couldn't at least try, or did you feel slightly tired and consider it a great excuse to skip exercise altogether? I was angry, so I shouted at her. But does feeling anger mean that you have to vent it, or did shouting at your spouse simply feel better than trying to resist the urge to do so? I felt so joyous, I had to buy it to celebrate. There's nothing wrong in celebration, but if every joyous occasion leads to unnecessary purchases to treat yourself, isn't your joy really acting as an apparently legitimate excuse for not saving money? Take notice of whenever you over-identify with your emotions. How often do you use them as excuses for failing to exert self-control? Letting your fleeting feelings control your actions is a surefire way to jeopardize your resolve to become a self-disciplined person. Day 95, on early morning workouts. I learned the advantage of training early, before the day starts, when there are no other responsibilities and nobody else is asking anything of you. Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's a reason why so many successful people wake up early. Early mornings tend to be free of distractions, people asking things of you, emergencies you need to tend to, and dozens of obligations you need to fulfill. By the time other people are awake, the early risers have accomplished more than the rest will accomplish during their entire workday. One of the best ways to start a day is with exercise. For one, exercising in the morning means that you'll always have time to perform this crucial habit. Leaving exercise for the evening carries the risk of skipping it because of tiredness or other pressing things that require your attention. Second, exercising in the morning sets a powerful example for the rest of the day. You start the day with a conscious decision to do something that requires self-control and dedication. The way you start your day is usually the way the entire day unfolds. Last but not least, training early is usually most effective because that's when you have the most energy. It's hard to have the same reserves of willpower and stamina in the evening, after you've depleted a lot of your mental energy on other things. If possible, try to include exercise in your morning routine. It doesn't have to be an entire workout if for some reason you need to have your workout in the evening. Even just a few reps of some simple exercises, some stretching or a quick walk around the block can provide benefits and start your day on the right note. Day 96, on silence. Silence is the absolute poise or balance of body, mind, and spirit. The man who preserves his selfhood ever calm and unshaken by the storms of existence, not a leaf, as it were, astir on the tree, not a ripple upon the surface of shining pool, is, in the mind of the unlettered sage, is the ideal attitude and conduct of life. If you ask him, what are the fruits of silence? He will say, they are self-control, true courage or endurance, patience, dignity, and reverence. Silence is the cornerstone of character. Charles Alexander Eastman. In today's noisy world, silence is uncomfortable. Most of us rarely, if ever, experience true silence. We listen to podcasts when exercising, listen to music when commuting, and interrupt work with a chat or two with colleagues. Silence is uncomfortable because it means there are no outside distractions, it's just you and your thoughts. Silence in a conversation is even more uncomfortable because there's an unspoken rule that when people have nothing to talk about, they should come up with any topic just to avoid an awkward silence that might require them to become fully present and aware of how they really feel. Since silence can bring so much discomfort, it can be a potent tool to improve your self-control. First, sitting in silence and listening to your inner thoughts without any external distractions can help you slow down and analyze your recent decisions or assess how well you're doing with your new goals. Try to spend at least 5 minutes a week in silence and you'll be surprised how much valuable feedback you can retrieve from within you. As a second strategy, embrace silence in a conversation. No, I don't mean that you should make the conversation weird by deliberately not saying anything. I refer to using silence as an exercise in improving your self-control when dealing with other people. For example, try the following challenge for one day. When talking with somebody who has a different opinion than you do, resist the temptation to immediately attack them and instead listen silently until they have fully presented their arguments. You will have positioned yourself for a more intelligent participation in the conversation, simply because you took the time to listen carefully to what the other person said. Another exercise is to practice self-control by using fewer words. For one day, focus on listening to the other person. Ask as many questions as you can to maintain an interesting conversation and resist the urge to comment or share too many of your opinions. Both of these exercises will train you to be more focused on the other person and less impulsive during a conversation. Day 97, on treating yourself well. Nearly every human action is in some way an expression of how we think about ourselves. Gordon Livingston. If nearly every action of yours is an expression of how you think about yourself, what do your actions say about how you see yourself? If a person is stuffing themselves with unhealthy food and drinks, do they respect their bodies, or is it an expression that they don't value the only vessel they'll ever have in this life? If a person is constantly playing video games, watching pornography, or trolling on social media, what does choosing to engage full-time in such low-value entertainment options say about their self-esteem? If for one day they were to play host to an important guest, say a successful person they admire, would they entertain their guest in the same way? If a person is spending money they don't have and never saving even a penny, how much respect do they have for their own well-being, knowing that financial emergencies do happen and that, without savings, they can be some of the most stressful events in life? Consider your actions and ask yourself what they express. Do you treat yourself well, or are most of your actions things you would never do to a dear friend of yours? Day 98, on society, not holding you back. It's not society that holds us back, it's ourselves. We just blame society because not only is it easier, but it's a nearly impossible way to move. This way, we don't actually have to change. Neil Strauss. It's easy to use society as a crutch. I can't lose weight because there are billboards of fast food restaurants everywhere, and besides, I just got a free coupon for a burger. I can't become more productive because my colleagues laugh at me for making an effort, and besides, my boss won't appreciate it anyway. I can't stay faithful to my significant other because dating apps make it so easy to meet sexy people. Is it the billboard, your colleagues, or dating apps that control your life? If so, is that really how you'd like to live, at the whim of advertisers, other people, or new technologies? Every time you claim that it's the surroundings that hold you back, ask yourself if it's really your environment or perhaps it's just an easy excuse for you to not act. And if you still think it's your surroundings, because that might be the case, then change them. Nobody forces you to hang out with the same people, install a dating app, or drive by your favorite fast food joints. If your long-term goals are important to you, you can always consider moving to a place that will be more conducive to your personal growth. Week 15. Day 99, on applying knowledge. Reading 32 books means you're reading a lot, but does it mean you're applying it? Darren Hardy. It's day 99, so you've already read 98 entries, with most of them offering tips you can immediately implement in your life. How many have you applied so far? If the answer is 0 and you have no intention of doing so, what's the point of continuing to read this book? Whenever you're reading a non-fiction book for educational purposes, try to find at least one important lesson that you'll apply in your life. It doesn't have to be anything big, the point is to develop a habit of applying at least some knowledge from each book you read. I'll give you some examples from my own reading list. When I read The One Thing by Gary Keller, I decided to always seek only one key action to improve any given area of my life. In the case of my self-publishing business, it was the decision to stick to a consistent publishing schedule, an activity I discovered to be the one thing that makes everything else easier or unnecessary, and foregoing any other endeavors that take a lot of time, but bring few results, such as participating in social media. When I educated myself about dividend stock investing by reading some books, countless articles and blog posts, I used their suggestions for building my own portfolio. Within a couple of weeks of educating myself about dividend stocks, I'd already bought some shares. When I read 2 practical books about rock climbing, I identified a technique I considered to be a key tool for self-improvement, establishing a specific intention prior to scaling a wall, such as an intention to focus on proper hip positioning, and started using it during my workouts. If you finish a non-fiction book and don't act upon any of its suggestions, you've wasted time. When reading, always think about how you can apply the teachings in your own life, not about how you can finish the book faster so you can begin reading another one. Day 100, on being a leader. If you wish to control others, you must first control yourself. Miyamoto Musashi. One good way to boost your willpower when you're struggling to maintain it is to remind yourself of the benefits of self-control. In other words, give yourself an answer as to why you should resist yet another temptation and stay self-disciplined. Failing to find a good answer will make you succumb to the urge, so it's useful to know as many practical benefits of self-discipline as possible. One overlooked benefit of self-control, or a big weakness in a person who lacks it, is that leadership is impossible without it. If you demand self-discipline from others, you should first have it yourself. Otherwise, you'll lack the credibility that makes other people want to follow you. This applies not only to the most common use of the word leader, such as a business leader, but also to any other role in which you're responsible for the well-being of another person, of a group of people, being a parent, being in a relationship, being a part of a local community, etc. Whenever you're struggling to stay disciplined, think of people whom you consider your loyal followers, whether they're your colleagues, your children, your friends, or your neighbors. What would they think of you, and would they still be willing to follow you if they knew that you'd failed to embrace the quality that they admire in you so much that they consider you an important person in their lives? Day 101 on the ultimate excellence in self-discipline. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. Sun Tzu. Some people wrongly believe that self-discipline is a never-ending series of battles with temptations. Today you're battling against the temptation to drink wine, tomorrow you'll battle against the temptation of laziness, and the day after tomorrow you'll struggle with the temptation to eat pizza instead of steamed vegetables. In the meantime, you'll have dozens of smaller skirmishes, each attacking you from a different front. In reality, if your life looks like that, there's little chance that you'll stay self-disciplined in the long haul. The ultimate goal is to design your life in such a way that you'll rarely fight against temptations. There are 3 primary tools you can use for that. 1. Identity change. When your identity changes, you no longer need to desperately fight against temptations because you don't see them as such. If eating potato chips daily is no longer a part of your identity, there's no temptation to defeat. Previously overpowering urges are now a non-issue because they are incongruent with your new identity. 2. Habits. Unlike identity change, you might still need some self-discipline to act or to overcome a temptation, but it will be only a modicum of what had been necessary before you established your routine. Instead of a full-blown battle, either you won't need to fight at all, or it will be a short brawl at most. 3. Avoiding temptations. If you don't want to eat fast food, avoid fast food restaurants. There's little benefit in needlessly exposing yourself to temptations, particularly when you know that the enemy is hard to beat. Day 102, on the deeper meaning behind temptations. Monastic rules that advise renouncing liquor, renouncing sex, and so on are not pointing out that those things are inherently bad or immoral, but that we use them as babysitters. We use them as a way to escape, we use them to try to get comfort and to distract ourselves. Pema Chodron. Deconstructing a temptation piece by piece can uncover interesting facts about why you engage in them at all. Of course, you can say that you eat chocolate simply because you enjoy its taste. However, what if there's a deeper meaning behind it, a need it fulfills beyond the need for something sweet to eat? If you address this need in a different, more positive way, you'll no longer need to eat chocolate. I'll share with you a personal example of mine. I was once going through a period in which I couldn't control my eating. I would eat a big meal that would normally satisfy me for the entire day, and then would continue eating afterward, sometimes a few snacks, sometimes another large meal an hour or 2 later. I discovered that the primary reason behind this behavior wasn't hunger in itself. I ate a lot because I didn't have anything productive to do, and I didn't have anything productive to do because I felt slightly depressed. I was in a downward spiral, I was low-spirited and demotivated, so I didn't take any actions that led to boredom. Then, because I wanted to fill my days with something, I filled them with food. When I came up with a new business goal and started working more, the problem soon disappeared. Think about your problematic behaviors and temptations and seek a deeper meaning behind them. Why do you use these particular methods to comfort or distract yourself? Why do you need to comfort or distract yourself in the first place? What is the trigger or emotional need that leads to the negative behavior, and what kind of emotional payoff do you expect to get out of engaging in it? Day 103, on controlled burn. Small forest fires periodically cleanse the system of the most flammable material, so this does not have the opportunity to accumulate. Nassim Taleb. Fire is a natural part of the forest ecology. Regular small fires serve a cleansing purpose, reducing the amount of fuel buildup and consequently lowering the likelihood of a potentially large, disastrous fire. Fires promote the growth and biodiversity of surviving healthy vegetation when the old, sickly trees burn and the ashes add nutrients to the soil. Moreover, burned trees provide habitat for the wildlife which often grows in numbers after a fire. A controlled burn is a strategy that foresters around the world use to regulate plant and animal life, usually as a way to reduce the risk of a larger, uncontrolled fire. You can use a similar strategy. Give yourself some slack every now and then to prevent yourself from a massive, uncontrollable loss of self-discipline. The most obvious application of this technique is in dieting, allowing yourself a cheat meal every now and then will help you avoid an unplanned cheat day or cheat week that could result in disastrous consequences for your long-term progress. You can use a controlled burn in any other endeavor that requires you to maintain high levels of self-discipline for a long period of time. For example, if you're working hard on your business, every other week give yourself an entire day to slack off instead of working your fingers to the bone and burning out. Controlled burns, as long as they remain controlled and limited to a defined period of time, can increase your long-term discipline, so don't feel guilty about scheduling one every now and then. You might temporarily lose some momentum, but in the long haul it will be worth it. Day 104, on the past predicting the future. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Phil McGraw. If yet again you're telling yourself that you'll do something once X or Y happens, stop fooling yourself. The pop psychology maxim of past behavior being the best predictor of future behavior is absolutely correct for that situation. This cynical rule isn't always right. If it were, nobody would ever be able to change. However, it holds true whenever you've been thinking of doing something for years and always ended up by putting it off, thinking that when the conditions would change, you'd certainly do it. There's only one way to get out of this trap. When you catch yourself making a list of the right conditions before you act on your goal, tear the list up and take action now. If you're telling yourself that once the conditions are right, you'll surely do it, count how many times you told yourself the same thing before, and didn't ever do it at all, and add one more instance, because that's what most certainly will happen this time, too. Day 105, on predicting when you'll give in. People who think they have the most willpower are actually the most likely to lose control when tempted. Why? They fail to predict when, where, and why they will give in. Kelly McGonigal. If you don't know yourself well, you'll struggle with building self-discipline because temptations will often catch you unprepared. A key practice you should embrace in your everyday life is to make a note of when, where, and why you give in to temptations. This knowledge will help you structure your life in such a way that you'll reduce the chances of a similar situation happening again or help you become prepared to overcome the urge when it arises again. For example, I know that when I take a nap during the day, I'll most likely wake up hungry. I have no idea why. All I know is that if I fall asleep during the day, it's almost guaranteed that I'll wake up so hungry that I'll have to eat something, and while it's usually a piece of fruit and some nuts, often, in my still groggy state, I'll overeat. Consequently, whenever I feel tired and know that I'll need to take a nap, I mentally prepare myself for the hunger when I wake up. If I can, I simply eat less prior to taking the nap so that when I wake up, I won't eat more than my intended daily calorie ration. Alternatively, I try to set up a meeting with a friend so that when I wake up, I'll immediately have to leave, with no time to spare for a visit to the pantry. Think of some of your most common slip-ups and figure out when, where, and why they happen. What can you do when you're most likely to give in to the temptation? What can you do to avoid visiting the venue where they're most likely to happen? Why do you think you're succumbing to this temptation, and is there any other way in which you can address the need this temptation fulfills, without actually giving in to it? Week 16. Day 106, on valuing your own opinion. I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinion of others. Marcus Aurelius. Publicly refusing instant gratification, such as ordering a salad when everybody around you orders a pizza, can result in criticism from other people. If you lack trust in yourself, this negative feedback can cause self-doubt and compromise your long-term goals. As Marcus Aurelius points out, it's a curious fact that even though we consider ourselves the most important people in our lives, we still often value the opinion of others more than our own. Usually people who are the opposite of what you want to accomplish criticize you out of fear of being inferior to you. If you manage to reach success, what does it say about them? Consequently, even if they aren't malicious by nature, you may sense resistance coming from their direction, often masquerading as good-hearted advice, but intended to make you conform to the status quo. While I doubt that there is a foolproof way to stop valuing the opinion of others more than our own, and I doubt that it would be smart to assume that we know everything best, forever, there is a way to protect yourself from self-doubt upon hearing criticism. It's really quite simple. Whenever somebody criticizes your choices, ask yourself if they can serve as a model for you. If your overweight friend ridicules your resolution to stop eating fast food, is his or her opinion valuable for you? Does he or she set a positive example and have the credibility to change your mind? If not, why listen to him or her? Day 107, on the innocent distractions. Distraction and displacement seem innocent on the surface. How can we be harming ourselves by having fun, or seeking romance, or enjoying the fruits of this big, beautiful world? But lives go down the tubes one repetition at a time, one deflection at a time, 140 characters at a time. Stephen Pressfield. While it may seem that I place self-discipline as the most important thing in life, I want to clarify that that's not the case. We weren't made for work alone, and it's important to celebrate what life has to offer, particularly as a reward after a job well done. However, we weren't made for constantly entertaining ourselves and engaging in low-quality pleasures, either. These innocent distractions can make life more pleasurable, but at the same time a monster hides behind the innocence, developing an erroneous belief that there's nothing wrong with exceptions. An exception every now and then won't hurt you, but when you do it regularly, it isn't an exception anymore, it's a habit. And that's how people continue to drink fizzy drinks, while they said a long time ago they'd stop, how people continue spending money they don't have, even though they vowed to make smart purchases, and how people watch TV instead of learning for their next exam. Doing it just one more time quickly converts into another, and yet another exception, and soon the exception becomes the new norm. Every time you catch yourself saying that you're going to do it for the last time, remember that, as Stephen Pressfield nicely put it, lives go down the tubes one exception at a time. Day 108, on following a routine. I only write when inspiration strikes. Fortunately, it strikes at 9 every morning. William Faulkner. If you depend on inspiration to act on your goals, don't expect to achieve them quickly, if ever. The only way to ensure that you consistently advance toward your objectives is to establish a routine and force inspiration upon yourself. It works in the same way as with people who always feel hunger at the same time, they've accustomed their bodies to eating at the same hour every day. My preferred time to write is early morning. That's when inspiration strikes me, but it's only so because I established a routine and followed it religiously for years. Likewise, an inspiration to improve my foreign language skills strikes me at 9 in the morning because that's when I usually have language classes. Again, I don't rely on fickle and elusive motivation, I rely on a routine. You can benefit from routines when working on virtually any other goal. Always exercise at the same hour, and soon you'll train yourself to be ready for exercise at the same hour. Always meditate right after waking up, and soon you'll find yourself automatically inspired to meditate upon getting out of your bed. Always set aside a fixed portion of your income each week or each month, and soon you won't even think twice before sending it away to your emergency fund. Making your life predictable by sticking to a set of routines might seem boring, but imagine how exciting it will be to finally accomplish your goals, thanks to following those routines. It also uses less energy when you follow the routines as a habit, so you can accomplish more with less energy, leaving you more time and energy for other things that increase your pleasure in the journey itself. Day 109, on the size of containers. Moviegoers who were given fresh popcorn ate 45.3% more popcorn when it was given to them in large containers. This container size influence is so powerful that even when the popcorn was disliked, people still ate 33.6% more popcorn when eating from a large container than from a medium-sized container. Brian Wansink. Sometimes weird tips can go a long way toward helping you accomplish some common goals, such as losing weight. In the cited study, the size of the popcorn containers affected how much people ate from them. What's interesting is that, even if they didn't like popcorn, when they were eating it from a larger container, they still ate more than people who were eating from a medium-sized container. Conclusion? If you want to eat less, and consequently, increase your chances of success when dieting without the need for more willpower, consume in smaller containers, smaller plates, bowls, and glasses. When the plate is bigger than the food on it, it looks like there's less food than when it's a small plate filled to the brim with a smaller amount of food. As a bonus random dieting tip for today, if you're struggling not to eat something, go and brush your teeth. For some strange reason, brushing your teeth, at least in my experience, makes you less likely to indulge, probably because you don't want to lose the freshness you now feel in your mouth, plus things don't taste well immediately after brushing your teeth, so it gives you time to pause and think before you cheat. Day 110, on moving yourself closer to the finish line. People find it more motivating to be partly finished with a longer journey than to be at the starting gate of a shorter one. Chip and Dan Heath. Think of the difference between having run the first 5 miles, or kilometers, out of 25 and having just taken the first steps of a 5-mile or 5 kilometers run. Even though they're so similar, according to best-selling authors Chip and Dan Heath, people are more motivated when they're facing the first option. Based on my own observations, I think the main reason for their findings is that people usually find it difficult to start something challenging, so if they can get past the first barrier and are partway there, with some achievements under their belt, they're fired up to continue. You can benefit from this observation by moving yourself closer to the finish line, yes, even if you've just set a new goal for yourself. The idea is to fool yourself that you're actually somewhere along into the journey, and not just about to start it, a proposition many people find so discouraging that they don't even begin. How do you do it? If you want to build a financial emergency fund, you can convince yourself that you're already on the right track because you have some source of income, while others have to find it first, or if not, that you have some things you can sell that are actually just money waiting to be converted into physical cash. You surely have something you could sell, so this always works. Just like that, you're no longer just getting started with the goal, you're already partly finished. Let's go with another example. Imagine you want to have a flat stomach or become more muscular. You're already partly finished with this goal when you can perform basic bodyweight exercises. People who can't need to learn them first. If you've read some articles or books about exercise, people who haven't have to educate themselves first, or if you have fit friends and support, others need to find it first, etc. Whatever your starting point is, think of what you already have or what you've already accomplished and use it as a way of seeing that you're closer to the finish line than you thought. Day 111, on patience with mindset changes. Nothing important comes into being overnight, even grapes or figs need time to ripen. If you say that you want a fig now, I will tell you to be patient. First, you must allow the tree to flower, then put forth fruit, then you have to wait until the fruit is ripe. So if the fruit of a fig tree is not brought to maturity instantly or in an hour, how do you expect the human mind to come to fruition so quickly and easily? Epictetus. Here's a rule everybody would be wise to remember. Don't expect to change the negative habits you've been engaging in for years over the course of a few days or even a few weeks. Mindset changes in both positive and negative directions take time to develop. At the very least, it will take you months or even years to eradicate negative habits and traits from your life. Getting angry at the timeline is futile because you can't change the past. All you can do now is do your best to stay faithful to your new resolutions and be patient. If you're starting from zero, without a vice you first need to get rid of, it will obviously take you less time to acquire the virtue you're seeking, as you don't have to reverse the negative effects of the vice. Even so, it doesn't mean that you'll be able to implement a permanent change overnight. Just as it takes time for fruit to ripen, so it takes time for a mindset to mature. A new trait or habit only becomes firmly ingrained in your identity with the passage of time and a growing number of experiences that reinforce it. Think of it as learning how to play basketball. No matter how much talent you have, you still need to take thousands upon thousands of shots to build muscle memory and develop a sixth sense for shooting the ball. Since you can't shoot hoops 24/7, it usually takes years to become a great player, and there's no way to shortcut the process. Mindset changes are the same. One successful shot doesn't make you a great basketball player. A consistent series of successful shots does, and for something to be considered consistent, it needs to be repeated over a long period of time. Day 112, on self-licensing. Past good deeds can liberate individuals to engage in behaviors that are immoral, unethical, or otherwise problematic, behaviors that they would otherwise avoid for fear of feeling or appearing immoral. Anna C. Merritt. Self-licensing, also known as moral licensing, is a phenomenon in which doing something good makes you more likely to do something bad. This irrational behavior is visible in many walks of life, including political correctness, prosocial behavior, and consumer choice. Being aware of this danger and remaining vigilant when it's most likely to manifest can help you avoid it. Basically, it comes down to monitoring your actions when a good behavior inflates your ego, say, you resisted a temptation to eat a piece of cake at work, or when you're telling yourself that you've earned the right to indulge yourself, just because you did something you consider good for your goals. Here are several situations in which self-licensing can rear its ugly head. Seeing a great deal when shopping and thinking that, since you're going to save so much money, it's intelligent to buy it, but you don't realize that you don't actually need it. Going through an aisle with healthy food and buying something with a healthy label, and then proceeding to buy some sweets because, after all, you're eating healthy, so why not indulge yourself every now and then? Eating a huge post-workout meal to recover after exercise and fooling yourself that you've burned so many calories that one meal isn't going to replenish them, while in fact you're eating twice as much as you burned during exercise. Week 17. Day 113, on a lack of time. Instead of saying, I don't have time, try saying, it's not a priority, and see how that feels. Laura Vanderkam. I don't have time has to be the biggest and most common lie people tell themselves daily. It's never about a lack of time, because it's you who controls how you spend it, and you can always forego one thing in favor of another. Telling yourself that you don't have time to exercise means that nothing that you have in your schedule is less important than your health. With all due respect, I doubt that you, or anyone else, for that matter, do super important things 24/7 and that there's not even a single low-value activity in your routine that you could easily eliminate to make time for exercise. I strongly suggest eliminating the phrase, I don't have time, from your vocabulary. People repeat it so often and so freely that it only serves as a convenient excuse, and self-disciplined individuals shouldn't make any excuses. The next time you want to claim that you don't have time, tell yourself instead that it's not your priority. Now consider what that means for you. If exercise, and subsequently, your own health, isn't your priority, then what is? If you don't have time to attend your child's first play but still work overtime even though you don't have to, then what is more important? If you're too busy to read books, then what do you prioritize over education if you still spend time watching TV? Day 114, on fulfilling your own standards. It's far better when doing good work is sufficient. In other words, the less attached we are to outcomes, the better. When fulfilling our own standards is what fills us with pride and self-respect. When the effort, not the results, good or bad, is enough. Ryan Holiday. When your motivation depends on the results of your labor, it poses a big challenge. If the results are slow to come, you'll most likely give up well before you see your efforts bear fruit. When you set new goals, think not only of the results you want to achieve, but also your own standards that you want to fulfill. While you're waiting for the results, draw inspiration from your efforts to do your best. Even if the results don't materialize for this particular goal, in itself, this appreciation of your own efforts will help you to build a disciplined work ethic that will benefit your entire life. For example, for me as a writer, I know when my writing is up to my standards, and I always strive to make every book better than the one before. Even if a book I consider to be my best work turns out to be a commercial flop, as has already happened a couple of times, it doesn't discourage me from writing new books. I know that I fulfilled my own standards and did my best. If I were motivated only by the results for each new release, I would have given up a long time ago. Do you know what your standards are, and do you strive to fulfill them, even when there's no hope for gratification in the foreseeable future? Day 115, on the cost of indulgence. The cost of a thing is the amount of what I call life which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. Henry David Thoreau. When succumbing to a temptation, or after having done so, when you're analyzing what you did to avoid making similar mistakes in the future, think of the entire cost of your indulgence, both now and in the long run. This delicious cake? Right now, it can deliver a sugar rush and make you feel happy as it hits your taste buds. However, it's also additional calories that you probably don't need and will need to burn off. In the long term, this one cake alone can lead to another, and yet another delicious cake, resulting in gaining more weight and then requiring even more time to lose it again. And what do you exchange for this indulgence today? Your life, the time that you have here on earth to do something more exciting and fulfilling than eating a cake. Is it really worth it? Are you fine with the fact that an indulgence today can rob you of weeks or months of your life? Day 116, on taking the low road. The problem with making an extrinsic reward the only destination that matters is that some people will choose the quickest route there, even if it means taking the low road. Daniel Pink. Being obsessed about the outcome can help you achieve it more quickly, but it carries the risk of achieving unsustainable results, or worse, ruining your life in the process by taking the low road. For example, consider a person who wants to build a successful business. Their end goal, making $1 million, is more important than anything else. They don't care about the why or how, it's only money that counts. Whenever there's an opportunity to make money, even if it's unethical, they'll take it. After all, the end justifies the means, right? Taking the low road is yet another temptation you must battle on your journey toward success. There's no glory in building a business the unethical way, ruining your body with an unsustainable, unhealthy diet just to be slim, or ruining your body forever by taking steroids and other unsafe medications just to become more muscular. One way to prevent this from happening is to always think of something bigger than an extrinsic reward as a source of motivation. Think how working on your goal, not merely reaching it, can improve you as a person. How much fun it can be, or how much meaning it can give to your life. Focus on those internal rewards in the first place, and you'll greatly reduce the risk of giving in to the temptation of taking the low road. Day 117, on dressing new things in old habits. Whether selling a new song, a new food, or a new crib, the lesson is the same. If you dress anew something in old habits, it's easier for the public to accept it. Charles Duhigg. You'll find it easier to change your current negative habits if you make your new, positive habits seem similar to your original, disempowering patterns. For example, if you're a huge fan of potatoes, more specifically, French fries, and now your diet forces you to give them up, it might prove to be too big of a challenge for you to eliminate them just like that. What if you allowed yourself to eat potatoes, but in a healthier form? Instead of eating French fries, you could eat baked potatoes that were sliced in a similar way as your beloved fries. It's an improvement to your diet, it gives you some positive momentum, and yet it shouldn't cost you that much in terms of willpower. If you want to start jogging and you're a fan of listening to podcasts, why not tell yourself that you're going to listen to some podcasts and in the meantime, move a little? It doesn't sound like such a big, difficult change, does it? Whenever you can, find a way to link a new change or make it as similar as possible, in appearance, not consequences, to your previous negative habit. That way, it will more easily become a permanent routine in your life. Day 118, on free things. Most transactions have an upside and a downside, but when something is free, we forget the downside. Free gives us such an emotional charge that we perceive what is being offered as immensely more valuable than it really is. Why? Because humans are intrinsically afraid of loss. The real allure of free is tied to this fear. Dan Ariely. Free is the ultimate marketing method, and it's also the one that can do the greatest damage to your resolutions, primarily those of the financial and fitness kind. From now on, whenever you see that something is free and you want to act on it, ask yourself whether you really need it. If you were to pay for it, would you still want it, or do you want it simply because you don't want to miss out on a freebie? The first practical application is for people who are on a diet and gorge on food whenever they find themselves at a party with free snacks. What are you gaining by eating all this food, and what are you losing? Unless food is scarce in your world, and it probably isn't if you're on a diet, the only thing that you're gaining is avoiding the fear of missing out. And what are you losing? Your dream, your hard work until now, and possibly your future. Are the free snacks worth it? The second application is for people who want to exert more self-control when it comes to their finances. When shopping, if there's a deal where you can get one thing for free, ask yourself whether you'd pay for this thing if it weren't offered for free and if you're really going to have a use for it. If not, what's so special about this deal? It might be a deal to someone who would buy the thing on sale anyway, but it isn't for you. There's nothing you're losing out on if you don't purchase something that has no use for you. And if you do buy it, you're losing a lot: your money, space in your house, time needed to maintain it, etc. Day 119, on hatching the egg. We shall sooner have the fowl by hatching the egg than by smashing it. Abraham Lincoln. In today's world of abundance, there's always the next hot thing, a new miracle solution, a cure for it all. It's no wonder that so many people lack the self-discipline to stick to one thing and constantly jump from one thing to another, deluding themselves that the new thing will surely be better than the one they have now. If we think of pursuing your goals as being in the business of breeding chickens, how big will your fowl empire get if you constantly smash all of the eggs you have, thinking that those other eggs you've seen online will hatch more quickly? In essence, that's what a person is doing when they are constantly changing their mind. An important aspect of self-discipline is the discipline to stick to the specific strategies you've chosen to follow in order to get the results. If the strategy you're following has been proven to work for other people, as in the case of following popular healthy diets, tested workout plans, personal finance strategies, etc., switching out of it to another one only because you think the other one could be better is nothing but an act of self-sabotage. If you're currently thinking about giving up your current strategy because you're tempted to try something else, remind yourself of the metaphor with the egg. Nobody has ever accomplished anything by constantly destroying the fruits of their labor. If your strategy has been proven to work for many people, dedicate yourself to it for at least a year before you even consider the thought of trying something else. Week 18. Day 120, on handling interruptions to your routine. Planning a variance, make it concrete, black and white, and specify exactly when the variance will end. For example, instead of doing your regular gym routine while traveling through Europe, you commit to do 20 push-ups every morning, and then as soon as you return home, resume your normal routine. Tynan. Things change and routines get disrupted, with travel being one of the most common culprits. Whenever I can, I try to maintain the exact same routine as I follow when I am back home. If I can't, as Tynan suggests, I come up with an alternative that is specifically to be used during the time of the disruption. For example, in a few days I'm going to travel to Cyprus, an island country in the eastern Mediterranean. I have no idea whether I'll have access to any fitness equipment there, including something as simple as a pull-up bar. Consequently, I plan to take advantage of the surroundings as much as I can to maintain my shape, swim in the sea, take long walks or run at the beach, hike in the mountains, and if I find the time, perform some simple bodyweight exercises that don't require any kind of equipment whatsoever. This way, when I come back home, I won't feel as if I've lost my normal routine. And it will only be altered for the special occasion, but I'll still perform it, and consequently, won't run the risk of falling off the bandwagon. When you know about an approaching situation that's likely to disrupt your routine, prepare yourself beforehand. Think if there's any way that you can maintain your routine despite that situation, and if you can't, come up with an alternative routine modified for the special circumstances. Even if your best idea is not a great one, at least you'll still be sticking to your routine in some way, and that will prevent you from losing it. Day 121, on the mark of a champion. The mark of a champion is the ability to win when things are not quite right, when you're not playing well and your emotions are not the right ones. Carol Dweck. At the time I'm writing these words, I'm struggling. Instead of following my usual routine of writing in the early morning when I'm the most productive, I spent the entire day catching up with other tasks that all popped up at the same time. Now it's 8 p.m., I find it hard to focus, and I'm only beginning to write my daily word count. And yet, I'm sitting here in front of my laptop and pushing myself to stick to my resolutions, and yes, I'll sit here until I get it done. Wouldn't it be better to take it easy and just start again tomorrow? If I were sick and barely able to work, then yes. However, in my case, even though I don't feel even half as creative and mentally prepared for work as in the morning, I'm going to persist because it's when you struggle and things aren't quite right that you can strengthen your self-discipline the most. I know that once I finish my work today, even if it takes me several hours of strenuous work in the late evening, when I'm usually asleep, I'll feel good, knowing that I've kept a promise I made to myself. If you're struggling while reading these words, please remember that the mark of a champion is to keep going, under all circumstances. Sometimes it will be hard, sometimes it will be easy, and since you can't control it, the best thing you can do is to keep going, regardless of what's happening. I promise you that after a long, hard day of struggling, you'll still be happier than you would be if you decided to take it easy and then had to deal with the guilt of not having done your best. Day 122, on making agreements with yourself. Agreements you make with yourself. When you make an agreement and you don't keep it, you undermine your own self-trust. Roy Baumeister. I strive to value the agreements I make with myself as much as the ones I make with other people. The reason is simple: just like when you lose the trust of another person when you fail to keep your promise, so you lose your trust of yourself when you don't keep an agreement that you made with yourself. Without self-trust, it's impossible to have the self-discipline and self-confidence to achieve big goals and change your life. Your doubts will nag at you and you'll sabotage yourself because, deep down, you'll believe that you can't trust yourself anyway. Whenever you make commitments with yourself, honor them just like you honor the word you give to other people, if not more. If you frequently betray yourself, you'll make it harder and harder to rebuild trust with yourself, and soon, it will take many months of consistent wins before you get to regain self-trust. Your brain rewires itself according to your repeated actions, and if you teach it to expect that you go back on your word, it will get better at exactly that skill, backing out of your agreements. Day 123, on doing this or nothing. The important thing is that there should be a space of time, say 4 hours a day at the least, when a professional writer doesn't do anything but write. He doesn't have to write, and if he doesn't feel like it, he shouldn't try. He can look out the window or stand on his head or write on the floor. But he is not to do any other positive thing, not read, write letters, glance at magazines, or write checks. Either write or nothing. I find it works. 2 very simple rules: A. You don't have to write. B. You can't do anything else. The rest comes of itself. Raymond Chandler. If you're struggling to get to work, give yourself 2 options. For the next several hours you can work or do nothing. Entertaining yourself with your smartphone, social media, internet, talking, listening to music or anything else that serves as a distraction isn't allowed. You can walk around the room, sit, look out of the window, or stare at the monitor, but you can't do anything more exciting than that. This technique gives you a license to goof off, but since you can't do anything remotely interesting, sooner or later you'll probably get to work. And that's the purpose of this trick: you aren't forcing yourself to work, and hence, there's no resistance that you need to overcome. If you spend an hour bored out of your mind, even the most despised task you need to do will be a relief. Day 124, on daily gratitude. The more you regularly experience gratitude, the more self-control you have in various areas of your life. David DeSteno. Research suggests that daily gratitude boosts self-control. Researcher David DeSteno says that expressing gratitude for little everyday things, such as the kindness of a stranger, functions like a vaccine against impulsiveness. It enhances self-control and makes you more oriented toward the future. In addition to boosting your self-control, expressing thankfulness daily makes you a more positive person, and that in itself is a huge benefit that can affect your ability to stick to your goals when the going gets tough. Each morning or evening express gratitude for 5 small things. For example, I'm now sitting outdoors. One thing to be grateful for is our beautiful planet, enjoying sunny weather, and doing work I like. I'm grateful because I was able to spend a few hours climbing today, and because, after I finish my work for the day, I'll cook myself a tasty, healthy meal. Such simple things are what makes life great. Why not regularly express your gratitude for them and become happier, develop more mental resistance, reduce impulsiveness, and gain more self-control? Day 125, on going away from work. Every now and then go away, have a little relaxation, for when you come back to your work your judgment will be surer. Go some distance away because then the work appears smaller and more of it can be taken in at a glance and a lack of harmony and proportion is more readily seen. Leonardo da Vinci. A productive, self-disciplined person isn't afraid of taking a break and relaxing a little. They know that if they don't do it, they won't recharge and soon their greatly decreased creativity and problem-solving skills will ruin their resolve. I strongly suggest traveling, even if it's just a weekend trip, to get away from your work, forget about it for a while, gain a fresh perspective and return ready to solve the challenges. Often when you're struggling with the same problem for weeks or months on end, it's because you're too close to it and unable to see the forest for the trees. An act of what you might consider a lack of self-discipline, taking it easy and going on a trip, is ultimately a smart technique to ensure maximum productivity and persistence for the long haul. Day 126, on shedding light on the dark things. Much as we must keep returning to the gym and pushing weight against resistance in order to sustain or increase our physical strength, so we must persistently shed light on those aspects of ourselves that we prefer not to see in order to build our mental, emotional, and spiritual capacity. Jim Lure. Who likes to think about their flaws, let alone put them on full display? We hide our dark side, our mistakes, our failures, temptations we couldn't overcome, and so on. Instead, we focus on our strengths and proudly talk about our successes. While bombarding yourself with self-guilt or embarrassment isn't a particularly bright strategy for success, sometimes it's necessary to shed light on the dark side and pick a weakness to address or a temptation you finally need to face and overcome. Self-denial is ultimately a self-sabotaging strategy. By telling yourself that you don't have anything to worry about, you might feel better temporarily, but the flaws and weaknesses don't go away. You're missing out on the opportunity to overcome them. Right now, spend a few minutes thinking about your unpleasant traits, the ones that you always ignore, or worse, don't even admit that you have them. If you're good at accepting criticism from other people, ask your friends what they think your biggest flaws are and work on fixing them. Week 19. Day 127, on cold exposure. Take cold showers first thing in the morning. As soon as you get up. Jump in the shower. Close your eyes and turn the temperature to cold. Not just cold. Not ice cold. We just pipe this water in from Antarctica because the penguins won't swim in it cold. Do this for 30 days in a row. I call it cold shower therapy because it, quite literally, is therapy. Joel Runyon. Doing a 2-month challenge of only taking cold showers was one of my first deliberate endeavors to improve my self-control. Unlike other goals that I pursued for the specific benefits that they would give me, my cold shower challenge was primarily about testing myself. During those 2 months, I learned a great deal about how to overcome temptations and how my own mechanisms of self-control work, and when they cease to function. I strongly recommend taking up a similar challenge to push your limits and toughen up. Is an entire month or 2 necessary to benefit from this exercise? Not really. Even just a few cold showers can be valuable lessons that will strengthen your self-control. Willingly exposing yourself to such a torture is something very few people are capable of doing, so this in itself is a great accomplishment. If your health doesn't allow you to take cold showers, and as a side note, please note that you should always speak with your doctor before making any decisions of such a nature, try other ways of cold exposure. Underdress in cold weather, submerge the lower part of your body in a cold bath, or turn your thermostat down. Voluntarily exposing yourself to the discomfort you feel when you're cold, no matter if it's a cold shower or something less extreme, will still be an excellent way to improve your impulse control and become tougher. Day 128, on principles. Principles are fundamental truths that serve as the foundations for behavior that gets you what you want out of life. They can be applied again and again in similar situations to help you achieve your goals. Ray Dalio. Do you follow a set of principles in your life? If not, it's time to design them and adapt them as an inherent part of your decision-making process to ensure that you make better choices. For example, I have 10 fundamental rules that guide my overall life and many more that I apply to different aspects of my life. Here are 3 examples of my general principles that are applicable to every endeavor. 1. I never give up on anything that's important to me. 2. Time is my most important asset. I always focus on achieving more in less time. 3. Growth happens outside one's comfort zone. Security leads to mediocrity. These rules ensure that I live my life according to my most important values and help me avoid making decisions that favor instant gratification. For example, following the first rule means that if I establish that something is important to me, I won't give up on it, no matter what. Embracing the second rule means that I resist the temptation to do things mindlessly and always seek a more effective way of doing something. Living by the third rule means that I face my fears and resist the urge to stay complacent. This way, I'm always growing and reduce the risk of becoming too comfortable. These are not just mere words, I consider them as important as promises made to somebody else, so I need to fulfill them. What rules do you want to embrace in your own life? Make a list of your own fundamental truths that will help you get what you want out of life and treat them as agreements that you can't break. Day 129, on everyday practice. I mistakenly only associated the word practice with art forms such as music, dance, or painting. I did not see dealing with a cranky child, an overburdened work schedule, or a tight monthly budget as actions that required applying the same principles as did learning music. Thomas Sterner. You can view everyday annoyances in two ways, as frustrating experiences or as opportunities to practice your willpower. A stranger bumped into you and didn't apologize? Practice your self-control by wishing him or her a good day. Your child is misbehaving and you feel like being a parent is sometimes too much to handle? Consider it an exercise in manifesting mental toughness. You have so much work to do and then your car breaks down, an unexpected bill comes, and a friend needs your help? Don't wish there were more than 24 hours in a day. Accept it as a challenge in improving your productivity so that you can get everything done on time despite new difficulties thrown at you from every direction. If you take advantage of every problem and look at it as a means of self-improvement, you'll improve your self-discipline and mental resistance just by going about your day. Day 130, on working on laziness. If you are smart, but not lazy, work on laziness. To do everything, simply because you can, lowers effectiveness. Concentrate on the really important things that get amazing results. Do only the few things with greatest benefit. Richard Koch. As contradictory as it sounds, some self-disciplined people need to work on laziness to get to the next level of personal growth. Just like it takes discipline to work on the hard things, it also takes discipline to resist the temptation to work on unnecessary things. For example, as a self-published author, there are countless ways for me to promote my books. I dabbled into different marketing methods, but in the end had to limit my focus to only the few things that offered the greatest benefit. Doing everything would have perhaps portrayed me as a more hard-working author, but it wouldn't increase my effectiveness, and most likely would only reduce it. Restlessness can be a good thing to inspire a person to take action, but if it leads to mindless work for the sake of work, you're wasting your potential and resources you could have spent on another area of life where increased effort would have led to noticeable improvements. Periodically assess tasks you perform most frequently and ask yourself if you're not only exerting willpower to keep working, but also showing restraint when it comes to performing tasks that add little or nothing to your life. Crossing off unnecessary tasks from your to-do list might feel good, but it's just another form of instant gratification that ultimately compromises your long-term objectives. Day 131, on building an ark. It took Noah 20 years to build an ark. And people said he was being silly because the skies were beautiful. And of course, the whole time, he looked stupid until it started raining. You can spend a long time building an ark while everybody else is out there enjoying the sun. Peter Bevelin. Your efforts to improve will draw criticism or ridicule from people who don't care about self-improvement. It's possible you'll spend a long time doing things without a reward and start wondering whether your goal makes sense. Is it worth it to spend several years working so hard to get a degree, build a business, or move up the ladder in your company while others are partying and enjoying their lives on credit? During the process you might face doubts and even feel tempted to give up. However, 5 or 10 years from now, the ones who were wasting time will get the short end of the stick when they realize that they wasted their time on ultimately meaningless pleasures. Now they're in debt, worried about how to pay their bills, and doubting that they'll ever have a successful career, while you're enjoying the fruits of your labor. Whenever you're in doubt, remind yourself that you're building an ark and that rain will come. Maybe now you aren't enjoying yourself as much as others are, but in the grand scheme of things, it's better to be prepared and suffer a little now to prosper in the future than live in sweet denial and one day realize it's too late. Day 132, on being willing to be bad. To get good, it's helpful to be willing, or even enthusiastic, about being bad. Daniel Coyle. An expert is a person who has made all of the most common mistakes in their field and learned from them. They embraced being bad so that they could get good. For example, in rock climbing I noticed that if I stick to routes that are within my abilities or only slightly above them, I improve less quickly than if I climb routes that are well beyond my current limits. Sometimes I make a fool out of myself because I can't even start the route, and sometimes I surprise myself when I climb 50%, or sometimes even 75% of the route before it defeats me. The great benefit in climbing such difficult routes is that I make many more mistakes than when I climb easier routes. This is good, because it reveals my weaknesses and gives me more opportunities to learn. If you only stick to routes with easy holds, you'll never learn how to properly climb when the holds are no bigger than your fingertip. If you only climb on routes with easy footholds, you'll never learn the proper footwork that a route with sparse, slippery footholds requires. It's tempting to climb routes within your abilities because they make you feel good and capable, but ultimately it's nothing but instant gratification. It's the hard routes that will defeat you that teach you the most in the long run, even if you hate climbing them at the very moment you are doing so. If you only set easy challenges for yourself, the ones that will never make you look bad or show you your deficiencies, you'll hamper your progress or even bring it to a halt. Overcome the temptation to lower your bar. Come up with difficult challenges, the ones that make you doubt you'll succeed, and get to work. Get as bad as you can now, so that you can become as good as possible in the future. Day 133, on self-caring. Self-discipline is self-caring. If we feel ourselves valuable, then we will feel our time to be valuable, to organize it and protect it and make maximum use of it. M. Scott Peck. The way you look at what self-discipline is can affect how self-disciplined you are. If you think of self-discipline as punishing yourself in return for some possible benefits in the future, how likely are you going to be eager to maintain it in your life? Instead, what if you embraced self-discipline as self-caring, a way of manifesting that your time is valuable to you and that you want to make the most of it? Now, instead of seeing every temptation as something pleasant that you must avoid for the possible future benefit, you'd look at it as a threat to your well-being. For example, upon adopting this outlook on life, you'd understand on a deeper level that watching TV for hours on end is not entertainment, it's killing your valuable time, and in the case of low-quality TV, killing your brain cells. And the other way around, things that you currently consider torturous, such as waking up early, eating vegetables, saving money, expanding your comfort zone, and so on, would all become manifestations of self-care. You'd understand on a deeper level that waking up early makes you more productive, and consequently, creates more time and energy for you even if it isn't always fun. Week 20. Day 134, on staying congruent. Immediately prescribe some character and form of conduct to yourself, which you may keep both alone and in company. Epictetus. If there exists a hack for quickly embracing self-discipline as a part of your identity, it's clearly communicating to everyone around you how important this value is for you and then taking actions that are congruent with that decision. The key is to maintain that behavior both when you are around other people and also when you're alone. We're not talking about faking it in public. The beautiful part is that when others associate you with a certain positive trait, you'll want to maintain it. Think of a child who's considered to be tough by other kids. The next time he or she scrapes his or her knee, will he or she cry or try to remain congruent with his or her public image and walk it off? Obviously, we're adults now, but the basic premise doesn't change. Humans need to stay congruent, particularly around other people. All of my friends know that I'm a bit of a freak when it comes to self-discipline. Okay, not a bit of a freak, I am a freak about that. And consequently, this form of conduct is pretty much forced on me. I don't want to be incongruent with myself, and I don't want other people to think that I'm saying one thing and doing another. For example, if there's a challenge in front of me and I know that my friend is thinking that I'm going to face it instead of quitting, I'll face it, obviously only after I ensure that it's relatively safe. Then, when I'm alone dealing with a self-imposed challenge, I'll be less likely to give up, too. After all, I don't want to lose the respect I have for myself, and most certainly don't want my friends to be disappointed in me upon learning that I'm a different person around them and a different person when I'm by myself. Day 135, on staying in love with your goals. Skipping around from one kind of pursuit to another, grit is about working on something you care about so much that you're willing to stay loyal to it. Not just falling in love, staying in love. Angela Duckworth. It's easy to fall in love, but hard to stay in love, particularly when the waters get rough. It takes constant recommitment, sacrifice, and a willingness to deeply care for what you already have. In a sense, falling in love is like immediate gratification, giving you butterflies and all that jazz without any unpleasantries, while staying in love, although it's rewarding in the long run, is sometimes an act of sacrifice that requires a great deal of self-control. When you set your goals, do you tend to stick to them for the long haul, or do you let the temptation to change things decide for you? If you constantly jump from one thing to another, perhaps you don't care about your goals enough to stay loyal to them. Ask yourself if that's the case, and if so, how you can find new, stronger motivators, or if perhaps you should give up altogether. If it happens with every objective of yours, even when you deeply care about it, like it was for me when I was constantly launching one business after another, it's probably not a question of not caring enough, but about a failure to exert self-control when faced with the shiny object syndrome. The shiny object syndrome is the inability to maintain focus on one thing, mistakenly believing that the grass is greener on the other side. Instead of investing all of your resources in just one thing, for example, a specific relationship, business, diet, etc., you constantly replace the thing you have now with something else, just because it's new and shiny. What you fail to realize, though, is that by constantly upgrading, you never get to build something that lasts, so you fail to achieve your long-term goals. The next time you find yourself researching a new diet, workout plan, business model, way to save money, technique to stay productive, and so on, remind yourself that unless your approach is clearly not working at all, and for that, you need to stick to it in the long term, all you're doing is falling under the spell of instant gratification that will endanger your long-term goal. Day 136, on the desire for happiness replacing the need for self-discipline. Pitching is what makes me happy. I've devoted my life to it. It determines what I eat, when I go to bed, what I do when I'm awake. It determines how I spend my life when I'm not pitching. If it means in the winter I eat cottage cheese instead of chocolate chip cookies in order to keep my weight down, then I eat cottage cheese. I might want those cookies, but I won't ever eat them. That might bother some people, but it doesn't bother me. I enjoy the cottage cheese. I enjoy it more than I would those cookies because I know it will help me do what makes me happy. Life isn't very heavy for me. I've made up my mind what I want to do. I'm happy when I pitch well, so I only do those things that help me be happy. Tom Seaver. If something makes you extremely happy, the desire to do it as much as you can will replace or at least greatly diminish the need for self-discipline. Obviously, the thing that you love must be good for you. Eating French fries may make you extremely happy, but devoting your life to them won't be a good idea. For example, in my case, one of the things that currently determines many of my choices and replaces the need for self-discipline is rock climbing. It's the number one reason why I perform hard bodyweight workouts, to be stronger, to climb better, why I maintain low weight, because it's easier to climb if you weigh less, why I constantly expand my comfort zone, because it improves my mental game when I'm climbing, and so on. The thing that makes you happy doesn't have to be a sport, but it does need to have a positive influence on you. If you already have such a big passion in your life, link it to your new resolutions. There's always a way to combine a positive change with an improved ability to engage in your passion. For example, eating better will make you more energetic, which will make you better at everything you're doing, including your passion. So tap into this resource and let your desire to engage in your passion render self-discipline unnecessary. Day 137, on waiting for 10 minutes. For a cooler, wiser brain, institute a mandatory 10-minute wait for any temptation. Kelly McGonigal. Telling yourself that you're going to get something in 10 minutes satisfies your craving for the next 10 minutes. After all, you are getting your reward, you just need to wait 10 minutes. A curious fact is that after 10 minutes, it's likely that you'll no longer remember the craving, or it will have diminished to such a level that you'll be able to handle it. And if not, you can tell yourself yet again that you'll have it in 10 minutes and repeat the process until the urge is gone. If you find the urge overpowering, use a stopwatch and stare at it the entire 10 minutes before succumbing to the temptation. After 10 minutes, even if you still reward yourself, at least you'll have exercised your self-control muscle a little. Note that you can wait for 10 minutes for any temptation in both directions, either by waiting for 10 minutes before you give in to something, or by giving yourself 10 minutes to do something and then allowing yourself to stop. For example, if you're facing the challenge of unpleasant, but necessary and urgent work to do, tell yourself that you'll only do it for 10 minutes and then you can quit. More often than not, you'll continue. And if not, as with waiting for 10 minutes before giving in to a temptation, you'll still have exercised your willpower. Day 138, on nature boosting your focus. Nature, which is filled with intriguing stimuli, modestly grabs attention in a bottom-up fashion, allowing top-down directed attention abilities a chance to replenish. Unlike natural environments, urban environments are filled with stimulation that captures attention dramatically and additionally requires directed attention, example, to avoid being hit by a car, making them less restorative. Mark G. Berman. Research suggests that spending time in nature regenerates your ability to concentrate. What's interesting is the finding that even viewing pictures of nature can be restorative. If you're struggling to concentrate on an important task and no amount of self-control helps, head out for a walk in a forest or any other non-urban environment. I take regular forest walks at least 3 times a week and consider it pretty much a necessary part of my weekly routine. When you spend your entire days in environments filled with stimulation, your ability to focus will be greatly diminished. Give your mind some time to rest and seek places where you can be by yourself, without blinking signs, crowds, cars, noise, and pollution. If you can't afford or don't have easy access to the wilderness, at least try to spend some time in quasi-natural environments like a city park or even just your own backyard. If even that is not possible, put on your headphones and turn on a video of natural scenery. Day 139, on tolerating an absence of novelty. The use of a distracting service does not, by itself, reduce your brain's ability to focus. It's instead the constant switching from low stimuli/high value activities to high stimuli/low value activities, at the slightest hint of boredom or cognitive challenge, that teaches your mind to never tolerate an absence of novelty. Cal Newport. The ability to thrive in low stimuli environments, such as when working without distractions, is one of the most powerful demonstrations of self-control. Sadly, most people don't possess it, because they have developed a habit of constantly interrupting their focus with low-value, highly stimulating activities, such as browsing social media or shopping online. If you're unable to tolerate an absence of novelty, you'll be unable to focus on anything for long enough to see it through to the end. Therefore, it's key to develop the willpower to resist the temptation to entertain yourself when things get boring or too challenging for your mind. I suggest a simple practice. Follow the Pomodoro technique of time management, in which you work for 25 minutes and then give yourself 5 minutes to distract yourself with whatever you want. Once the 5 minutes are up, you have to get back to work, and after 25 minutes more of work, you can yet again let yourself enjoy high stimuli, low value activities for 5 minutes. The Pomodoro technique works so well because it doesn't force people to exert incredible amounts of willpower. It's only 25 minutes of work, so even if you're usually interrupting work every 10 minutes, you'll only need to wait for 15 minutes more before you can indulge. After following this technique for several weeks or months, you should notice an improvement in the quality of your work. Soon, 25 minutes of highly focused work will no longer be a challenge for you, and you'll greatly strengthen your self-control. Day 140, on longing for paradise. The problem with longing for paradises is that it distracts us from our efforts to extract pleasure and meaning from the present. Gordon Livingston. In the pursuit of success, it's easy to forget that we live in the present moment. The struggle is certainly less attractive than the ultimate reward you're after, but it doesn't mean that you should let the vision distract you from the present. There's a danger in romanticizing the outcome. When you compare this beautiful mental picture to the struggle you're going through now, you may become discouraged because of the painful contrast between what could be and what currently is. By all means, if it inspires you to work, from time to time indulge in the fantasy, but don't forget that the future lies ahead, and it's the present moment you should focus on to ensure that that future actually materializes. Obsessing about the final outcome means robbing yourself of the pleasure and meaning of the powerful, difficult process that you're going through right now. The next time you catch yourself dreaming about the future, refocus on the present moment. Notice the small but positive changes that have occurred thanks to your struggle, look at your progress so far, and draw inspiration from your sacrifices and your resolve to keep going, despite all of the hardships. Week 21. Day 141, on punctuality. A person who cannot keep appointments on time, cannot keep scheduled commitments, or cannot stick to a schedule cannot be trusted in other ways either. Dan Kennedy. Punctuality is another facet of a self-disciplined person, while tardiness is often a sign of a preference toward immediate gratification. A person who's late doesn't give themselves a margin to arrive on time, so they get the instant gratification of gaining a few minutes of time at the expense of straining their relationship or their chances of making a good first impression. Meanwhile, a person who arrives earlier might lose a couple of minutes, but in the long haul enjoys the reputation of being a punctual, trustworthy person. If you're often late, realize that being late to an appointment doesn't differ from breaking a promise. It's still an act that can cost you the trust of another person. In addition to that, it demonstrates that you lack organizational skills and self-discipline. Is this the message you want to display to the world? Is being late something that will help you realize your full potential or stand in your way? Set a new self-discipline challenge for yourself. Resolve to always be at least 5 minutes early for every appointment in the next 30 days. After a full month, it should become a new norm for you, and you should benefit from improved relationships, as well as newly gained self-respect for having developed the reputation of being a punctual person. Day 142, on Keystone Habits. Typically, people who exercise start eating better and becoming more productive at work. They smoke less and show more patience with colleagues and family. They use their credit cards less frequently and say they feel less stressed. Exercise is a keystone habit that triggers widespread change. Charles Duhigg. A keystone habit is a habit that results in other positive changes in your life without directly focusing on them. For example, the decision to start exercising will affect your diet, productivity, patience, and overall well-being. Instead of focusing on several different habits, you can concentrate on making one change and, as if by magic, it will lead to other improvements that are introduced virtually without effort. If you want to get the best return on your efforts, focus on establishing keystone habits first and only work on other routines when you already have established the keystone habits as habits. Some keystone habits include regular exercise, making your bed every morning, tracking what you eat, saving money, meditation, waking up earlier, expressing gratitude, regularly getting enough quality sleep, trying a new thing every day. Day 143, on falling in love with the idea of starting. What was the use of doing great things if I could have a better time telling her what I was going to do? F. Scott Fitzgerald. There's an inherent danger in sharing with everybody what you're going to do. You might fall in love with the idea of starting something at the expense of actually doing it. Telling others about your plan can be addictive because it delivers a reward without you having done any meaningful work. You boast about what you're going to do, people are impressed, and you get a sense of accomplishment. For example, I used to talk about starting to travel more, but whenever I was faced with an opportunity to go on a trip, I was scared. It was easier and more pleasant to talk with my friends about all the exciting places I would go to. Today, while I still feel some resistance prior to going on a trip, particularly a more demanding adventure, such as visiting an exotic country, I almost never talk about my plans until I actually book the flights, and the trip converts from being a wish into becoming a real-world action. Are there any goals of yours that you started working on a long time ago, but which in fact still remain in the realm of unmaterialized plans? An easy way to figure this out is to think of your recent conversations and find a topic that you frequently talk about, but never actually act upon. Day 144, on the work of a human being. In the morning when thou risest unwillingly, let this thought be present: I am rising to the work of a human being. Why then am I dissatisfied if I am going to do the things for which I exist and for which I was brought into the world? Or have I been made for this, to lie in the bedclothes and keep myself warm? But this is more pleasant. Dost thou exist then to take thy pleasure, and not at all for action or exertion? Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius argues that we haven't been made for embracing the comfort of a warm bed. Is sleeping in more pleasant than doing work? Obviously it is, otherwise nobody would ever do it. Yet sleeping in is only more pleasant in the beginning or when you've earned it. Making your life revolve around comfort and laziness doesn't lead to happiness in the long term, it leads to depression. Taking action and exerting yourself rarely feels good at first, but upon completing valuable work, the pleasure of sleeping in can hardly match the pleasure of being productive. The most powerful proof of the fact that human beings cannot thrive if they don't act and exert themselves is the research on retirement. For example, according to a report published by the Institute of Economic Affairs in association with the Age Endeavor Fellowship, retirement increases your risk of clinical depression by 41% and the probability of having at least one diagnosed physical condition by 63%. 139. What's more, the adverse effects increase as the number of years spent in retirement increases. Obviously, the effect of retirement depends on how the retired person approaches retirement. Sadly, when facing a new reality in which they no longer have to work, a lot of people stop being active and disengage from life, and that's what leads to the disturbing findings of the study. The ones who feel that their golden years are indeed golden are the ones who continue to be active, whether it's helping their families, volunteering, working part-time, or embracing new hobbies. Whenever you find yourself discouraged, remind yourself that while succumbing to laziness feels good at first, ultimately it will only worsen your situation and make you even less ready to face challenges. Embrace discipline, stay active, constantly grow, and you'll find both fulfillment and meaning in life. Day 145, on complicating the world for profit. To earn a fortune in the diet and exercise industries, there is a dictum: complicate to profit. Tim Ferriss. Fitness companies make a fortune on persuading people that exercise or diet is complicated. The same situation applies to the investment world. The more complicated something appears to be, the more people will decide that it's better to hire an expert to help them than do it themselves. Consequently, many don't start at all because they're convinced that they'll fail without help, and help, whether it's for fitness or in the investment world, is expensive. This provides a legitimate excuse not to start. It also makes you more likely to fall victim to the claims that some product, designed by the world's top experts, of course, is a miracle solution. In reality, most things are simpler than you think. You don't need to attend expensive aerobics classes to become fit. There's no need to buy pricey home-delivered meals designed by some renowned doctor to lose weight. An investment advisor can often deliver worse results than if you were to educate yourself with free articles and invest on your own. Whenever you want to make a change in your life and find that everywhere you look, companies involved in the industry make it complicated, step aside and review the fundamentals. Somehow people were still fit before the advent of commercial gyms. They still managed to build successful businesses without internet gurus. It was still possible to eat healthily in a world where bookstores weren't filled to the brim with diet books. Don't use the fact that the industry makes things complicated as an excuse not to make a change. Educate yourself about the basics and draw your own conclusions. For you to make a change in your life, no expensive coach is necessary. Day 146, on decision avoidance. I saw myself sitting in the crotch of this fig tree, starving to death, just because I couldn't make up my mind which of the figs I would choose. I wanted each and every one of them, but choosing one meant losing all the rest, and, as I sat there, unable to decide, the figs began to wrinkle and go black, and, one by one, they plopped to the ground at my feet. Sylvia Plath. Not making a decision is also a decision, and usually the worst one. While you're torn between one choice and another, you're losing time you could have spent taking action, any action, and then figuring out whether it was the right choice or not. People often decide to not decide, or they put off their decisions because of a fear of missing out. Choosing one thing means not choosing another. However, not choosing either of them means losing both. It's also tempting to avoid making a decision because it creates an illusion that you still have the freedom to choose. And while it's true that you do retain this freedom, there's more freedom in commitment, as it frees you from inertia and gets you closer to determining where you want to go. If you're hesitant about whether you want to pursue a certain goal or not, figure out a low investment way to get started. You can't get much additional insight by waiting for an excessive period of time, while you can gain an immense amount of knowledge by going ahead and testing the waters. Day 147, on walking by your mistakes. Far too often we let little things slide. But just turn on the news and listen as the anchors lament an autopart defect leading to deaths and multi-billion-dollar recalls, or a small leak in a gas pipeline causing an explosion that endangers wildlife. Recognizing when something is wrong, big or small, and holding people accountable can save industries billions and citizens their lives. Sergeant Bowen instilled in me instantly that if you do walk by a mistake, then you just set a new, lower standard. And Dunwoody. When you make an unimportant mistake, there's a temptation to let it go and ignore it. After all, it isn't a big deal, so why bother? If your dishes aren't pristinely clean, it won't change much in the grand scheme of things, and most certainly won't hurt anybody. The problem is that walking by your mistakes sets a precedent of tolerating small errors. You're also missing out on a valuable exercise in self-control, making sure that all that you do is done with the utmost care. I'm the last person to say that from now on you need to make sure that everything that you do is flawless. I'm fully aware that it isn't feasible, and I'd be a hypocrite to say that my favorite tea mug is never entirely free of tea stains. However, whenever you can, try to exercise a little bit of self-control and correct a little thing that you consider unimportant. It can be a small tweak in your posture, making sure that you sit properly in front of the computer. It can be making an effort to speak more clearly and improve your articulation. It can be ensuring that your bed is made properly or slicing a loaf of bread with more precision. I often spend several minutes trying to fix a paragraph that I don't consider up to my standards. In the grand scheme of things, one single paragraph doesn't mean much. However, when the little things are repeated over and over again, it does have an effect on the final outcome and carries the risk of establishing a precedent, in this case, of my being lazy with my writing. Week 22. Day 148, on fear. Action cures fear. David Schwartz. Many put off acting on their goals because they're afraid. Instead of facing the challenge head-on, they choose a more comfortable option, withdrawing until they gain the courage to take action. The sad truth is that courage never appears out of the blue, magically manifesting itself if you only wait long enough. Brave people aren't immune to fear, they also feel it, but decide to act in spite of it. And in this very act of refusal, fear goes away and they get to do incredible things. As a rock climber, fear is my regular companion. Fear makes you question whether you can climb a particular route, or when climbing, makes you back out from a challenge. While fear does serve an important purpose in situations like climbing, when there sometimes is a risk of injuring or killing yourself, it's often a wrong counselor. The key is to ask yourself one fundamental question. Is there a statistically significant chance of harming myself? In climbing, a potential fall is often safe, so any fear that makes you question your abilities is unfounded. If a fall is safe, you might as well try and fall, nothing bad will happen. However, sometimes the decision to continue climbing needs to be carefully calculated, especially when a potential fall can be dangerous. Then fear can actually save your life. However, in most everyday applications, fear is unfounded. There's almost no risk involved in chatting up that attractive stranger, launching a side business on a shoestring, applying for a new job, starting a diet, or implementing any other change of a similar nature. This means that unless you're engaging in any higher risk activity, you need to go past your fear. I know it's not pleasant, it's paralyzing, it causes so much pressure that all you want to do is get away from it. However, if you want to strengthen your self-discipline and build mental toughness, there's no better exercise than to repeatedly face your fears. By regularly facing my fear of heights, I was able to largely cure myself of it. If I were continuously avoiding it, hoping that one day the fear would disappear by itself, I'd never have become a rock climber. Day 149, on the weak point in your armor. The individual can attain self-control in great things only through self-control in little things. He must study himself to discover what is the weak point in his armor, what is the element within him that ever keeps him from his fullest success. This is the characteristic upon which he should begin his exercise in self-control. Is it selfishness, vanity, cowardice, morbidness, temper, laziness, worry, mind-wandering, lack of purpose? Whatever form human weakness assumes in the masquerade of life he must discover. William George Jordan. Inspect your armor and find its weakest point, the common thread that leads you into most temptations or poses the biggest barrier to achieving your goals. For example, in my case, one of my weakest points is patience. If I do something, I want to go all out and get results as quickly as possible. While it often serves as a strength, it's also a common reason why I fail to achieve some of my goals. I follow rigid routines and am sometimes so strict with myself that eventually I can no longer continue because I burn myself out. What follows is a full-blown cheat day, after following too strict of a diet, an inability to write, after writing too much for too long, or an injury, after exercising too hard. My inability to be patient with the process was also one of the reasons why I failed to build a profitable business for several years. Instead of accepting the fact that all businesses need the owner's undivided focus for a long period of time, I constantly launched one business after another, thinking each time that the new business model would surely provide a breakthrough. Having discovered my weak point, when setting new goals I now focus on sustainability. I try to accept the fact that it's better to take the longer path with fewer pitfalls than choose the quick route with a high chance of failure or delude myself by thinking that switching my strategy, for no reason, will lead to success. What are your own weak points? How do they affect your goals, and what can you do to fix those weaknesses, to prevent them from continuing to affect your life in a negative way? Day 150, on indulgences charging you interest. It's this great paradox that only a few people understand, but ultra-performers have realized that procrastination and indulgence are like these creditors that charge us interest. They make us feel good now, it's easy in the short term, but it's what creates the more difficult life. Rory Vaden. Metaphors can serve as useful tools to better understand and embrace concepts that otherwise don't produce an emotional effect. If I tell you that putting things off and indulging yourself affect you negatively in the long term, perhaps you'll agree with me and stay away from them. Or perhaps you'll ignore me, because the statement in itself isn't emotionally charged and memorable. Instead, what if you embraced the metaphor that procrastination and indulgence are like your creditors? They extend you some credit today, but don't fool yourself, they will be back, asking you to give the money back along with interest. The more you overeat today, the more time you'll have to spend in the future in a caloric deficit. A cake today is so tasty and nice to have, but don't let it fool you, under the friendly face hides a ruthless banker. The more time you spend playing video games, the harder it will be in the future to give up the habit and become more productive. Indulging yourself feels good today, but there will be a price to pay for it. What are the interest rates your indulgences charge you? The next time you're about to succumb to a temptation, ask yourself if you want to place yourself in debt, in exchange for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Day 151, on changing your character. If you make disciplined, caring choices, you are slowly engraving certain tendencies into your mind. You are making it more likely that you will desire the right things and execute the right actions. If you make selfish, cruel, or disorganized choices, then you are slowly turning this core thing inside yourself into something that is degraded, inconstant, or fragmented. David Brooks. If you currently don't see yourself as a self-disciplined person and your desires and actions prioritize instant gratification over sacrifices that lead to bigger rewards in the future, you may feel as if there's no way you'll ever change. After all, it's been your way of doing things for a long time, and it's probably already part of your nature now. Fortunately, while your character takes time to change, it is possible to change it with thousands of little decisions and by embracing certain thoughts over others. For example, today you may not have a tendency to desire healthy food, but rest assured that if you eat it for long enough, you will develop a desire for it. I'm speaking from my own experience. Initially I couldn't stand the taste of many vegetables, such as broccoli, Brussels sprouts, or cauliflower. As for the other vegetables, I was neutral about most of them, which meant that, given a choice between eating vegetables and something else, I'd go for something else. Today, I often crave vegetables. I no longer need to force myself to eat them. A tendency to consume them regularly is now a part of my character. This little example is only one change that was engraved in my mind after making disciplined choices over and over again. No matter which area of your life you are talking about, what now feels like a difficult act of deprivation or a sacrifice will eventually turn into something you consider essential in your life. Day 152, on the future value of money. If an item was listed at $50, consider the potential value of that same $50 after it has been invested for 20 years. Ask, is this item worth $250? If it's worth $250 to you today, then it's worth buying. Darren Hardy. Money has present and future value. At the very moment, $50 is $50. However, when invested over a long period of time, with a rate or return that exceeds inflation, it can grow several times or more. If you're struggling to maintain self-discipline with your finances, use Darren Hardy's mind trick to reduce the number of unnecessary purchases and assume that each purchase costs you 5 times more over the long term. Alternatively, think of any purchase as hours of your work. $50 is just a number that has little, if any, emotional charge. How about 2 or 3 hours of your life? Would you buy this new trinket with 2 or 3 hours of your time instead of paying with a $50 bill? What if it's actually the same thing as losing 15 hours of your life over the long run? Is it still worth it? Day 153, on spontaneity. As he walked across the farmyard toward the henhouse, he noticed the pump was leaking. So he stopped to fix it. It needed a new washer, so he set off to the barn to get one. But on the way he saw that the hayloft needed straightening, so he went to fetch the pitchfork. Hanging next to the pitchfork was a broom with a broken handle. I must make a note to myself to buy a broom handle the next time I get to town, he thought. By now it is clear that the farmer is not going to get his eggs gathered, nor is he likely to accomplish anything else he sets out to do. He is utterly, gloriously spontaneous, but he is hardly free. He is, if anything, a prisoner to his unbridled spontaneity. The fact of the matter is that discipline is the only way to freedom, it is the necessary context for spontaneity. John Guest. When you think of spontaneity, you might think of it as something positive and fun. Going on an unplanned road trip. Dancing in the rain. Saying yes to random invitations. Spontaneity can be positive, as long as you don't mistake it with impulsiveness. Whenever you justify your uninhibited behaviors with spontaneity, ask yourself if that's what it really is or whether your unplanned actions are in reality caused by a lack of self-control. Another danger you need to be aware of is when people use spontaneity to lure you in to betray your resolutions. For example, imagine you're on a diet. When you're out having fun with your friends, at midnight suddenly one of them announces that you're all going to go get some pizza. If you back out, you may be called uptight or a killjoy. At that moment, it's important to realize that your friend's accusations are unfounded because they mistake disinhibition with spontaneity. You can still be spontaneous without ruining your goals. For example, instead of eating a pizza, you can eat something less caloric, like a salad, eat just 1 or 2 small slices, or if you decide to eat the entire pizza, schedule a strenuous workout the next day, or reduce your caloric intake for a day, to burn off the excess calories. If you're wondering if self-discipline is going to make you a boring person, realize that you can make an exception from time to time, just don't do it when you're being pressured into doing it. Day 154, on the value of doing things yourself. Know the pleasure of workmanship, the joy that comes from things made well by your own hands, the happiness which comes from closer touch with the fundamental things of life and the consciousness of being of value to the world. Ernest Thompson Seton. In today's world, nobody is self-sufficient. Everybody is doing what they do best and they rely on others to satisfy their other needs and desires. Division of labor has led to prosperity, but it has also made us lazy. Whatever you want, you can buy it and get it almost instantly delivered to your door. Have a backyard? Hire a gardener to tend to it. Don't want to clean? Hire a maid. Don't have the patience to learn how to fix your sink? Call a handyman. There's nothing inherently wrong about it, and in fact, more often than not it's a smart approach. Why waste time doing something you're not good at if there are people who would be happy to take care of the problem for you? However, if you develop a habit that whenever you're facing a problem, you need to call somebody else to fix it, what will happen to your problem-solving skills? How likely will you be to keep going when problems emerge in your line of work and it will be you who will need to deal with them? Lastly, by avoiding doing things yourself, how many opportunities are you missing out on to learn something new or face a difficult situation head-on and solve it yourself? At the moment I'm writing this, I'm in the process of remodeling my apartment. I debated on hiring an interior designer to handle the entire process, design the apartment, buy materials, hire contractors, and manage it all. However, even though I could afford it, in the end I decided against it, realizing that in addition to financial savings, it was a good opportunity to learn something new. Remodeling can be a frustrating and difficult undertaking, so it can also serve as a valuable exercise in self-control. In the end, doing it myself will not only save me money, but also lead to personal growth, and that's the primary reward of doing things yourself. Week 23. Day 155, on broadening your horizons. What do you know of history, biology, evolution, ethics, and the 1,001 branches of knowledge? But, you object, I fail to see how such things can aid me in the writing of a romance or a poem. Ah, but they will, not so much directly as by subtle reaction. They broaden your thought, lengthen out your vistas, drive back the bounds of the field in which you work. They give you your philosophy, which is like unto no other man's philosophy, force you to original thought. Jack London. Jack London's advice is for writers who want to improve their craft, but it can also apply to any other domain. Expanding your knowledge and exposing yourself to different disciplines is not only a fantastic way to become a more educated person, but also a powerful way to become more successful. Random bits of information from one domain can help you achieve success in another. Likewise, experience gained in one field can provide the foundation for another endeavor. I'm an inquisitive person by nature, and I'm always interested in learning about new things from various domains. I often randomly stumble upon powerful life lessons while learning about fields that are completely unrelated to personal development. For example, rock climbing has taught me the value of taking things one step at a time. When climbing a difficult route, you focus only on the next handhold or foothold. You slowly advance, with your vision limited to the immediate surroundings. The same approach is effective when working on your goals. Instead of worrying whether you get to the top, you focus on what's right in front of you. The experience and skills I gained when climbing are now useful to me in every other sport, and thanks to that, I can learn them more quickly. On a completely unrelated note, the experience of off-road driving has taught me the power of momentum. It's difficult to gain traction with nothing but sand under your wheels, but once you start, you can traverse difficult terrain. If you stop, it will be hard to start yet again. I don't think I need to tell you how much that applies to the world of personal development. Draw parallels between different fields and strive to always expand your knowledge. Becoming erudite can dramatically improve your ability to learn quickly and achieve success with many different endeavors. Day 156, on wanting what we already have. One wonderful way to tame our tendency to always want more is to persuade ourselves to want the things we already have. William B. Irvine. I'm a follower of intermittent fasting, a type of eating in which you regularly alternate between eating and abstaining from food. In addition to daily fasts of 16 to 20 hours, I sometimes fast for 40 hours or more. When you fast for such a long time, your senses are heightened. Smells are more intense and flavors more explosive. In this state, you learn to want things you already have. A simple apple tastes like heaven and is more than sufficient as a food source. I don't need an apple pie, a caramelized apple sprinkled with cinnamon, or apple pancakes covered with apple horseradish sauce. You can persuade yourself to want the things you have by abstaining from them for a period of time or imagining they're no longer available for you. It doesn't apply just to food. Things can disappear in a blink of an eye, including your house, car, clothes, family members, spouse, a comfortable bed, a warm shower, or your health. When you feel the threat of losing something you hold dearly, you'll start wanting it with more intensity than ever before. As a result, you'll work harder to keep it in your life and stop craving other things. The applications of this practice for self-discipline are endless and go beyond the example with fasting. Stop driving for a few days and imagine you'll always have to commute by bus or bike. Suddenly you might realize that you actually love your current car and there's no need to strain your finances and buy a new one. Imagine, and I'm sorry for the horrid mental picture, that your loved one died in a car accident right after you had an argument with them. How terrible would you feel if it was your anger and not your expression of love that would accompany them in their last moments? Wouldn't such a morbid reminder make you less prone to anger attacks and more likely to exert willpower to not shout at your partner, child, parent, or other loved one? In many aspects, your life is already incredible. You just need to remind yourself that you can lose it, so that you can relearn its value for you. Day 157, on remembering death. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. Steve Jobs. In the face of death, what does pride or fear of embarrassment mean? What will you regret more in your last days, not going after your goals out of a fear of failure or voluntarily putting yourself in uncomfortable situations that might result in embarrassment in exchange for eventually making your dreams come true? It's not a particularly pleasant practice to remember that you're going to die, but it can serve as a powerful reminder that, in the grand scheme of things, there's little you can lose and a lot you can gain by chasing after your dreams, and on the other hand, a lot to lose and little to gain by not shaping your life the way you want it to be just because you're afraid of failure or embarrassment. Day 158, on learning from the greats. You do not win in a big fight by any patent device. There is not any way by which you can turn your hand and conquer in a time of great trial. You have got to conquer as your fathers and grandfathers conquered before you. You have got to conquer as strong men have conquered in every struggle of history, and draw on whatever fund of courage, of resolution, of hardihood, of iron will that you have at your command, and you can conquer only if you draw on just those qualities. Theodore Roosevelt. Whatever problems you're facing today, somebody has already faced them in the past. Perhaps not in the exact same way as you, but close enough that the story of this person will resonate with you. That's why I find biographies, particularly autobiographies, so inspirational. You're getting to know the stories of great individuals and discover that no matter what period of history they took place in, people always employed the same or similar ways to achieve success. What's so powerful about it is that you can apply their lessons in your own life and have a reasonable chance that if it worked for them, it will work for you. It might sound like I'm opposed to the use of self-help literature. Obviously I'm not, otherwise I wouldn't write my books, but I strongly believe that you're often better served by reading biographies of people you want to emulate, rather than yet another generic book about personal development. And yes, you have my blessing to close this book now, if you have a good biography waiting for you on the bookshelf. Here are some biographies I strongly recommend, listed in no particular order. 1. Losing My Virginity and Finding My Virginity by Richard Branson. 2. Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. 3. Elon Musk by Ashley Vance. 4. How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big by Scott Adams. 5. On Writing by Stephen King. 6. How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis. 7. Let My People Go Surfing by Yvon Chouinard. Day 159, on having options. Always have options. Options are a primary source of power. Dave Kekich. Here's an easy way to sabotage yourself: limit your thinking to black or white. It's either A or B. You either do it or you don't. Having only two options takes away your power to choose and makes you susceptible to decision avoidance. This, in turn, makes you less likely to introduce important changes in your life. Rarely, if ever, are there only two options. For example, let's imagine you're now working 9 to 5, but you'd like to become an entrepreneur. Black or white thinking makes you believe that you only have two options: keep your job or give notice and start your business. With only two opposite directions to choose from, you can't make it any harder for you to decide. What about continuing your career while building a side business? How about asking your boss if you can work from your home office? What about changing your form of employment to become a contractor instead of an employee? What about finding a job in a startup that is looking for a co-founder with your experience? Suddenly you have other options, and those options can empower you to introduce a change instead of having to choose between the status quo and making an irresponsible decision. Whenever you catch yourself thinking that you only have two options, think again. Black or white thinking is mental laziness. Always find at least one more alternative and give yourself a better chance of making the right decision. Day 160, on deliberate practice. Doing things we know how to do well is enjoyable, and that's exactly the opposite of what deliberate practice demands. Instead of doing what we're good at, we insistently seek out what we're not good at. Then we identify the painful, difficult activities that will make us better and do those things over and over. After each repetition, we force ourselves to see or get others to tell us exactly what still isn't right so we can repeat the most painful and difficult parts of what we've just done. Jeff Colvin. Concentrating on what you aren't good at instead of exclusively doing what you do well can dramatically speed up your progress rate, particularly in a complex endeavor that has many moving pieces. It's tempting to stick to doing what you're good at and ignore the rest. It feels enjoyable, and if it's a skill you can show off to others, that's another reason to stick to what you do well. However, ultimately you can find little growth in repeating, over and over again, what you've already mastered, while other aspects of your performance leave something to be desired. For example, in rock climbing, one of my weaknesses is climbing routes that rely heavily on finger strength. I could choose to ignore any routes of this nature, but doing so would mean dramatically slowing down my progress, if not bringing it to a halt. Even though it gives me great pleasure to climb routes with easier handholds, and climbing the ones requiring finger strength is often a nightmare, I know that ultimately, it's the uncomfortable routes that will make me a better climber. Focusing on your strengths and ignoring or bypassing what you aren't good at is a form of instant gratification. Meanwhile, identifying the painful, difficult activities that will address your weaknesses requires sacrifice, but ultimately leads to bigger rewards in the future. Go with the latter. Day 161, on addressing the real mistakes. When expert putters miss, they don't say, "I am a terrible putter." They say, "I picked the wrong target." John Elliott. Proclaiming that you suck simply because you made a mistake is not only being unfair to yourself. You also rob yourself of the opportunity to improve, and increase the risk of developing learned helplessness. Learning can't happen if you believe that improvement is beyond your control. Yet, that's precisely what you're doing when you're pointing the finger at yourself instead of at a specific action that you took. Imagine an instructor who tells their student that they're a terrible tennis player. What does such kind of feedback accomplish besides demotivating the student? The only effective way to teach is to deliver specific feedback pertaining to a concrete aspect of their game, not by criticizing the person playing it. Do what expert putters do. Instead of wrongly criticizing yourself, address the real mistakes in the form of specific actions you took that didn't result in the desired outcome. Week 24. Day 162, on inverse paranoia. Inverse paranoid, someone who believes the world is conspiring to do him good. Sees every situation as being heaven-sent to teach some valuable lesson or make him successful. This is the most outwardly identifiable quality of a high-performing person. Brian Tracy. Cognitive reframing is a process in which you change the meaning of a difficulty, hardship, or failure and give it a positive slant. For example, if you were injured during a workout, you can think of it as the worst thing that could have happened to you, or you can reframe it by looking at it as an opportunity to recharge and focus on performing the exercise more safely in the future, perhaps preventing an even worse injury by doing so. If you cheated while on a diet, you can think of it as a stupid move on your part. However, it would be better to look at it as a lesson by asking yourself why, where, and when it happened, and what you can do to avoid doing it again in the future. If you're ready to take cognitive reframing to the extreme, and I strongly recommend you do so, develop what Brian Tracy calls inverse paranoia, the belief that the world is conspiring to do you good and that everything that happens to you contributes to your success. Living with such a mindset not only makes you happier, it also makes you more mentally resilient, because you know that everything happens for a good reason, and consequently, less likely to become discouraged and give up. Day 163, on angry comebacks. Never respond to an angry person with a fiery comeback, even if he deserves it. Don't allow his anger to become your anger. Bodie Sanders. Anger is one of the most infectious emotions. When somebody attacks them verbally, for many people the urge to offer a nasty, angry comeback is so overpowering that they do it automatically. Before you know it, you're engaged in a verbal fight. Working on controlling your anger can provide great benefits when it comes to strengthening your impulse control. Every time somebody attacks you, resist the temptation to engage in a fight by either finding something funny about the situation, deflecting the attack, for example by thanking the attacker for expressing their opinion, which might then strike you as humorous, or if those are not possible, walking away from the situation. Remember that in the grand scheme of things you gain nothing and risk a lot by responding with a fiery comeback. As good as venting feels at that moment, losing your temper is not worth it when you consider the potential longer-term cost, such as losing your job, your reputation, a key relationship, or even just ruining your mood for the entire day. Refusing to respond with anger is a simple exercise, but not easy. And that's why, combined with the fact that most of us deal with aggressive people at least once a week, it can be a valuable opportunity for you to increase your self-control when interacting with others. As a bonus quote for today, ponder the words of Hazrat Inayat Khan. Very often in everyday life one sees that by losing one's temper with someone who has already lost his, one does not gain anything but only sets out upon the path of stupidity. He who has enough self-control to stand firm at the moment when the other person is in a temper, wins in the end. It is not he who has spoken 100 words aloud who has won, it is he who has perhaps spoken only one word. Day 164, on easing yourself into the pain. One painful duty fulfilled makes the next plainer and easier. Helen Keller. If you have a few unpleasant tasks to perform and you have no idea where to start, begin with the least unpleasant task to ease yourself into the pain, so to speak. Once you cross off the first task, working on the next task, even if it's more painful than the first one, should be easier because you'll be warmed up, carried forward by the positive momentum. It's like taking a brief, 10-second cold shower prior to jumping into a cold swimming pool, something I used to do when I was a regular at my local swimming pool. You've already exhibited some self-control, warmed yourself up for discomfort. I know, warming yourself up isn't really a good choice of words here, and now the more unpleasant act of submerging your body in cold water should be easier. After all, you've already taken the first step and gained some momentum. If even the least unpleasant task on your list is still so overwhelming that you don't want to get to it, warm yourself up to discomfort by doing virtually anything else that's slightly uncomfortable, such as doing the dishes, performing a quick set of squats, or cleaning your desk. This way, you'll slowly transition from being comfortable into being a bit less comfortable, and eventually, into the unpleasant task you need to perform. Day 165, on not living up to your ideals. Our behavior sometimes falls short of our ideals not because we're bad people and not because our self-interest outweighs our benevolence, but because we don't realize we're not living up to our ideals. Ross Roberts. Self-awareness is an important part of the process of making any change. If you don't pay enough attention to your actions, you won't be able to ensure that you live up to your ideals. Each week, perform a quick review. Ask yourself if your actions during the past week were congruent with your ideals, values, and goals. For example, if my goal is to become a calmer, more understanding person, each week, or each day, I'll ask myself if I exuded those emotions or let myself go, and in both cases, specifically when I did so, and how and why. Knowing when you make mistakes will help you avoid them in the future and encourage further improvement. Don't focus on mistakes alone, though. For motivational purposes, it's also important to think about when you did live up to your ideals and feel proud of your progress. Implement self-monitoring and periodic reviews in your routine, and you'll increase your chances of making a new change stick. If you don't evaluate your behavior, you'll make everything harder. Day 166, on handling emotions. People with a strong physical constitution can tolerate extremes of hot and cold. People of strong mental health can handle anger, grief, joy, and the other emotions. Epictetus. While people usually associate self-discipline with the ability to resist temptations, such as laziness or overeating, another equally, if not more, important benefit of self-control is the increased ability to control your emotions. Both negative and positive feelings make our lives more exciting, but they can also jeopardize our long-term goals if we let them influence our behavior too much. For example, if you're impatient and tend to rush things, one wrong, emotionally motivated decision can destroy the progress of many months or years. A more disciplined approach to impatience, recognizing the difference between when the emotion can actually inspire positive change and when it's a sign of dissatisfaction with something you can't control, would serve you more than letting impatience dictate all of your behaviors. Positive emotions, as pleasant as they feel, can also affect you negatively. For example, being overjoyed with your results carries the danger of self-congratulation and subsequent complacency, which places you at risk of losing the habits that you had to develop to reach that success. A more disciplined approach to joy, expressing your happiness and gratitude for your success, and then reminding yourself that you still have a lot to learn and promptly looking for another challenge, would serve you more than jumping from joy and assuming that now that you've accomplished your goal, you're a world-class expert and now nothing will ever stand in your way. Be vigilant of both your positive and negative emotions and understand the risk they can carry with them when left unchecked. Day 167, on routines overcoming a bad mood. A solid routine fosters a well-worn groove for one's mental energies and helps stave off the tyranny of moods. Mason Curry. I'm a big proponent of daily routines, not only because they ensure that you steadily advance toward your goal, but also because they reduce the likelihood of negative moods ruining your progress. Let's not fool ourselves, we're humans, and sometimes we feel bad. If you don't have a daily routine and wake up in a bad mood, it's almost certain that you won't care much about your current resolutions and forgo them for the rest of the day. Handling your negative mood will be more important than any other objectives you might have had. However, if you've established a daily routine and it's now instilled in your mind, the risk that you won't perform it is much lower. Why is that so? Because the beautiful thing about a daily routine is that once it's automatic, you feel bad when you don't do it. This means that if you're in a bad mood, not performing your routine will make you feel even worse, so the best choice is to stick to your routine in spite of your bad mood. When setting important long-term goals, also create daily routines that will steadily move you toward achieving them. Once established, they will be some of your biggest allies. Day 168, on wasting your energy when you don't have important rituals. There is no more miserable human being than one in whom nothing is habitual but indecision, and for whom the lighting of every cigar, the drinking of every cup, the time of rising and going to bed every day, and the beginning of every bit of work, are subjects of express volitional deliberation. Full half the time of such a man goes to the deciding, or regretting, of matters which ought to be so ingrained in him as practically not to exist for his consciousness at all. William James. Continuing on the topic of routines that we discussed yesterday, the more routines you have, particularly routines for the most important parts of the day, the more time and energy you have for making decisions. Many top performers follow specific routines, but they all differ wildly. For example, Pablo Picasso worked between 3 p.m. and 2 a.m., with a 1-hour break at 10 p.m., while Victor Hugo spent most of his day on leisure, except for a 2-hour writing session between 6 and 8 p.m. Benjamin Franklin woke up at 5 in the morning, while Pablo Picasso didn't wake up until 11 a.m. This demonstrates that what's most important is not following somebody else's specific routine, but following some kind of a routine that fits your personality. At a minimum, develop at least 3 routines in your life that will eliminate indecision and improve your control of the day. 1. When you wake up and when you go to bed. Life is unpredictable and things will happen, but you can choose your working hours and ensure a highly predictable weekly schedule. 2. What you do in the morning to ensure a good day's start. Discover what types of mornings usually lead to happy, productive days and repeat the same actions daily. 3. When you work. Most applicable to entrepreneurs and other people with flexible work schedule. If you don't have a flexible schedule, at least dedicate a set period of the day for the most important part of your work. Week 25. Day 169, on stopping at the right moment to help you tomorrow. The best way is always to stop when you are going good and when you know what will happen next. If you do that every day when you are writing a novel, you will never be stuck. That is the most valuable thing I can tell you, so try to remember it. Ernest Hemingway. One simple trick a writer can use to help him or her resume writing the next day is to stop in the middle of a sentence that leads to a clear conclusion. This way, when they sit down to write the next time, there won't be any writer's block, they can gain momentum right away by finishing the sentence. This advice can be helpful for non-writers, too. Each day when you're finishing your work, leave an easy, unimportant task half finished so that you can immediately begin to work on it the next day with little to no resistance. If you're reading a book about an important skill you want to learn, stop in the middle of an easy chapter, not a difficult one. If you want to improve your nutritional habits but your busyness often leads you to eat less than healthy breakfasts, prepare a small, healthy breakfast the evening before. Make it easy for you to resume your activity the next day, and you'll rarely, if ever, struggle to get started. Day 170, on supply and demand. Supply and demand: the more people do something, the less valuable it is. Derek Sivers. An often overlooked benefit of self-discipline is that it's a rare trait. Consequently, it makes you a more valuable employee when compared to your lazy colleagues, a more respected boss when compared to a boss who demands a lot from others but not from themselves, or a more trustworthy business partner when compared to a person who doesn't mind cutting corners. Since self-discipline is so hard to attain, there will always be more demand than supply. This can indirectly lead to more opportunities and a better financial situation. If you still find it hard to resist temptations, emotions often get the best of you, and you can't overcome the allure of instant gratification, try to give self-discipline a monetary value. The fact that you're becoming more productive, thanks to more self-discipline, increases your chances of being promoted at work. More self-discipline means that you'll improve more quickly at a skill that you plan to monetize soon. And if you're an entrepreneur, it directly affects how much income you generate. It probably sounds ridiculous to suggest that you can become a more self-disciplined person by linking self-discipline with higher income, but can you deny that money is a powerful motivator for many people? If I were to give you $100,000 if you eliminated 3 bad habits from your life, I'm pretty sure that no matter how many times you had failed to get rid of them before, this time you'd succeed. Think of self-discipline in the same category as any other skill or credential you could list on your resume or in a sales brochure. It doesn't cost anything, other than your time and energy, to develop this ability, and the return on this investment can be higher than any other lucrative endeavor you might pursue. Day 171, on stress. Stress, including negative emotions like anger, sadness, self-doubt, and anxiety, shifts the brain into a reward-seeking state. You end up craving whatever substance or activity your brain associates with the promise of reward, and you become convinced that the reward is the only way to feel better. Kelly McGonigal. There are 2 types of stress: distress, which is negative stress in the common usage of this word, and eustress, the good type of stress in which you respond to stress with healthy, positive feelings, for example, during an athletic competition or riding a roller coaster. Distress, and particularly chronic distress, is one of the biggest enemies of willpower. When you're under stress, your ability to withstand pressure diminishes. This means that you can no longer exhibit the same kind of mental toughness and self-discipline as when you're your normal self. It's like expecting your car, to have the same acceleration when there's a semi-truck, stress, attached to it. As Kelly McGonigal notes, stress puts you into a reward-seeking state where your priority ceases to be about personal growth, such as overcoming a temptation, and becomes all about gaining comfort, often at the expense of your long-term goals. And it makes a lot of sense. Why would a person who's stressed out seek more stressors? Chronically elevated levels of stress will not only have a negative effect on your health and well-being, but also on your entire life. If you often get stressed, make it your priority to relax daily, even if it's just 5 minutes of cuddling with your partner, reading a book, or taking a short walk. In addition to that, avoid setting any new challenges for your willpower and conserve your energy when you're going through a tough period. It's better to deal with the stress first and then, having recovered, focus on personal growth yet again, than it is to put too much burden on your shoulders and collapse under the weight. Day 172, on having more than one identity. Those who gain their sense of identity from many areas are more resilient when failing in any one area. For example, a professional tennis player is more likely to be upset by losing a match than is an amateur player for whom tennis is only one of many activities in the week. Neil Fiore. If you define yourself by only one role, an entrepreneur, a surfer, a writer, or a pianist, your self-image might be heavily dependent on your performance in this role. This can make you incapable of effectively processing big failures in that area. For this reason, it's good to define yourself by at least several roles. Then, even when you fail in one domain, there will still be other areas in which your performance might still inspire hope and help you recover from the failure in that other thing. For example, if I have a bad day when rock climbing, it won't affect my well-being very much if I'm still doing well as a writer or have recently improved my language skills or strengthened a key relationship. If I considered myself exclusively a rock climber, each failure would crush me. How many roles do you have? How many of them affect your self-image? If you have only one or two defining roles, consider adding an additional identity or two. That way, you'll disperse any negative emotions over several domains and improve your ability to quickly bounce back from any failure in one of them. Day 173, on eating alone. Meals eaten with one other person present were 33% larger than meals eaten alone, whereas 47%, 58%, 69%, 70%, 72%, and 96% increases were associated with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 or more people present, respectively. John M. De Castro. Here's a super simple way to improve your self-control when eating: eat alone. When people eat with others, they eat more, and the greater the number of people who share the meal with you, the more you eat. However, studies suggest that this phenomenon isn't related to the amount of time spent eating. It's the companionship in itself that makes humans more likely to eat more when they are around other people than when alone. The same happens with animals. With chickens, for example, a full chicken will continue eating if a hungry chicken starts eating with it. If you're currently on a diet and you frequently have a bite with other people, ask yourself how important it is for you to spend time eating with them. Perhaps you could forego or reduce the number of shared meals while you're on a diet and find a different activity that you could do together. Sometimes such simple tweaks can quickly produce big results, so give it a go for at least a few weeks and see whether it can help you achieve your goals more quickly. Day 174, on experiencing life. Accept what life offers you and try to drink from every cup. All wines should be tasted, some should only be sipped, but with others, drink the whole bottle. Paulo Coelho. While this book and most of my other books glorify self-discipline and make it sound like the most important thing in the world, I don't want you to think that a life of deprivation is the right one. In fact, I believe that unless you espouse self-discipline in a healthy way, it might be close to impossible to maintain it in the long haul. However, what is a healthy approach to self-discipline? It's the attitude that self-discipline exists to support you in your goals, but it shouldn't prevent you from fully experiencing life. For example, I'm now on an overseas trip. While I'm still largely following my routine by waking up early and working in the morning, I also make exceptions. I work less, my diet is not as strict, and I allow myself to be lazier. I'm still working towards some goals, but I put some on a temporary hold. I can always work on them later. While pushing myself now would mean that I wouldn't be able to experience the trip to the fullest and recharge my batteries. I want you to be as self-disciplined as possible, but I don't want you to skip eating spaghetti, pizza, or ice cream while in Italy, avoid eating a piece of birthday cake at your best friend's party, or to not enjoy sunny weather and goof off at the beach every now and then. However, as the quote from Paulo Coelho says, please note that you should experience some things only a little, while others are there to be enjoyed to the fullest. There are also experiences that you can skip without any regrets. For example, you don't have to take hard drugs to know that it's a bad idea, while indulging in unhealthy food every now and then, ideally when celebrating something with your loved ones, isn't that bad. Lastly, don't treat it as a permission to cheat. You shouldn't go on a trip while in the middle of your diet just so you can indulge in unhealthy food or get lazy because it's sunny outside while you have an urgent job to do. Accept with welcoming hands what life has to offer, but make sure that you drink from the right cups, and in the right amount, not too little, and not too much. Day 175, on improving self-control by using your other hand. Using the mouse, stirring your coffee, opening doors. This requires people to practice self-control because their habitual tendency is to use their dominant hands. Thomas Denson. One interesting exercise to improve your self-control is to start using your other hand for the things you usually do with your dominant one. For example, use your non-dominant hand for brushing your teeth, pouring drinks into a cup, washing yourself, doing the dishes, opening jars, stirring coffee, or opening doors. Psychologist Thomas Denson had people use their non-dominant hand for 2 weeks for any task that was safe to do that way. After 2 weeks, people in the group using the non-dominant hand controlled their aggression better. What does it have to do with self-control? It's because aggression, or virtually any other thing you control by exerting self-discipline, is an impulse. Just like you automatically open doors with your dominant hand, so do you impulsively reply with anger, grab a cookie, or choose the elevator instead of the stairs. Conscious change in your automatic behaviors, such as intentionally using your non-dominant hand, can then help you improve your ability to control impulses and, by extension, make you more self-disciplined. I know, it's a wild theory, but why not try it? Even if it only produces small improvements, it's still a fun experiment. Week 26. Day 176, on jotting things down. The palest ink is more reliable than the most powerful memory. Chinese proverb. It's all fine and dandy to tell yourself that you're going to achieve this and that goal. However, in the end, our memories are fickle. You can forget about some goals, or stop working on them simply because they were never real in the first place. You've never written them down, so they only existed in your head. And if something is only in your head, you can conveniently make it disappear without a trace or simply forget it without intending to. Develop a habit of writing down your goals, even if it's only one sentence or two. Thanks to the habit of tracking your goals on paper, you'll look at your objectives as real-world resolutions and not just mere ideas floating through your head that you can disregard whenever you feel like doing so. It's more difficult to do the same if your goals are written, because erasing them, regardless if it's by deleting a text file or tearing up a piece of paper, will make it painfully clear that you're giving up on them. In addition to writing down your goals, write down specific routines that you plan to follow in order to achieve them. For example, for this book, I have a spreadsheet in which I note down how many daily entries I write each day. That way, I can hold myself accountable and compare my performance today to that of the past. Moreover, it makes it clear to me how close I am to achieving my goal, and all of that boosts my motivation to keep going. It also lets me see if things are going as planned and if the plan itself needs revision in order to improve the results. Day 177, on sleep. Good sleep habits could refuel a person's ability to make more difficult choices instead of opting for the easier choice or the easier task. June J. Pilcher. Sleep is one of the needs that you can't control no matter how self-disciplined you are. You can choose to go without food for a few days and you'll be fine. If you've been going without sleep for, say, 48 hours, even in a situation like driving, when falling asleep means certain death, you still won't be able to control it. For this reason, sleep is king and you should do all in your power to ensure that you have a good night's sleep. Studies show that a lack of or poor sleep can negatively affect self-control. I don't think I need to cite research to convince you that it's true. You probably have plenty of empiric evidence from your own life, and so do I. If you're half asleep the entire day, your only priority will be to go to sleep as quickly as possible. Who cares about dieting, exercise, money, etc. if they can barely think straight, their mental capacity reduced to zero? There are several key things you can do to improve your sleep. 1. Make sure you have a comfortable mattress. Most mattresses should be replaced at least every 10 years. 2. Make sure you sleep in silence. Any noise will dramatically reduce the sleep quality. Use earplugs if there's no way to soundproof your bedroom. 3. Make sure you sleep in the right temperature. The most beneficial temperature for sleep is 60 to 67 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 to 19 Celsius. 4. Make sure you reduce the amount of blue light you receive in the evening, especially during the last hour before you want to be asleep. This means not using electronics before sleep, and if not possible, as is the case for most of us, put on blue blocking goggles and make sure to expose yourself to bright light during the day. 5. Make sure your racing mind is asleep. If you have any lingering thoughts, write them down and resume thinking about them the next day. You won't have to revisit them during the time you should be sleeping because you will have written them down. 6. Make sure you don't consume caffeine when it's less than 6 hours prior to sleep. It takes 3 to 7 hours for caffeine to metabolize. Caffeine-induced sleep disorder is a real thing, and even if you can fall asleep after drinking tea or coffee, it doesn't mean your sleep is of high quality. 7. Make sure you don't consume a big meal prior to going to sleep. Give your body at least 2 hours after eating before you go to sleep. Day 178, on losing momentum. No matter what your goal/project, never allow yourself to miss 2 days in a row. Leo Babauta. Momentum will carry you forward almost automatically for as long as you stick to your resolutions every day. Missing 1 day every now and then isn't that dangerous, but if it's 2 or more days without any action taken to get you closer to your goal, the risk of giving up on your goal dramatically increases. What I've found from my personal experience is that you don't necessarily have to always stick to your resolutions exactly as they are stated. If, for example, you have a goal to write 1,000 words a day and for a weekend you can only write 100 words each day, you should still be able to resume your regular routine on Monday easily. If, however, you skip writing altogether, resuming your routine will be much more challenging. The same happens with exercise, where even a super brief 5-minute workout will still be better than not exercising at all, or when changing your nutritional habits, where adding even one tiny vegetable to your plate is better than only eating junk food. Whenever you find yourself in a situation where it's hard to stick to your goals, take 1 full day off if you need it, but on the next day perform at least one tiny action associated with your goal. That way you'll still maintain some momentum and ensure that it will be easier to resume your regular routine when you're ready. Day 179, on effort generating satisfaction. We like sitting in a garden but don't want to get sweaty and dirty digging up a garden space or mowing the lawn, so we pay a gardener to cut the grass and plant some flowers. We want to enjoy a nice meal, but shopping and cooking are too much trouble, so we eat out or just pop something into the microwave. Sadly, in surrendering our effort in these activities, we gain relaxation, but we may actually give up a lot of deep enjoyment. It's often effort that ultimately creates long-term satisfaction. Dan Ariely. On day 154 we discussed the value of doing things yourself. We focused on the fact that resisting the temptation to delegate everything can help you learn new things and ultimately grow as a person. Today I'd like to approach this subject from another perspective, that effort leads to long-term satisfaction. By choosing what now feels like a choice that maximizes your happiness, delegating the work, not only do you miss potential opportunities to learn, but you also lose the positive feelings you can get from expending the effort yourself. As I've already stated, it's not possible for most people to do everything themselves. However, whenever you can afford to do so, overcome your laziness and inertia, exert some willpower and, instead of having somebody else do something for you, do it yourself. Yes, in the beginning it probably won't feel as nice as the relaxation you could get from somebody else handling it for you, but in the end the expended effort will probably make you happier. This will also improve your ability to discipline yourself instead of defaulting to delegating the work to others. Day 180, on paying the price as fast as possible. No matter how long a situation continues, there's always a way to get out. But the sooner you handle it, the easier it is. Whenever I can, I choose to pay in advance. But if I become aware of a mistake, I want to pay the price as fast as possible and clear the record. I become fanatically intolerant of permanent irritants. Harry Brown. Small irritating things tend to grow into bigger problems the longer you let them continue. Moreover, the longer the situation continues, the more difficult it is to resolve it. For this reason, it's important to develop a habit of paying the price as fast as possible. Engage in something a little unpleasant today to resolve the situation before it gets worse and more difficult to handle. To share an example with you, there was a time when I used to carry a large textile bag and a duffel bag for each outdoors climbing session. I was too lazy to take my climbing gear out of my gym bag and put it into a travel backpack that was more suitable for transportation between one crag and another. I used to complain about it, but I didn't do anything about the situation because it was only a small irritant. Usually it didn't take more than a couple of minutes to access the crag, so it wasn't a big deal to carry the gear this way. Then one sector required a 20-minute walk on a hiking path with steep declines and inclines. I quickly discovered how stupid and uncomfortable it was to carry climbing gear in something other than a backpack. On the next occasion, I overcame my laziness and put my climbing gear into a backpack. It took me just a few minutes to repack my things, and now I could comfortably walk from one crag to another. Paying the price as fast as possible the first time I realized there was a problem would have helped me avoid unnecessary discomfort. This and other similar lessons have taught me that it's best to act as soon as you realize that there's a problem or an unpleasant thing to do. Use your self-control to handle any irritants, no matter how small they might be, right away. You'll not only get rid of the problem, you'll also exercise your willpower muscle each time you decide to act immediately instead of postponing it. Day 181, on the disciplined pursuit of less. If success is a catalyst for failure because it leads to the undisciplined pursuit of more, then one simple antidote is the disciplined pursuit of less. Not just haphazardly saying no, but purposefully, deliberately, and strategically eliminating the non-essentials. Greg McKeown. It takes work to simplify one's life, and perhaps that's why most people are engaged in the undisciplined pursuit of more rather than less. Saying no is uncomfortable, so by default they say yes to new obligations. They don't pause and ponder on how they use up their energy because it takes too much work. There's always something urgent to do, and hence they never take the time to deliberately eliminate what's unessential in their lives so they can focus on what matters. It's particularly important to remedy a situation in which your non-priorities dominate your priorities. For example, when you spend several hours a week cleaning your house and then don't have time and energy for exercise, it's a clear case of non-essentials robbing your priorities. Harness the power of self-discipline to make some uncomfortable changes, such as hiring a cleaning person so that you can free up your time and energy to focus on what matters more, your well-being. If you want to retain control over your life, embrace the strategy of deliberately pursuing less. Instead of thinking how you can add more to your life, figure out what you can eliminate from it, in order to make more time for what matters most for you. Think twice before you accept any new obligations or add new events to your calendar. Day 182, on saying no. Don't do anything you don't want to do. When you agree to do something you don't want to do, you will resent the person who asked you to do it. James Altucher. Saying yes to something you don't want to do can save you the discomfort of saying no, but ultimately it's like cheating on a diet. You get fleeting pleasure, or in the case of saying yes, temporarily escape discomfort, now at the expense of your long-term well-being. In addition to that, in the case of saying yes, you risk feeling resentful toward the person who asked you to do something you didn't want to do. Practice your self-control by saying no when you're tempted to say yes just to avoid awkwardness. It doesn't mean that from now on you'll never help somebody just because you don't feel like doing it. Give a helping hand whenever people need you, but establish boundaries and respect them. If you have trouble saying no, start small at first. For example, offer your help, but in a limited way, or put some conditions on it. After all, you're the one being asked for help, so even if you don't use your right to refuse, you can still exert your right to say when you're available or what you can and cannot do for another person. Week 27. Day 183, on shocking your body. Your body needs to be shocked to become resilient, Eric explained. Follow the same daily routine, and your musculoskeletal system quickly figures out how to adapt and go on autopilot. But surprise it with new challenges: leap over a creek, commando crawl under a log, sprint till your lungs are bursting, and scores of nerves and ancillary muscles are suddenly electrified into action. Christopher McDougall. One of the most common reasons why people don't succeed at introducing a permanent exercise habit in their lives is because their workouts are boring. They do the same things over and over again, and even if they work in the beginning, the body quickly adapts to them and stops responding to them in the same way as in the beginning. When the effectiveness drops down and a person gets tired of doing the same things, the outcome is predictable: you no longer want to work out anymore. That's why I'm so strongly against any kind of structured fitness classes at the gym that you attend because you think it's the only way to exercise. Seek something enjoyable and exciting that won't feel like dreadful exercise. If you can't find it, keep looking until you do. Ultimately, it's the only way to successfully maintain an exercise habit in your life. However, please note that even if you're doing something exciting, no matter how fantastic it is in the beginning, if you don't change your routine every now and then, it also might get boring. Mixing it up every now and then by focusing on a different aspect of the activity, doing it in a different place, with different intensity or with different people will boost your excitement, shock your body, and ensure that you'll stick to physical activity for the long haul. Day 184, on creating value. Vow, I will create value for society, rather than extract it. John C. Bogle. In today's world of consumerism, it's easy to extract value without creating much yourself. Millions of office workers all over the world pretend they're hard at work, while on their screens you can see solitaire, social media sites, memes, or any other distraction that helps them to pass time until they can go home. Instead of supporting somebody else's efforts or creating something themselves, millions of people pass time by hating the things that were created by others. For example, watch pretty much any video on YouTube and you're guaranteed to see critical, if not blatantly hate-filled, comments, no matter how high the quality of the content and presentation is. Look at other comments that were posted by the same people, and you'll often find that their primary occupation in life is, unconstructively, criticizing the work of others without ever creating anything themselves. Instead of bettering themselves and encouraging others to do the same, millions seek to live their lives in the easiest way possible, even at the expense of their moral principles. Harness the power of self-discipline to create more value than you extract. In addition to making the world a better place, it will serve as a powerful exercise in self-control and transform your mindset to that of a producer, a person who will always be valued in society, regardless of the economy or location. For example, whenever you ask somebody for advice, share the knowledge with 2 or more other people. At work, try to do your best, and if your job doesn't excite you enough to do so, do everybody a favor and find a different job that will let you contribute to the world in a better way. Support other creators instead of criticizing them. Don't always wait for somebody else to take the initiative, step forward and organize something yourself. Resist the temptation to consume without ever contributing much yourself. The more value you create, the better off everyone is, and the more that eventually comes back to you. Day 185, on staying with problems longer. Students who were forced to struggle on complex problems before receiving help from teachers outperformed students who received immediate assistance. Brad Stulberg and Steve Magnus. Here's a simple mindset change that can help you improve your problem-solving skills and make you more persistent. Whenever you face a problem, stay with it for a good while before you ask anyone for help. If you're immediately seeking outside help the instant you find you can't deal with something, you're robbing yourself out of the opportunity to struggle and figure it out yourself. Obviously, this doesn't apply to life or death situations. I don't want you to spend a little while longer trying to figure out how to help a victim of a car accident. Call the ambulance right away. Practice staying with problems longer only when it's safe and sensible to do so. For example, if something is not working properly on your computer, before you call for IT help, seek answers yourself and only get help if you've tried several possible solutions and nothing has worked. If you're learning a new skill and can't figure out how to do something, try to deconstruct it, piece by piece. If you still can't figure it out, seek assistance from your teacher. By rejecting the impulse to ask for help right away, you'll also practice your self-control. The downside is wasting a few minutes on a problem you can't solve. The upside is developing more trust in your own abilities, becoming more patient, and learning something new. Day 186, on simple rules. Simple rules are shortcut strategies that save time and effort by focusing our attention and simplifying the way we process information. The rules aren't universal, they're tailored to the particular situation and the person using them. Donald Sull. I'm a big fan of using rules to simplify my life. In today's world, we have too many choices to make. Many of those choices are trivial, but because we don't want to miss out, we waste precious time deciding where we want to go for dinner, whether we want to drink blueberry, raspberry, strawberry, or blackberry juice, and then waste even more time choosing a meal we want to eat. And that's just one common situation in a sea of choices. Which brand of bread to eat? Which fitness regimen to follow? Where to go for a vacation? Which book to read? The choices are endless, and they're all sucking energy that you could spend on something more constructive and useful. Embrace some simple rules in your life to pare down your choices to the bare minimum. For example, I have a simple rule when it comes to traveling: I never travel to cold places. If it's less than 60 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, I'm not going. This greatly limits my choices. I know that the weather will be relatively good, and I get to spend more time planning the actual trip rather than choosing the destination. Another example, more from the realm of personal development, is my rule of never giving up on anything that's important to me. Having established that something is important to me, I don't give up. I can't break my rule, so I'll stick to a goal for as long as necessary or until it stops being important to me. My other rules include things like not taking group classes. I find it to be an extremely ineffective way of learning when the attention of the teacher is spread out over several students or more, rejecting interviews and social media. I'd rather spend my time by writing a new book, and always choosing solutions that minimize my time investment, even if they're financially more expensive, such as choosing more expensive airport parking to be closer to the terminal or buying more expensive products to reduce the risk of them breaking down. What are your rules? Think of some common decisions you often have to make, including the important choices related to your goals, and think of simple rules you could establish to simplify your life and your decision-making process. Day 187, on not judging too quickly. Realize that other people think their behavior is more responsive to situational factors than you're inclined to think, and they're more likely to be right than you are. They almost certainly know their current situation and their relevant personal history better than you do. Richard Nisbett. You can develop your self-control while working on your most important goals, but you can also practice it in everyday situations, when judging people, for example. Virtually all of us have done it at least once. You assume you know what's best for another person, while in fact you know nothing about their background or approach to the current situation, yet you judge. It's hard to resist this temptation. After all, we look at the world through our own filters and consider them suitable for everything and everyone. Whenever you catch yourself judging someone harshly, pause and ask yourself if you understand this person's personal history, motives, and current situation. A driver who honked at you might have been a jerk, but he might also have just been diagnosed with cancer, late to an important meeting, or driving to the hospital to visit a relative. An overweight person might be lazy, but he or she might also struggle with difficult family issues, health disorders, or be battling against depression. You never know the entire picture, so the best approach is to refrain from judging. You'll improve your people skills, and at the same time you'll be practicing your self-control. Day 188, on pride. All men make mistakes, but a good man yields when he knows his course is wrong, and repairs the evil. The only crime is pride. Sophocles. Pride has a positive connotation. You're proud of your achievements, proud of your children, or proud of your country. However, pride often serves as an excuse to stick to the wrong path or deny responsibility for your wrongdoings. It's also dangerous when it converts to egotism, a state leading to complacency and overestimating your abilities. Embrace a healthy approach toward accomplishment, appreciate your successes, but don't put pride on the pedestal and discontinue further efforts just because somebody acknowledged your triumphs. I sometimes receive emails from my readers telling me that my books have changed their lives. I'm happy to hear that they found my work valuable, but, as strange as it may sound, I refuse to feel proud of my books. My books might have been the spark, but it's the readers' efforts that have helped them change their lives. If I were to convince myself that my books are so incredible, I would have probably become complacent or let the success go to my head. Another aspect of pride is stubbornly following the wrong path. A common demonstration of this behavior is particularly common among men. When they get lost, they'll put off asking somebody for directions for as long as they can, while they continue their journey in the wrong direction. Instead of acknowledging the mistake, swallowing their pride, and asking for help, they waste time and energy just because they're too prideful. If you recognize such a behavior in yourself, vow to never again let pride make you overinvest in the wrong endeavors. The moment you realize you're following the wrong path, stop. Go back to the drawing board, prepare new plans, and start again. In the grand scheme of things, your pride is of small importance when compared to achieving your large long-term goals. Day 189, on adventures. So many people live within unhappy circumstances and yet will not take the initiative to change their situation because they are conditioned to a life of security, conformity, and conservatism, all of which may appear to give one peace of mind, but in reality nothing is more dangerous to the adventurous spirit within a man than a secure future. The very basic core of a man's living spirit is his passion for adventure. The joy of life comes from our encounters with new experiences, and hence there is no greater joy than to have an endlessly changing horizon, for each day to have a new and different sun. John Krakauer. Boredom is dangerous not only because it's unpleasant, but also because it usually means having the worst kind of security in life, complacency. It's good to feel satisfied with what you have, but the moment you get stuck in a rut, afraid that any change will ruin the security you now enjoy, you lose the opportunity for immense joy and personal growth. Adventures spice up life. Without new experiences, life is boring and there's little growth to be attained. When you're bored, you're less likely to feel inspired to make changes in life, so it leads to a downward spiral. Embark on new adventures as often as you can. Traveling always means encounters with new experiences, but you don't necessarily have to leave your hometown every week to live an adventurous life. Learning new interesting skills can be an adventure in itself. Hiking to a nearby wilderness area or spending the night in a tent outdoors can get you out of a rut, too. Lastly, to actually be considered adventures, they are usually at least slightly uncomfortable or dangerous, and that also means an opportunity to practice self-discipline and toughen up. Plan your next adventure now. Week 28. Day 190, on being specific about your resolutions. Instead of saying, "I'm never going to cheat again," say, "Today, I'm not going to do that thing that makes me feel weak and shameful about myself again." Neil Strauss. When setting a new resolution, be specific about it, and particularly about the way a certain behavior you want to give up makes you feel. For example, saying "I'm not going to eat pizza anymore" isn't going to be as visceral as saying "I'm not going to eat that thing that makes me bloated, obese, and tired anymore." The former is a weak, non-emotional statement, the latter is a strong resolution that reminds you about the reason why you want to stop engaging in a given activity. This strategy works the other way, too. Instead of saying "I'm going to write 1,000 words a day," say "I'm going to write 1,000 words a day, the activity that makes me feel so energized, creative, and hopeful about the future in which I'm a best-selling author." A more specific, emotionally charged resolution will stick in your mind better, and that will help you keep going or pause and think before breaking a resolution. Day 191, on futile determination. If any man is able to convince me and show me that I do not think or act right, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth by which no man was ever injured. But he is injured who abides in his error and ignorance. Marcus Aurelius. Determination can change your life, but it can also lead to a lot of wasted time if you stubbornly keep going when everyone around you who's knowledgeable about the goal you want to reach tells you that you're following the wrong path. Obviously, if the only people who are trying to convince you that you're wrong have no idea about what you're doing, you can safely ignore their advice. If, however, people who have reached the goals you're striving to achieve are trying to correct your ways, heed their advice. I sometimes offer advice to new entrepreneurs who have big dreams, but the word realistic doesn't seem to be a part of their dictionary. I tell them to listen to the experts, get their feet wet with a simple business model, and slowly build real-world experience. Unfortunately, many of them ignore this advice only to return months or years later, this time with more humility and a desire to apply their immense desire and determination in a way that it can actually lead to results. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for bold undertakings, but often what those entrepreneurs do is waste time and energy, investing their vast reserves of determination into a project that was doomed to fail from the get-go because they had no real-world business experience to make it succeed. I know how it works, because I was such a person, too. The first time I read The Millionaire Fastlane by M.J. DeMarco, a book that eventually changed my life, I didn't heed the author's advice about not pursuing money-making schemes. I thought I knew better, and foolishly stuck to SEO, search engine optimization, and affiliate marketing. I had to suffer from several more failures before I was ready to listen to people who were more experienced than I was. If you want to save yourself from unnecessary failures, be open to feedback from people who have achieved the goals you'd like to reach. Don't abide in error and ignorance, digging for gold like a madman where hundreds of people had dug before you and didn't find anything. Day 192, on being in it for the long term. Tests compared new musicians who saw themselves as in it for the long term, versus just trying it. With the same amount of practice, the long-term commitment group outperformed the short-term commitment group by 400%. The long-term commitment group, with a mere 20 minutes of weekly practice, progressed faster than the short-termers who practiced for an hour and a half. When long-term commitment combined with high levels of practice, skills skyrocketed. Daniel Coyle. There's something about long-term commitment that makes it immensely more powerful than doing something once-off, even when the amount of time spent practicing is the same in both cases. What matters is not putting in the same number of hours every now and then, but putting in time consistently, even if it's a small amount of time. In other words, the winning strategy is that of a marathoner running long distances slowly, and not that of a sprinter running short distances quickly. For example, as a writer, I currently follow a routine of writing at least 1,000 words a day. I wouldn't be able to do my best work by not having a schedule and writing in a random fashion instead. It's the everyday habit that keeps my writing sharp, and whenever I take a longer break from writing, I need at least several days to get back into the groove. Consequently, I make sure that even if I can't write 1,000 words for some reason, I at least write something. Are your goals designed in such a way that you're working on them regularly, or are you doing them from time to time in an erratic fashion? How can you develop a system that will ensure that each day or each week you practice for a set period of time? Day 193, on becoming a new person. If you want to be a new man, you have to stay in new places and do new things with people who never knew you before. If you go back to the same old ways, what else can you be but the same old person? Joe Abercrombie. Changing yourself doesn't necessarily mean throwing away your old life, cutting ties with your family and friends, and moving to another corner of the world. If, however, certain aspects of your old life clearly hold you back, it is necessary to replace them with something new to enable your identity to change. If, for example, your primary way of spending time is going to nightclubs and partying, don't expect to become highly productive until you get rid of that habit and embrace a new, less exciting, lifestyle. Some of your friends will probably resent you for it, but if they're against you doing what you need to do for your personal growth, are they truly your friends? Likewise, pursuing important long-term goals often means becoming a part of a new community, visiting places you've never been to before, and embracing habits that you've never thought about. It's understandable to feel some resistance toward destroying your old ways and replacing them with something new, but ultimately it's how you become a new person. For example, I was apprehensive about terminating my bodybuilding workout regimen and switching to an entirely different, bodyweight-based approach to exercise. I had to follow new experts, perform new exercises, and train in a different environment. There's no way around it. If you want something new in your life, something old has to go, no matter how sentimental you are about it or how scared you are that the new thing might not work well for you. Day 194, on pain and quitting. Pain is temporary. Quitting lasts forever. Lance Armstrong. Pain, particularly during strenuous exercise, is often so overpowering that you can barely think straight. However, it's through this pain that we grow, and it's a necessary part of the process, just like embracing discomfort in general is essential for rejecting instant gratification in order to accomplish your long-term goals. Whenever you feel tempted to give up because of momentary pain, do your best to remind yourself that pain passes, but the disappointment you'll feel upon quitting will accompany you for a long time. Giving up will give you some relief right now, but the price you'll have to pay will be ultimately more painful than bearing the pain a little while longer. If you think that there's no way you can handle the pain, something that will probably happen to you during the first several weeks of exercising, for example, tell yourself to only bear it for 3 seconds longer and then give up. Often, pain is a fleeting high-intensity burst at the moment you first feel it, and then it quickly recedes as your body adapts to it, something I experienced in numerous workouts, as well as when I took cold showers. Waiting for 3 seconds before you give up can be enough time to enable you to withstand the pain and keep going. As a quick disclaimer, please don't mistake the kind of pain that's safe, signaling you're pushing yourself, with the kind of pain that's the signal of an injury. Whenever you are pushing your limits, always prioritize safety over everything else. Day 195, on procrastination as your ally. If I defer writing a section, it must be eliminated. This is simple ethics. Why should I try to fool people by writing about a subject for which I feel no natural drive? Nassim Taleb. People consider procrastination an enemy and seek ways to eliminate it from their life. What if I told you that procrastination can be actually one of your greatest allies? In essence, when you're putting something off, it's because you don't care about it enough to take action now. If there's no natural drive to get it done, then it means you're forcing yourself into doing something that isn't right for you. Perhaps it's the wrong action or you're thinking about it in the wrong way. Regardless, in both of those circumstances, procrastination tells you that you're lacking the right motivation. If you woke up in the early morning in a burning house, would you put off getting up for later? Likewise, if you cared deep down about building a business, would you procrastinate about doing the necessary work? Playing video games instead of working would be a clear signal that you've yet to uncover a strong enough reason to give up gaming in favor of doing something more productive. The next time you catch yourself delaying action, reassess your motivators. If you're constantly putting it off, your chances of success are slim. Discover better reasons why, or give up and do something else that won't result in constant procrastination. Day 196, on impermanent motivation. Of course, motivation is not permanent. But then, neither is bathing, but it is something you should do on a regular basis. Zig Ziglar. Don't assume that if you're motivated now, you'll be motivated forever, and if the motivation is gone, it's time to give up on your goals. You should draw your motivation from your personal reasons why, such as your desire to build a successful business to offer your family the best of what life has to offer, but you'll have to periodically do some spring cleaning and revise your motivators. Resist the temptation to give up just because you temporarily lack motivation. Instead of treating it as an excuse to discontinue your efforts, come up with practical solutions that will recharge your motivation. Just like you need to wash your body regularly to keep it clean, you need to regularly take care of your motivation. Replenish it whenever it drops and always look for new ways to strengthen it. I strongly suggest creating a document in which you're going to put anything that fires you up. For example, I save articles I find inspirational, jot down songs I find motivating, and download images that inspire me. Whenever I feel under the weather, I can access my inspiration bank and lift my spirits. Week 29. Day 197, on eliminating a negative attitude. I will eliminate hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and cynicism by developing love for all humanity, because I know that a negative attitude toward others can never bring me success. Napoleon Hill. All but a few enlightened individuals engage at least periodically in behaviors and emotions like hatred, sarcasm, envy, jealousy, selfishness, miserliness, cynicism, or indifference. Fighting against those emotions is a battle that never ends, because no matter how self-disciplined you are, those behaviors are often impulses appearing out of the blue. What you can do is to be vigilant for them, and whenever they appear, instead of letting them linger in your head, replace them with the opposite thought or regard them as mere useless distractions. It's important to note that you need to see the pleasure you get out of engaging in negative emotions and behaviors as the worst type of instant gratification. Yes, in some twisted way, it's pleasant to hate somebody, use sarcasm to hurt them, or be indifferent. However, if you engage in those behaviors without any restraint, you're training yourself to not control your impulses. Is this something that will help you exhibit self-discipline in other areas of your life, or will it hurt your efforts to do so? Day 198, on your maxims. The maxims of men reveal their characters. Luc de Clapiers. We've already talked about living in accordance with your principles and using simple rules to improve your decision-making process. Today I'd like to talk about a related topic, the importance of life maxims. I've already told you that metaphors can help instill a change better than any amount of specific step-by-step instructions, and so can the maxims you live by. Ponder the common statement that life is hard. If you truly believe that life is hard, then how does it affect your character? Are you going to be a cheery, optimistic person or adapt a defeatist outlook on life? How about thinking that a stranger is a friend you haven't met? Will this make you more likely to be a friendly person and develop a supportive circle of friends, or close you off to new opportunities to connect with like-minded individuals? What about adopting the maxim that everything in life is possible as long as you refuse to listen to reason? Okay, you won't become the President of the United States if you weren't born in that country, and a few other things, but other than that, would you say that living by such a maxim will hinder your growth or perhaps empower you? Your maxims expose your character. If you want to be successful, make sure that your maxims are empowering and positive. Make a list of the most important truths you live by, consciously or unconsciously, and ask yourself if they all serve you to become a better person. If they don't, discard them and replace them with different, more advantageous ones. Day 199, on your inaction hurting others. If you were meant to cure cancer or write a symphony or crack cold fusion and you don't do it, you not only hurt yourself, even destroy yourself. You hurt your children. You hurt me. You hurt the planet. Stephen Pressfield. If you can't shake yourself out of inaction for your own benefit, perhaps you can do it by having others in mind. This type of motivation is called prosocial motivation. It means taking action for the benefit of somebody or something beyond yourself, your family, your favorite charity, your community, the environment, etc. Spend some time thinking how your inaction hurts the people around you. For some people, the negative motivation they can get from such an exercise is more powerful than any words of encouragement. The guilt they feel upon realizing they're betraying their family or harming the planet can be a more enticing motivator than getting the rewards for themselves, whether they're internal or external ones. It's a technique I sometimes use to motivate myself to write. I've developed the skill of writing and people seem to enjoy and benefit from my books. If I don't write more books, I'm hurting them by depriving them of the education and possibly valuable insights that they could get by reading my works. If you're the type of a person who often cares more about others than yourself, this sort of motivation can turn you into a high achiever. However, be cautious not to overdo it. The point isn't to spend your life working yourself into the ground, forever feeling guilty that you could do even more. Strive to produce value for everyone, including yourself. Day 200, on fretting about yesterday's problems. If a ship has been sunk, Admiral King went on, I can't bring it up. If it is going to be sunk, I can't stop it. I can use my time much better working on tomorrow's problem then. By fretting about yesterday's. Besides, if I let those things get me, I wouldn't last long. Dale Carnegie. So many people waste time living in the past. They feel guilty because of the mistakes they made last year, regret not making a different decision last week, or wishing they could have somehow foreseen a failure 5 months ago. What's the point? Like Admiral King says, if a ship has been sunk, it's not like you can bring it up and set sail again. If you made a mistake, it's not like you can undo it. You can fix some of its consequences, but you can't turn back the clock. Likewise, you can't change the decision you made a week ago. All you can do is make a different decision today. Nor can you foresee the future. All you can do is try to do your best and prepare for the worst. Tap into your resources of willpower whenever you catch yourself fretting about yesterday's problems. Instead of ruminating about them, think about what you can do today, right here and right now, to improve your life. Ultimately, the only control you have is over what you're doing now, so make sure you're making the right choices today. Day 201, on teaching others. Teach others what you are learning. You become what you teach. You teach what you are. When you attempt to articulate and explain a new concept to someone else, you understand it and internalize it better yourself. You only really know something to the degree to which you can teach it to someone else, and have them understand and apply it in their own lives. Brian Tracy. Here's an ingenious way to become more self-disciplined. While learning how to strengthen your self-control, regularly share your lessons with other people. Teaching is a powerful way to make the knowledge you already have in your head become more organized and better internalized. Guess why I write books about self-discipline? Just kidding, though writing has definitely helped me clarify my ideas and better understand them myself. The next time you find yourself in a conversation with somebody who is wondering how to instill more self-discipline in their lives, don't hesitate to share your experiences or even serve as their unofficial coach and mentor. Another wonderful way to teach others is to participate in online forums or on social media sites. Teach others how you succeeded with your goals or how you successfully overcame a recent temptation, and you'll not only help them achieve their dreams, but also solidify your own success. Last but not least, if you aren't willing to teach others, teach yourself by journaling. Jotting down your insights, lessons, and conclusions will also serve as a valuable tool for self-improvement. Day 202, on accepting the worst. True peace of mind comes from accepting the worst. Psychologically, I think it means a release of energy. Lin Yutong. If you can't stop worrying, accept that the worst will happen and let it go. Having released this negative energy, you can now think of constructive ways to deal with the aftermath instead of wasting your time fearing the worst. This technique sounds simplistic, but it's actually a powerful way to escape from fear-driven paralysis. For example, if you're constantly worried that your business will not succeed and you're procrastinating about getting started, assume that it will go bankrupt. What can you do to ensure that the failure of your business won't have a big impact on your life? Make a list of potential solutions, such as starting your business on a shoestring or working on it only during the weekends, without it negatively affecting your day job. Now, if your business actually fails, you'll know how to cope. And if it doesn't, being prepared won't hurt you. In the end, thanks to accepting the worst, you can escape indecision and be better prepared both for success and failure. Day 203, on maintaining composure. Those who have accomplished the greatest results are those who never lose self-control, but are always calm, self-possessed, patient, and polite. Ryan Holiday. Being calm, self-possessed, patient, and polite are all traits that everyone interested in building self-discipline should aspire to have. Let's go through them one by one and offer some pointers on how to develop them. Staying calm means being free of nervousness, anger, and other negative emotions that can take away your self-control and make you do things you'll later regret. In essence, staying calm comes down to mindfulness and the clear logical thinking that comes from that. One of the best ways to become calmer is to engage in some type of a meditative practice. Whether it's traditional meditation, engaging in a high-focus sport, or doing something that captures your full attention, it will serve as an exercise in mindfulness and thinking clearly. Being calm is a skill. The more often you put yourself in a calm state, the easier it will be to access and maintain it in your everyday life. Being self-possessed means that you can navigate difficult situations with grace and remain in control of your feelings in circumstances in which a person lacking such an ability would lose their head. By far the best way to develop this ability is by deliberately putting yourself in uncomfortable situations. The more you stretch your comfort zone, the less future situations will overwhelm you. A person who's already been in a disagreeable situation several times, out of their own volition, will be less likely to lose their head when they involuntarily find themselves in such circumstances in the future. A person who's unable to remain patient, whether it's with other people or when waiting for results to materialize, is more likely to make impulsive decisions that will sabotage their long-term goals. You need to train patience like a muscle. One way in which you can exercise your patience muscle is by engaging in activities that require patience or by learning a skill that takes a long time to develop. Slow progress will help you develop more humility and understand that some things can't be rushed, no matter how hard you try to push them. Being polite seems unrelated to the topic of self-discipline, but there's one aspect of this trait that does affect your self-control: treating everyone as your equal. People who are impolite are in essence putting themselves above others, thinking that they're superior. This arrogance can lead them to unnecessarily putting themselves in situations that test their willpower, which carries a higher risk of failure. How do you become more polite? Easy. Assume that you aren't better than others and try to learn from everybody. It's impossible to be impolite toward a person you consider your mentor, because that's what every person can become for you when you embrace humility. Week 30. Day 204, on psychological limits. The limit I thought existed was purely psychological. Now that I'd seen someone doing 1,000 pounds, I started making leaps in my training. It showed the power of mind over body. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Our limits come primarily from our surroundings. If your role model of financial self-discipline is your Uncle Jimmy, who somehow managed to save $500 this year, his example will set your own threshold. After all, he's the only person you know who has managed to save money, so $500 saved in a year has to be a huge accomplishment. Let's imagine that your uncle has been networking with the movers and shakers and invited you out to a dinner with Bob, an owner of a local chain of bakeries. Bob instantly takes a liking to you and answers all of your questions with enthusiasm. When you ask him how much a person should save during a year, he says that everyone can easily save at least $5,000 a year, and that's actually what he did for several years, in order to save enough money to bootstrap his business. Suddenly your psychological limits stretch, and now in your mind, it's $5,000, that's a lot, and $500 feels like nothing. The same effect happens in virtually all areas of life, whether it's finance, fitness, health, learning new skills, eradicating deeply rooted negative habits, or introducing new challenging ones. Exposing yourself to high performers can be a wonderful way to push your psychological limits and show you what's possible. Reading stories of average people like you or me who have managed to achieve their goals despite having no natural talent, resources, or any other hidden advantages works almost like brainwashing. What belonged to the realm of impossible is now something you know can be achieved. Day 205, on treating hate as an exercise. I have no time to quarrel, no time for regrets, and no man can force me to stoop low enough to hate him. Lawrence Jones. Critics can get the best of even the world-class top performers with millions of fans. Sadly, most of us have a tendency to focus more on a single instance of hatred than on a multitude of people expressing their love for ourselves or our work. Fortunately, encountering hate can serve as a valuable exercise in building self-control. As Lawrence Jones points out, it's your choice as to whether you stoop low enough to radiate hate back, or ignore it and focus on something else that is more important. When you meet with criticism, skepticism, or sarcasm, receive it as an opportunity to practice self-control. Instead of responding to it, think of it as a minor annoyance that tests your patience. You have just downsized it to a level where it's just not worth your time or energy. Just like you can practice restraint when you're stuck in traffic, you can improve your self-control by disregarding hate. That way, you'll get two benefits: you'll improve your willpower and avoid ruining your mood by engaging in negative emotions. Day 206, on vice fasts. Go on a vice fast. Pick one vice and abstain for 30 days. Proving to yourself that you're still in charge. Darren Hardy. 30-day vice fasts can be a great way to kickstart your self-control after a period of decreased self-discipline. Since it's just a 30-day challenge and not a lifetime change, you'll feel less resistance to starting it. Even though it's such a short period, it can still serve as a great way to exercise your willpower. Some ideas for 30-day vice fasts include 30 days without alcohol, 30 days without sugar in any form, or without processed sugar alone, 30 days without the snooze button, 30 days without watching TV, 30 days without watching pornography, 30 days without using social media, 30 days without spending money on anything besides necessary expenses, such as food, transportation costs, and bills. Day 207, on enthusiasm and endurance. Enthusiasm is common. Endurance is rare. Angela Duckworth. In a perfect world, everyone who is pursuing their goals would be an endless source of enthusiasm for themselves and always be ready to pump themselves up when things get difficult. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, life isn't so simple. No matter how passionate you are about your goals today, there will come a day when everything will suck and all you'll want to do will be to give up. On that day, it won't be feel-good enthusiasm that makes you continue. It will be dogged determination and the tenacity to finish what you begin that will carry you forward. In a sense, enthusiasm is a fair weather friend. By all means, you can have a great time with it when things are going well, but if you're having problems, the only people you'll be able to turn to would be your true friends, or in this case, perseverance. I once spent a weekend in miserable conditions, on the brink of hypothermia, learning outdoor first aid, something I was initially enthusiastic about. I can't even begin to describe how tempted I was to end that torture and go back home. Nobody forced me to stay there. At any moment, I could have said that I was unwell and announced that I had to leave the camp early. However, doing so would have been to act against my most important values and to miss out on an opportunity to instill endurance in myself. In the end, I saw it through to the end. Even though the experience was hellish, I reinforced my habit of keeping going and staying the course, even when everything inside me is screaming to let it go and quit. To train your endurance, vow to always see things through to the end. This will help you develop an empowering habit of sticking to your resolutions, come hell or high water. Day 208, on profiting from your losses. The most important thing in life is not to capitalize on your gains. Any fool can do that. The really important thing is to profit from your losses. That requires intelligence, and it makes the difference between a man of sense and a fool. William Bolitho. In an ideal world, everybody would succeed more often than fail. In reality, failures are more common than triumphs, and so it means that the key skill is to learn how to profit primarily from your losses, not your successes. And how do you do that? Simple. Whenever you fail, don't just shrug it off and try again. Carefully analyze what happened, what worked well and what didn't, and what ultimately led to a failure. If you fail to do so, you'll miss out on a valuable learning experience and probably repeat your mistakes in the future. As an author, I track my book sales performance. If a book doesn't perform well, despite my following the exact same marketing approach as I had used with my previous successful releases, I know that I probably made a mistake when I chose its topic and won't write about it again. When it comes to my nutritional habits, I try to track how each food affects me. That way, I discovered that potatoes always make me feel unwell, and that no matter how many strawberries or blueberries I eat, I'll still be hungry. Such simple discoveries can have a huge impact on your diet, because you'll know the potential dangers and, instead of unconsciously exposing yourself to them over and over again, you'll correct your approach. Don't discount the value of a failure. There's a hidden treasure underneath each setback and struggle. Dig it out and use it to help you get closer to your goals. Day 209, on finishing quick tasks right away. My rule is never to lay down a letter until I have answered it. I dictate the reply to my secretary at once. William L. Sadler. There exists a big temptation to put off quick tasks. After all, they're easy and fast to do, so why do them now? Better to batch them and take care of them later. However, ultimately this strategy can generate more work. The reason is simple: whenever you procrastinate about a quick task, you're actually creating two tasks, the task in itself, and the task of remembering to do it. True, you can note it down, but it's still another task to do. In the end, keeping track of it can cost more time than simply doing the task right away. Moreover, quick tasks have a tendency to accumulate, and what originally would only take 5 minutes can ultimately take 3 hours, and then it suddenly becomes a problem to find so much time to get it all done. Finally, whether it's a quick task or not, putting it off just because you don't feel like doing it now creates a habit of procrastination. Remember that all of your behaviors contribute to who you are as a person. Procrastinating about small tasks leads to procrastinating about big goals. The next time you find yourself thinking about postponing a quick task, do it right away. Anything important that takes less than 5 to 10 minutes should be attended to immediately. Day 210, on deferring happiness. I have found that one of the commonest causes of unhappiness among my patients is that they are attempting to live their lives on the deferred payment plan. They do not live, nor enjoy life now, but wait for some future event or occurrence. Maxwell Maltz. It's important to be future-oriented and prioritize future rewards over instant gratification. However, this statement is only valid to a certain point. If you live exclusively in the future, thinking that achieving some goal in the future is the only way to bring you happiness, chances are you won't be happy either now or when you reach your goals. By then, you'll come up with yet another event that must happen in order for you to be happy. For this reason, it's important to ensure that while your focus is on the future, it isn't a condition for you to be happy. For one, if you're unhappy today, it will affect your well-being and make you less likely to reach your goals. Positivity breeds more positivity, while negativity spawns more negativity. A lack of happiness today can ruin your chances of making your future vision turn into reality. Second, happiness is a habit, and just like any other habit, it requires some self-control to practice it. Activities like expressing gratitude for what you have, reframing negative events into valuable experiences, and drawing pleasure from the little things are all essential practices you need to engage in regularly to stay in top mental shape. Last but not least, if you're always waiting for some future occurrence, thinking that it will change your life, you're essentially delegating the responsibility for your own happiness to some event happening, or not, in the future. Does that sound like a behavior of a successful person? Week 31. Day 2. 211, on a simple adherence hack. Photograph all meals or snacks prior to eating. Subjects who use food diaries lose 3 times as much weight as those who don't. Tim Ferriss. Photographing all that you eat will make you more aware of what you put in your mouth. It will make you pause and think before you cheat because there will be a clear consequence of it, a picture that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that you didn't stick to your resolutions. Such a simple hack can provide tremendous benefits or even be the single thing that will finally make you stick to your diet in the long term. I can attest to the benefits of this approach. When I was on a diet, I used to track my food intake to make sure that I hit my nutritional targets for the day. If I ate something, it had to be noted in the spreadsheet. This made it more difficult to cheat because I could immediately see when and how much I was exceeding my planned caloric intake for the day. This trick doesn't just apply to dieting. You can also use it successfully for other goals. For example, if you want to become an early riser, take a picture of your clock the moment you get out of bed. If you want to become more fit, record a video of your every workout or jot down the exercises you did, the amount of weight that you lifted, the number of reps, sets, and the duration of your session. If you want to save more money, photograph any purchase that isn't a necessity. Day 212, on learning from your illness. When you become ill, regard your illness as your teacher, not as something to be hated. George Ivanovich Gurdjieff. Nothing in life is more important than health, but we fail to understand this fact until we become ill and lose what we've been taking for granted for so long. At first, you deny it. Then you start wondering, why me? Then you start hating it, and the more that negative emotions breed inside you, the more difficult it is to battle against the illness. Many illnesses are preventable, or at least you can greatly reduce your risk for them by adopting healthy habits. Other illnesses can fall upon anyone, making your life miserable without it being your fault. In both cases, setting aside the obvious fact that it would be better not to have it at all, an illness can serve as a teacher. In fact, regarding your illness as a mentor is the only way in which you can effectively cope with it. Denial, hate, regret, or frustration ultimately only work against you. If you're currently dealing with an illness, look at it as an opportunity to review your life, your lifestyle choices, and your priorities. Take advantage of the fact that now you understand on a visceral level how important health is and make those healthy changes you've been postponing for so long. Finally, think of the illness as a challenge to overcome, and if it's chronic and incurable, seek examples from people who live their lives to the fullest despite not being in the best health or physical condition. Nick Vujicic, a motivational speaker who was born without all 4 limbs, Sean Swarner, the first 2-time cancer survivor to climb the 7 highest peaks of the 7 continents, Randy Pausch, a professor given 3 months to life who gave an inspiring lecture entitled The Last Lecture, which went on to become a global phenomenon, or Jessica Cox, the first pilot without arms. Day 213, on sudden trials. The art of life is more like the wrestler's art than the dancer's, in respect of this, that it should stand ready and firm to meet onsets which are sudden and unexpected. Marcus Aurelius. Preparing yourself for possible temptations and avoiding situations in which you're likely to encounter them is a solid strategy, but it won't eliminate one of the most formidable enemies, sudden and unexpected trials. During my Krav Maga workouts, an Israeli self-defense system, my coach often reminds me that during an attack in the street, I'll be unlikely to be prepared for it. I may be carrying shopping bags, coming home after a tiring workout, feeling sick, or have my mind so occupied that I won't notice the threat until it's too late. Consequently, during our workouts, we sometimes imitate such situations so that I can be better prepared during an unexpected attack. Self-discipline is similar to self-defense in this regard. It's one thing to remain self-disciplined when you're mentally prepared or perform a self-defense technique during training, and a completely different thing to face temptations or an enemy when they're most likely to emerge when you're tired, angry, sick, heartbroken, or depressed. As hard as it is, try to pay even more attention to your self-control when you aren't at your best. It's during those testing times that you can learn the most about your weaknesses, as well as your hidden strengths. To better prepare yourself to handle such negative, unpredictable circumstances, periodically test your character while you're under the weather. For example, while writing these words, I'm pushing myself to complete 2 days' worth of work even though I've been having low spirits the past few days. Even though it's hard, I know that it will serve me well the next time I'll have to deal with a different sudden, unexpected trial. Day 214, on fearing the future. The only thing we know about the future is that it is going to be different. Peter Drucker. A quick thought-provoking question for today: if you know for a fact that the future will be different, then what's the point of fearing it? When people fear that they will fail or succeed, fear of success is a real thing. Success can change your life in many ways, and not always in the ways you expected, which makes it scary. They're essentially fearing that their lives will be different, but it's a fact anyway. No matter what you do, your life will be different and you'll have to deal with the aftermath of your life changing, no matter if you pursue your goals or not. If that's the case, both fears are unfounded because a change is guaranteed anyway. And not only that, not taking action because you're afraid of the future is a worse choice, because when you pursue your goals, at least you have a certain amount of control over how your future will be different. If you let fear overpower you, your future will still be different, but you won't be able to steer it or know, with at least some accuracy, how it's going to change. For example, if you change your nutritional habits and start exercising more, you can predict with some accuracy that your health will most likely improve, or at least not get worse. Can you predict what kind of health deterioration you will go through if you don't make any changes? What's scarier, the prospect that you'll become a different person through your new positive habits, or the prospect of not knowing if, and if so, what disease, a health disorder, or another unpleasant thing will hit you? Day 215, on self-determination. The most successful people, the evidence shows, often aren't directly pursuing conventional notions of success. They're working hard and persisting through difficulties because of their internal desire to control their lives, learn about their world, and accomplish something that endures. Daniel Pink. Take a cue from the most successful people and figure out how to link your goals with the desire to control your life, learn about the world, or accomplish something that endures. How can your desire to build a business play into your need for autonomy, learning, or contribution? Easy. A business will give you financial freedom and let you control your life to the fullest extent. Growing your business will help you discover the parts of you that you've never known existed. And finally, building a successful business will leave a mark on the world. Even if it's a small one, it's still a big accomplishment to build an organization of any kind. What about dieting? How can you link something as mundane as caring for your body to such high desires? It isn't that hard, either. Only a healthy person can control their life. A sickness can quickly remind you who's the boss. Self-discovery? Go on a diet, explore how you feel when temptations arise, and you'll get to know a lot about yourself. Accomplish something that endures? Change your body permanently and you'll not only build something that hopefully lasts for a long time, but also discover how powerful a physical change can be for your mental state. Now, think of your own goals and go through the same thought process, which will increase their significance to you and boost your determination. Day 216, on accounting for flexibility in your plans. Another drawback of daily plans is that they lack flexibility. They deprive the person of the chance to make choices along the way, so the person feels locked into a rigid and grinding sequence of tasks. Life rarely goes exactly according to plan, and so the daily plans can be demoralizing as soon as you fall off schedule. With a monthly plan, you can make adjustments. If a delay arises one day, your plan is still intact. Roy Baumeister. I'm a fan of daily routines, writing a specific number of words, sticking to the same number of consumed calories, or learning the same number of words in a foreign language every day. However, at the same time, having experienced on more than a few occasions that life often doesn't go exactly according to the plan and disruptions are bound to happen, I account for some flexibility in my plan. This way, when I mess up one day, it doesn't have to affect my entire progress. For example, whenever I'm tweaking my caloric intake, I try to focus more on what happens during an entire week or month than any specific day. This way, if I mess it up one day by eating too little or too much, it doesn't matter because I can make up for it the next day or a week later. Granted, it carries the risk of making regular exceptions and setting a precedent, so it's important to always plan exactly when you're going to adjust for a day of variance. Recently I set for myself a goal to write 10 daily entries for this book for 10 days so that after the end of this sprint, I will have written entries for 100 days, or almost 30% of the book. If I were to only count it as successful if I stuck to writing 10 entries every day, without allowing myself any kind of flexibility, I'd have failed on the 8th day, which I spent outdoors. However, knowing that such a disruption would happen, I wrote 14 entries the day before my trip and 6 in the early morning before my departure. Thanks to accounting for flexibility, I avoided the demoralizing effect of dropping the ball, and after 10 days, I had also completed my goal of writing 100 entries in total. When setting new routines and goals, allow yourself some flexibility, too. If you have a daily quota, don't immediately count it as a failure if you don't perform it for one day. Work a little more for the next several days, and instead of falling off the bandwagon, you'll still achieve your original goal. Day 217, on things not being up to us. Some things are in our control and others not. Epictetus. Living according to the most fundamental principle of Roman Stoicism, acknowledging that some things are up to us and others aren't, and it's of no use to worry or complain about the latter, is an excellent way to strengthen your self-control. At the moment I'm writing this, I'm in the process of launching a new book. Things went bad from the start. I had to wait over 36 hours before my book was published, something that normally takes a few hours. This in itself delayed my entire launch schedule. Then it turned out that because of another error, some early reviewers couldn't post their review. Then I realized I forgot to upload my audiobook, which pushed back its release date. In the meantime, I had other fires to put out related to other aspects of the business. I won't lie, I was frustrated. However, in the end it all proved to be a valuable exercise in self-control. By trying not to get overly frustrated or worry too much about something that I couldn't control, I became slightly better at handling such situations, which are bound to repeat in the future. Whenever you're going through hardships that are beyond your control, look at them as an exercise in reining in your emotions. There's nothing you can do to change the situation, so at least you can learn something from it. Week 32. Day 218, on protein in your diet. Potential beneficial outcomes associated with protein ingestion include the following. 1. Increased satiety. Protein generally increases satiety to a greater extent than carbohydrate or fat and may facilitate a reduction in energy consumption. 2. Increased thermogenesis. Higher protein diets are associated with increased thermogenesis, which also influences satiety and augments energy expenditure. And 3. Maintenance or accretion of fat-free mass, in some individuals, moderately. Higher protein diet may provide a stimulatory effect on muscle protein anabolism, favoring the retention of lean muscle mass. Douglas Patton Jones. Research suggests that one of the simplest ways to improve your adherence to a diet is to increase the amount of protein in it. Protein is a miraculous macronutrient. It's not only the body's important building block, but is also more satiating than carbohydrates or dietary fat. Moreover, when on a diet, consuming higher amounts of protein helps to retain muscle mass. Foods rich in protein include meat, fish, eggs, cheese, milk, yogurt, beans, nuts and seeds. Making sure that your diet is rich in protein will help you lose weight, but also to maintain a healthy weight later on, so if your diet is mostly carbohydrate and fat-rich, make some adjustments to include more protein-rich foods. However, be careful to not increase your overall calorie intake. When looking for potential high-protein foods, make sure that higher content of protein doesn't come with higher amounts of fat. It's a common combination. Day 219, on dropping unnecessary tasks. You can complete a project by dropping it. Ariana Huffington. I understand, there's certain allure in being busy all the time, always having a long list of things to do. And let's not forget, you're the only one who can perform all those tasks, right? However, if you want to become more productive and still have energy for your other goals, when you look at your to-do list, in addition to thinking about when and how to do a certain task, ask yourself if you can drop it. For example, one of my contractors recently pointed out there was a small mistake in one of my old books. I'm not going to lie. At first, I added it to my to-do list. But then, the next day, I realized that the error was so inconsequential that it made no sense to spend time fixing it. I had more pressing things to attend to, and my readers would benefit more from another book of mine released on time than me wasting time fixing a thing nobody had ever noticed before. Look at your to-do list and be honest with yourself. How many tasks are there on your list because you put them there automatically, without even asking yourself if they're important? How about dropping them to make more time for what matters? Day 220 on a lack of vision. A lot of times when people come to us and they say, "Hey, I really struggle with self-discipline in this area or that area," what we almost always find is it's not that they struggle as much from a lack of discipline as they do from a lack of vision. The amount of our endurance is directly proportionate to the clarity of our vision. Rory Vaden. When you're staring at this delicious piece of cake, you might start wondering why you're taking such great pains to avoid it. Unless you have a clear, specific vision that acts as a mental picture reminding you why, it's easy to say to hell with it. After all, you aren't really sure why you're depriving yourself of such a pleasure, so why continue to do it? I strongly suggest starting each day with a quick mental reminder of your goals. Imagine what you want to accomplish, how it will make you feel, and why it's so important that you want to reach it. On my journey toward building a successful business, I regularly read a document that described, in detail, the future in which my goals are accomplished. It not only made it easier for me to stay productive and keep going despite hardships, but also made the prospect of achieving my goal more vivid and boosted my confidence that I would eventually reach it. Write a few paragraphs that describe your own goals or create a vivid mental image and frequently review it to boost your resolve and enable you to stay away from temptations. Day 221 on anti-models. People focus on role models. It is more effective to find anti-models, people you don't want to resemble when you grow up. Nassim Taleb. A common piece of advice to inspire you to pursue your ideal lifestyle is to find successful people whom you'd like to emulate. However, what sometimes works better than positive motivation is negative motivation. For example, you'll most likely run faster if you're running away from a psychopathic killer than if you're running in a race with monetary prizes. In the same way, you might find more motivation in making a list of traits or describing the kind of a lifestyle you don't want to live, identifying people you don't want to resemble, and then using them as your anti-models. Whenever you find yourself tempted to give up, cheat, or otherwise betray your values, remind yourself that each time you're doing it, you're getting closer to becoming your anti-model. If you've chosen your anti-models well, you'll do whatever you can to avoid their fate, and that's the power of negative motivation. If you don't know any people who can serve as anti-models, imagine your future self as a person who did the opposite of what you want and is now stuck in living the worst kind of a lifestyle that you could ever imagine. Treat the undesirable future you as your anti-model. Day 222 on your depleting willpower. Self-control is highest in the morning and steadily deteriorates over the course of the day. Kelly McGonigal. Some scientists, like Kelly McGonigal and Roy Baumeister, believe that willpower is a depleting resource. You wake up with a specific amount of willpower and it steadily decreases during the day until, in the evening, you're supposedly no longer in control of your actions. In their research, critics of this theory like Veronica Job and Carol S. Dweck pose that whether willpower is a resource or not largely depends on what you think about the issue. If you believe that your self-control is something that you use up during the day, that will be the case. If you believe it's something that is with you whenever and wherever you want it, you won't notice a drop in self-control over the course of the day. Instead of taking sides, I suggest being neutral about it. Even if your willpower is not a depleting resource, it's better to perform your habits in the morning not because your self-control will run out later on, but because things tend to happen during the day that will capture your attention and possibly make you forget about what you vowed to do in the evening. You might also simply get tired and don't feel in the mood to push yourself once again. At the same time, don't limit yourself by making an excuse that you've run out of self-control. Try to exercise your willpower muscle, whether it's in the morning or in the evening. The moment you can't lift a certain weight or continue running is largely in your head and you can often push it. Why that wouldn't be the case when it comes to self-control? Day 223 on clear cues and rewards. People who have successfully started new exercise routines show they are more likely to stick with a workout plan if they choose a specific cue, such as running as soon as they get home from work, and a clear reward, such as a beer or an evening of guilt-free television. Charles Duhigg. According to best-selling author Charles Duhigg, a habit consists of a cue, a signal to perform a habit, a routine, action, and a reward for engaging in the habit. This loop, when repeated over and over again, creates an automatic behavior. When creating new habits, make sure that you have clear cues and rewards. This will help you introduce new routines with less resistance. For example, if you want to start running every morning, keep your running shoes by your bed, and before you leave, put your coffee mug on the table in the kitchen so that when you get back, coffee will serve as a reward for a job well done. One thing to be aware of is that your reward can't undo the benefits of the habit. If you want to reward yourself for exercising by eating a giant pizza, you'll be taking one step forward and two steps back each time you engage in such a habit loop. Instead, think of a healthier, less caloric reward: a smoothie, some nuts, a piece of fruit, or something that has nothing to do with eating, such as an hour spent reading a book, watching your favorite TV series, or taking a long bath. Please note that in the beginning, a new habit like jogging in the morning can be unpleasant, but with time the action itself can be a reward. A workout can produce a feel-good endorphin rush. Some effective cues include another habit, like engaging in a positive habit after you finish brushing your teeth, a certain place, like getting back home after work and immediately sitting down to work on your side business for an hour, or a certain time, each day at 6 p.m. you spend 15 minutes stretching. Day 224, on juggling 5 balls. Imagine life is a game in which you are juggling 5 balls. The balls are called work, family, health, friends, and integrity. And you're keeping all of them in the air. But one day you finally come to understand that work is a rubber ball. If you drop it, it will bounce back. The other 4 balls are made of glass. If you drop one of these, it will be irrevocably scuffed, nicked, perhaps even shattered. James Patterson. Self-discipline and your long-term goals are important, but throughout all of my books, I periodically emphasize that life isn't only about accomplishment. In fact, your well-being, living with integrity, and the relationships you have with your friends and family matter more than everything else. What's the point of self-improvement if you can't share your successes and failures with others? Is being super rich worth it if you've developed a reputation of a crook? Does it make sense to lose your health just to get a promotion at work? When balancing between different aspects of your life, always prioritize the glass balls over the rubber one. You can always accomplish your goals later, but you can't always restore relationship with your family, revive your friendships, recover your health, or regain trust. Spend 5 minutes today thinking whether you're careful enough when handling the glass balls in your life. How often do you ignore your health or family to focus on work? How can you work on your goals in a more sustainable way that would reduce the risk of losing your health, integrity, or relationships? Week 33. Day 225, on following someone else's plan. Esther asked why people are sad. That's simple, says the old man. They are the prisoners of their personal history. Everyone believes that the main aim in life is to follow a plan. They never ask if that plan is theirs or if it was created by another person. They accumulate experiences, memories, things, other people's ideas, and it is more than they can possibly cope with. And that is why they forget their dreams. Paulo Coelho. I like to say that self-discipline can change a lot in your life, but it won't change much if you're following someone else's dreams. For example, I went to college because my parents wanted me to do it. Graduating from college was, according to them, a necessity to succeed in life. I couldn't care less about formal education, but they did, and since I was young and inexperienced, I obeyed. Despite being a self-disciplined and persistent person, I didn't last even 2 years. I dropped out, tired of constantly forcing myself to follow a plan that was not created by me. The day I decided to drop out was one of the happiest days of my life. It was also the moment when I finally embarked on my own journey, focused on my own goals. If no matter what you're doing, you're finding it immensely difficult to pursue your goals, ask yourself if they're really your own goals. Are you studying because you want to study? Are you a lawyer because it was your own choice? Do you want to make money to buy a house in the suburbs because it's your idea of a perfect life, or is it what society expects you to desire? Don't forget your dreams. Discard any goal or idea that was forced upon you by somebody else that isn't aligned with your values and personality. Get to work on your own plans and then follow them instead. Day 226, on waiting to be saved. No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. Gautama Buddha. It's easy to fall victim to the belief that you need to wait for someone or something to save you. You won't start a business unless you find an investor or a mentor. How about starting your business on a shoestring and learning along the way? You won't change your eating habits unless you find the right diet that was designed by a world-famous dietitian. How about eating more vegetables and fruits and eliminating unhealthy foods from your diet, one by one? You won't start exercising unless you find the right coach. How about putting on your sneakers and going for a walk or dropping to the ground and doing a few push-ups? You won't start a long-term relationship unless the perfect, flawless person appears in your life. How about looking for a potential partner yourself, accepting that nobody is perfect, and committing to the other person as they are, with all of their positive traits and also their flaws? Don't wait to be saved. You yourself must walk your own path. Use the resources offered by other people when you have access to them, but don't use them as crutches. Day 227, on being stuck in the past. People are all over the world telling their one dramatic story and how their life has turned into getting over this one event. Now their lives are more about the past than their future. Chuck Palahniuk. As a teenager, I was so insecure that I couldn't talk with women. I was bullied. Fortunately, a stronger classmate stood up for me and the bullying quickly ceased, had terrible acne, and needed to take expensive medication to get rid of it, and exuded awkwardness that could earn me the starring role in The Revenge of the Nerds. Yet, I somehow managed to overcome all those debilitations and I turned out okay. One of the keys was not letting my dramatic story define me. Yes, I struggled with all those things and plenty more, but so did many other people, and many of them struggled with issues that make my problems look like a joke. If you're using a past story as an excuse for what your life is like today, ask yourself how this strategy has been serving you. Isn't constantly looking into the past reinforcing the belief that you're a victim? And if so, how does it affect your chances of succeeding in life? Unless you turn the page and look to the future, you'll be forever stuck living in the past, reliving your dramatic story and never changing your identity to create the future you desire. Day 228, on going where your eyes go. In racing, they say that your car goes where your eyes go. The driver who cannot tear his eyes away from the wall as he spins out of control will meet that wall. The driver who looks down the track as he feels his tires break free will regain control of his vehicle. Garth Stein. When you face hardships and feel like you're about to crash, heed the advice of racing drivers. Look at where you want your car to go, not at the wall you want to avoid hitting. In practical terms, this means focusing on taking the next step to solve the difficult situation instead of busying your mind with worrying about what will happen if you don't manage to succeed. Doing the latter is not only a waste of energy, it also actively works against you by convincing your brain that the failure is inevitable, thereby making it less likely that you'll avoid it. For example, I was once close to being forced to close my business because I didn't have sufficient money to keep it running. Instead of thinking about closing up shop and worrying about how it would affect my long-term goals, I focused on the next step I could take, doing whatever I could to secure some money to keep the business afloat. Instead of staring at the wall, I looked down the track and managed to avoid hitting the wall. Adopt the same attitude when dealing with problems and setbacks. Obsessing about the imminent failure guarantees it, while holding the steering wheel tightly and looking down the track increases your chances of escaping such a fate. Day 229, on the opportunity in chaos. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Sun Tzu. When everything goes wrong, you might be tempted to think that everything is already lost. You've already made a mistake, you can't go past the obstacles, the negative circumstances got the best of you. There's no denying the fact that chaos doesn't make it easy to think logically. However, if you exert some willpower and force yourself to examine the situation without emotions clouding your judgment, you might discover new opportunities in the middle of chaos. For example, if you're on a diet and somehow one cheat meal turned into a week-long binge, you can conclude that everything is lost and give up. It's the easy choice, but as we've already discussed on many occasions, easy choices are rarely the right ones. The chaos that has ensued in your diet offers opportunities. For example, you can now jot down the thoughts you have when you gorge on unhealthy food after a long period of going without it. What makes you eat it? What's the underlying motive? How can you satisfy your need for junk food without actually eating it? If you've been following a healthy diet for several weeks, you can probably also notice the difference in how you feel after eating crap. Whenever I spend a few days eating less healthily, I have a craving to return to my usual diet. Your mistake can then reinforce your will to part ways with junk food forever. Treat chaos as an opportunity to learn, and you might benefit from it even more than if you had never found yourself in the middle of it. Day 230, on laser focusing on specific aspects. Franklin identified the aspects of his performance that needed to be improved and found a way to stretch himself, the essential core of deliberate practice. Significantly, he did not try to become a better essay writer by sitting down and writing essays. Instead, like a top-ranked athlete or musician, he worked over and over on those specific aspects that needed improvement. Jeff Colvin. Saying that you want to become more self-disciplined is too vague of a resolution. You need to be more specific about what areas of your life you want to improve and specifically how you're going to do it. In what domains or situations are you lacking self-discipline? How does it manifest? What do the people who control their temptations in those situations do? How can you work over and over again on those specific things to improve yourself? If you're not good at exhibiting patience around people who annoy you, that's a specific aspect you can focus on to improve your self-control. If you often overeat on French fries, that's a specific trigger that you can focus on to improve your self-control around food. If you struggle to wake up early, figure out how to specifically boost your self-discipline in the morning when you're still half asleep. This laser focus approach will make you more effective at strengthening your willpower muscle, rather than merely trying to become more disciplined, as it's too difficult to define what that entails. Day 231, on minimizing what you need. A man is rich in proportion to the number of things which he can afford to let alone. Henry David Thoreau. Thoreau was a big proponent of simplicity, particularly when it comes to material possessions. We can extend his maxim to living a successful life in general, namely that a human is strong in proportion to the number of things which he or she can let alone. If you can still manage to achieve your goals despite not having the right resources, then ultimately you'll become a stronger and more capable person than an individual who has never gone without them. Kenyan javelin thrower Julius Yego won the gold medal at the World Championships in Beijing. There would be nothing particularly interesting in this story except that he learned how to perfect his technique without a coach, and instead learned from YouTube videos. Achieving such a feat without all of the resources that world-class javelin throwers usually have demonstrates how capable and determined Yego is as an athlete. Does it mean that you should deliberately reject the resources you have at your disposal? Not really. Look at it more as encouragement that, even if you don't have the best tools available, you can still make it big. In addition to that, practice your mental strength by sometimes deliberately going without something you need. For example, I sometimes climb with a blindfold on. Without being able to see the next handhold or foothold, the sense of touch heightens, and it serves as a valuable exercise in improving precision when climbing. You can apply it in many other areas of your life. Sleep on the bare floor for a few days to discover that you can still get a good night's rest once you get used to it, exercise without any equipment whatsoever, or try to learn a new skill by figuring it out by yourself instead of immediately looking for a coach or teacher. Week 34. Day 232, on going all in. I demolish the bridges behind me. Then there is no choice but to move forward. Fridtjof Nansen. If working on your goals with a safety net makes you lazy and less likely to reach your goals, try the opposite approach: demolish the bridges behind you and go all in. You will either succeed or lose in a big way. Obviously, before making such an extreme decision, take into account all of the risks. If you're the sole breadwinner of your family, quitting your job to work on a business might not be an entirely good idea. However, in many cases you do have an option to cut all escape routes. For example, if you want to start a diet, you can throw away all of the unhealthy food you have in your house, pay in advance for 3 months of a healthy meal delivered to your doorstep, announce to all of your friends and family that you're on a diet, and give your friend a substantial amount of money that he or she can spend as they like if you fall off the wagon. If the only choices you have are a spectacular success or a spectacular failure, it often makes it easier to stick to your resolutions because the consequences of success and failure are balanced. If you have a safety net and failure isn't particularly hurtful, in a moment of doubt the temptation to back out can be too alluring to resist it. Day 233, on obstacles as filters. The brick walls are there for a reason. The brick walls are not there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. Because the brick walls are there to stop the people who don't want it badly enough. They're there to stop the other people. Randy Posh. If obstacles piss you off, ask yourself how would you enjoy reaching your goals if there were no difficulties and everyone would have been able to achieve their goals without breaking a sweat? How valuable would that success be? How sweet would it feel if you knew that you'd accomplished something that everyone else easily could? Think of setbacks as filters. Each problem reduces the number of people eligible to attain the ultimate prize. Are you going to be one of the also-rans, or are you going to prove how badly you want your goal and stick to your resolutions for however long it takes? Day 234, on forgiving. To err is human, to forgive, divine. Alexander Pope. What is a quote about forgiving doing in a book about self-discipline and success? The answer is simple: holding a grudge is like instant gratification. It gives you a little reward today at the expense of your future. Meanwhile, forgiving requires some sacrifice today, but eventually brings bigger benefits. This means that the act of forgiving can serve as a valuable exercise in improving your self-control, particularly emotional control. Engaging in negative emotions by staying angry at somebody who hurt you can give you some pleasure by satisfying your need for fairness in the world. Expressing your dislike or anger is like punishing the one who erred. However, in the long run, holding a grudge poisons only one person, and that person is you. Choosing to forgive, which doesn't necessarily mean to forget, is therefore an act of freeing yourself from pain. Instead of being stuck in a negative emotional loop, you choose the temporary discomfort of making peace in exchange for the substantial long-term benefits of improved well-being. Day 235, on looking only one day ahead. When I face the desolate impossibility of writing 500 pages, a sick sense of failure falls on me, and I know I can never do it. Then gradually, I write one page and then another. One day's work is all I can permit myself to contemplate. John Steinbeck. I share John Steinbeck's sentiment every time that I start writing a new book, particularly if it's such a big and difficult project as 365 days with self-discipline. The most effective strategy I found to help me is precisely the same recommendation as Steinbeck's: I contemplate only one day's work. Today, I need to write 10 more daily entries, and that's all that counts. Each time I catch myself calculating how many entries I have left and how much time it's still going to take, I demoralize myself, thus making it more difficult to keep going and more likely that I'll stumble. While you're standing at the foot of the mountain and looking at its peak, it looks like it's impossible to scale it. But then, if you decide to climb it step by step and minute by minute, you slowly advance and soon you're looking down, surprised at how high you are. If you're facing a big project, embrace the same attitude. Don't look a year ahead, instead, focus on what you need to do today to get a little bit closer to your destination. Do it today, and then do it tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow. Then continue week by week and month by month, until you make the impossible possible. Day 236, on being a normal chap. In response to the question, so, Mr. Lamborghini, in short, what type of man are you? A normal chap, a man who likes creating things. A good worker in the morning, and a man who likes enjoying himself in the afternoon. Ferruccio Lamborghini. It's easy to put successful people on a pedestal and think that they're so exceptional that you'll never become even half as great as they are. In reality, world-class performers aren't that different from you or me. Mr. Lamborghini, the creator of one of the most desired sports car brands in the world, described himself in simple terms that can apply equally to any other successful person: they like to create things, which comes down to never-ending self-improvement. They're good workers, and just like everybody else, they like enjoying themselves after work. Thinking that successful people live on a different planet can hinder your personal growth. You might assume that their achievements are only within the reach of similar superhumans, but not you. In reality, while there are certain exceptions of people who were born with extraordinary talent, prior to their success, most people didn't differ much from others. If you have a tendency to become starstruck, remember that beyond their successes, they're the same human beings as you or me. They might be exceptional at one thing, but horrible at something else. The only reason why many of them have achieved success might be because of their persistence, and not because of any special abilities or resources that were available to them. Stick to your own resolutions, and with enough dedication, nothing will prevent you from attaining their level of accomplishment. Day 237, on shifting responsibility to others. Many seek to avoid the pain of their problems by saying, "This problem was caused me by other people, or by circumstances beyond my control, and therefore it is up to other people or society to solve this problem for me." M. Scott Peck. I have a friend who's often late. When confronted about his tardiness, he says, "When I was a child, my parents were always late to pick me up at school, so I learned it from them." This way, he conveniently shifts the responsibility for the problem to his parents. It's no longer his lack of self-discipline to leave 10 minutes early, it's his parents who were late, decades ago, so now he's late for his appointments, too. You can often notice similar sentiments among people looking for a job. It's not their job to find employment, it's the government that should do something about it, as if the government could create jobs out of thin air. While those people wait for somebody else to fix their problems, other job seekers take additional training, volunteer, or start small businesses, knowing that even if the economic situation in the country is beyond their control, it's within their control to do something that can increase their chances of getting a job. Do you have any problems in your life that you think were caused by other people and therefore you don't accept that it's your responsibility to fix them? What do you think? What are your chances of ever solving them if you deny that it's within your control to do something about them? Day 238, on dividing your life into 10-minute units. You can do so much in 10 minutes time. 10 minutes, once gone, are gone for good. Divide your life into 10-minute units and sacrifice as few of them as possible in meaningless activity. Ingvar Kamprad. No, there's no need to divide your life into 10-minute units and behave like a robot for the rest of your life. However, Kamprad's suggestion can be a valuable exercise in discovering how productive you can be if you develop better control of your schedule. Conduct an experiment. For one day, track every single activity you engage in and how much time you spend on it. Jot down everything, including how much time it takes you to get out of bed, commute, cook, eat, how much time you spend on social media, how much time you spend on each specific task at work, etc. For your electronic life, you can use Rescue Time, which is time management software that shows you how you spend your time on your devices. Just one day of tracking your activity can give you an incredibly valuable insight into how many 10-minute periods are gone, wasted on meaningless activities. As an additional exercise, choose a task, any important task you need to perform, and set a timer for 10 minutes. For the next 10 minutes, act as if a huge meteor were to hit Earth and destroy everything on it if you fail to maintain 100% concentration. Even if you don't finish the task, you'll probably multiply your productivity by a factor of 5 or 10, and that will serve as a powerful reminder that you can push your limits if you're only more diligent about your use of time. Week 35. Day 239, on imagining the process as a litmus test. If we hate doing something, we imagine it as hard. We think of it as broken into many pain-in-the-ass steps. If we love something, it seems easy. We imagine it as one fun step. Derek Sivers. When setting new goals, do you imagine them as hard, broken down into countless frustrating steps, or is the process clear to you, largely reliant on just one big action you need to take consistently to make your dream come true? The way you imagine how the process will go can serve as a valuable litmus test that indicates whether you're pursuing the right goal, and if so, whether you're pursuing it in the right way. For example, I wanted to improve my flexibility and reached out to a physical therapist to give me some pointers on the best exercises for my particular weaknesses. I received a list with several different stretches I was told to perform at least 2 times a day, not a week. This alone was completely unrealistic. I thought about the program as broken into many pain-in-the-ass steps instead of a fun challenge. At first, I listened to the advice, despite having reservations about it. Just a few days later, I started skipping some exercises and soon stopped following the program entirely. I was still interested in reaching the goal of improving my flexibility, but I had to come up with my own, simpler plan that I would consider fun and easier to implement in my everyday life. If you're currently following a plan that feels as inspiring as my original protocol for improving flexibility, perhaps it's time to reconsider how to structure it in a different way so that it will feel more like one fun step rather than a long-term arduous journey. Day 240, on separating yourself from the pain. Elite runners feel pain and discomfort during their hard workouts, but they react differently. Rather than panicking, they have a calm conversation. This is starting to hurt now. It should. I'm running hard. But I am separate from this pain. It is going to be okay. Like meditation, choose how to respond to the stress of a workout. Brad Stulberg and Steve Magnus. Pain isn't you, and you aren't your pain. Separating yourself from temporary pain is a crucial ability if you want to put yourself in uncomfortable situations for the sake of bigger and better rewards in the future. Whether it's exercise, dieting, work, or virtually anything else requiring effort, pain is sometimes inevitable. Depending on how you react to it, with panic or a calm inner conversation, you'll either let it hinder your progress or you'll defeat it and progress further. For example, when I'm climbing a particularly difficult route, my forearms burn like hell, I can barely breathe, and my grip is so weak that I'm mere milliseconds from falling. Whenever I'm able to do so, I try to disassociate myself from the pain and try to advance my position further, even if I fall right after grabbing the next handhold. This way, I get to train my mental toughness and strengthen my ability to perform despite pain. Whenever you feel temporary pain or discomfort, remind yourself that you can make the pain partly fade into the background when you mentally refuse to associate yourself with it. Obviously, make sure that the pain you feel isn't a sign of an impending injury or that it can lead to an accident. Day 241, on enabling the future. Your task is not to foresee the future, but to enable it. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Let's perform a quick exercise. Imagine your ideal future. To make it easier, for now focus on only one part of your life, say, your financial situation. You probably desire to have more money in the future. You want to be able to afford what you want and never have to worry about money again. Now let's focus on the present. Think about your choices today, yesterday, and the entire past week. Are they enabling the future you desire or disabling it? Think of it as traveling on a toll road that will eventually take you to your desired future. At each toll booth, you need to pay to continue your journey. If you make the right choice, one that favors your ideal future, the toll barrier will open. If not, you'll be stuck there, standing in front of the barrier until you can scrape something together, in this case, making the choices that enable the desired future. Whenever you find yourself torn between instant and delayed gratification, think of sitting in a car in front of the toll booth. Do you want the barrier to open so that you can continue your journey toward your goal, or are you fine with waiting and wasting your time? Day 242, on selectivity. Few people take objectives really seriously. They put average effort into too many things, rather than superior thought and effort into a few important things. People who achieve the most are selective as well as determined. Richard Koch. Selectivity is one of the key attributes for success. Nobody in the world is good at everything. Most are exceptional at 1, 2, or perhaps 3 things, okay at several others, and mediocre or horrible at a multitude of other things. When setting goals, ask yourself what kind of performance you demand from yourself. Would becoming merely okay satisfy you, or are you seeking excellence? Prioritize your objectives accordingly. It's also important to determine the place each goal has in your life. For example, I made a decision to become as good as I can in rock climbing, but not at the expense of my health. This meant that I had to forego certain other activities, such as tennis, in which I was horrible and had little hope for improvement, but it also meant that whenever I would find myself in a situation that was a potential risk to my health, I would back out. Now I have an easy rule in climbing: if there's a substantial risk of injuring myself in any way, I don't push myself and I don't feel guilty when giving up. I made a conscious decision about the role of rock climbing in my life, and I won't prioritize my performance in it over what I consider much more important, my health and well-being. Such clarity is important to help you understand how you should approach your goals when they clash with other aspects of your life. If you want to become a billionaire and run big businesses, are you so obsessed about this goal that you're fine with possibly not starting family for a long time? If you want to become a world-class athlete, do you accept the fact that professional sports will put immense stress on you and take a toll on your health? Be selective with your goals, and once you establish which ones are the most important, ensure that you know where they all stand in terms of their priority in relation to other aspects of your life. Day 243, on the crime of aiming too low. I will commit not the terrible crime of aiming too low. I will do the work that a failure will not do. I will always let my reach exceed my grasp. O.G. Mendino. Aiming too low is in essence yet another manifestation of choosing immediate rewards over bigger rewards in the future. You set your sights low, which ensures success and gives you some peace of mind from knowing that you'll probably make it. However, at the same time, you limit your accomplishments. You get some comfort today at the expense of possible bigger rewards in the future. The alternative is to set ambitious goals that make you feel uncomfortable because they carry a higher risk of failure. You suffer some discomfort today, but in the long run stand to gain more. Which choice is more aligned with a person who values self-discipline in life? Please bear in mind that you shouldn't confuse aiming high with being unreasonable. If you have no idea what is possible and what is not, start slowly with a safe, easily attainable goal, and aim higher only when you understand the odds of making a more ambitious goal become a reality. As a rule of thumb, if you've already been working on a particular area of your life for several months or years, you probably know what is easy to achieve, what is realistic, and what might be beyond your reach. If you're new to something, it's unlikely that you can determine that right away without first gaining some experience. For example, I know, from my experience in business, that, in a 6-month time frame, it's an easy goal to make $100 a month from an online business, a realistic goal to make $500 a month, and a stretch goal to cross $2,000 a month. At the opposite end of the spectrum is golfing. I don't know anything about it, so instead of setting an ambitious goal, something I can't do properly because I don't understand the odds, I can only focus on an easy, attainable goal, such as learning the basics of how to hit the ball properly, and only begin to aim higher after I have understood the fundamentals. Day 244, on the fun in the impossible. It's kind of fun to do the impossible. Walt Disney. Continuing the topic of aiming high, there's another benefit of doing the impossible: it's more fun than being realistic, and since it's so much fun, the excitement it generates supercharges your motivation to make it a reality. As we've already discussed, this obviously isn't about setting completely impossible goals. Becoming a billionaire in 5 years is unlikely if you're starting from zero, but becoming a millionaire, while also unlikely and impossible for most, isn't actually impossible. While it isn't necessarily a good idea to set several impossible goals in your life, it's worth it to have one goal that borders on the line between what's possible and what's impossible. For example, I set a goal to make enough money to build a countryside house for my parents while I had just a few pennies in my wallet. You could have said it was an impossible objective back then, and you'd be right, except that I did manage to accomplish it in the end, and I owe a lot of my personal drive to this bold, inspiring goal. I doubt that I would have had the same resolve if I had set a safer, more realistic goal. If you want to test, on a smaller scale, the concept of impossible goals fueling your resolve, set a small goal with a short deadline. Write a full-length novel in 2 weeks. Learn a foreign language in 3 months. Make $5,000 on the side in 6 weeks. It's a fun experiment, and if you treat it seriously, you might be surprised at what you can accomplish if you dream big. Day 245, on following or leaving a path. Anything is one of a million paths. Therefore, you must always keep in mind that a path is only a path. If you feel you should not follow it, you must not stay with it under any conditions. To have such clarity, you must lead a disciplined life. Only then will you know that any path is only a path and there is no affront, to oneself or to others, in dropping it if that is what your heart tells you to do. But your decision to keep on the path or to leave it must be free of fear or ambition. I warn you. Look at every path closely and deliberately. Try it as many times as you think necessary. Carlos Castañeda. A path is a tool, and it's only useful as long as it's getting you closer to your goals. When it stops serving you, don't feel obligated to follow it to the end, or you might end up in the bushes, scratching your head while staring at your scraped knees. The key to making an intelligent decision about whether to leave the path or continue following it is to make that decision when you're free of negative feelings. People often give up their paths when they're struggling, and while they're in pain, they fail to notice there's a reward waiting just around the corner. Another danger is sticking to the same path out of ambition or ego. "I'll see it through to the end," an ambitious individual proclaims, while it's clear that they should have changed the path a long time ago. They refuse to give up out of the fear of others laughing at them, or in fear of themselves coming to feel as if they had betrayed themselves. I suggest periodically reviewing your path, but only after first ensuring that you're in a neutral state of mind. Ask yourself if your strategy is still delivering results. Does it still feel right to you? Do you still see yourself following it for another month, quarter, or year? Paths, like any other tool, sometimes need to be changed. Week 36. Day 246, on learning the big ideas. You have to learn all the big ideas in the key disciplines in a way that they're in a mental latticework in your head and you automatically use them for the rest of your life. If you do that, I solemnly promise you that one day you'll be walking down the street and you'll look to your right and left and you'll think, "My heavenly days, I'm now one of the few competent people in my whole age cohort." If you don't do it, many of the brightest of you will live in the middle ranks or in the shallows. Charlie Munger. All human knowledge is interconnected on some level. The big ideas can often be applied to general life. For this reason, it pays to develop at least a basic understanding of the key concepts of some of the most important disciplines, such as mathematics, physics, biology, psychology, engineering, history, etc. Let's take compound interest, one of the most important big ideas in investing. When the interest you earn each year is added to your principal, your returns each year grow at an ever-increasing rate. It might sound boring on paper, but in the real world it's what has made many investors millionaires or billionaires. This big idea can be applied to personal growth, too. You never want to grow at a fixed rate. If you constantly build on top of your new experiences, interest, you'll grow at an ever-increasing rate. Your personal growth might be relatively slow the first year, but each succeeding year, you'll get better and better results more quickly. Strive to educate yourself in a broad variety of fields and focus primarily on the fundamentals. Try to find a real-world application of those principles in your own life. Even if you don't always find it, self-education alone will be a valuable exercise in self-discipline. Day 247, on first-order and second-order consequences. First-order consequences often have opposite desirabilities from second-order consequences. First-order consequences of exercise are the pain and time spent. Second-order consequences are better health and more attractive appearance. Food that tastes good is often bad for you, and vice versa. Ray Dalio. When making a decision, resist the temptation to think of the immediate consequences alone. Take into account both the first-order and second-order consequences. When the first-order consequences are unpleasant, second-order consequences will usually make up for them. If it's the other way around and something has good first-order consequences, it's possible it will be bad for you in the long run. If you're about to take it easy for the rest of the day and skip a workout, the first-order consequence is that you get to relax and do something more pleasant. However, the second-order consequence is that you miss a day of exercise, which will potentially affect your routine and in the long haul, lead to your returning to your old, inactive, and unfit self. There's more to each decision, no matter how small, than just how it's going to make you feel immediately. If you fail to account for the second-order consequences, you'll never learn how to discern between ultimately meaningless immediate gratification and the power of delaying rewards for a better outcome in the future, or vice versa. You won't be able to see that the pain or discomfort today can lead to immense benefits in the future. Day 248, on reducing your targets. Never reduce a target. Instead, increase actions. When you start rethinking your targets, making up excuses, and letting yourself off the hook, you are giving up on your dreams. Grant Cardone. When you're struggling to make progress, there's a temptation to let yourself off the hook and reduce your targets. Instead of learning 500 new words in a foreign language, you feel tempted to drop it down to 300. Or better yet, make it 250, just in case. Instead of giving 10 speeches this quarter, you're thinking about reducing it to 7 or 5. It's still a lot of speeches, you're still getting better as a public speaker, so why not rethink your targets and make them a bit more manageable? Instead of hitting your target weight when dieting, you cut yourself some slack and settle with a weight 10 pounds, or 5 kilos, higher than your desired goal. I don't entirely agree with Grant Cardone. Sometimes rethinking your targets is the only intelligent thing you can do, particularly if you've set unrealistic targets and the alternative is to give up altogether. If, however, your goals are within your reach and you're otherwise feeling fine, but still making up excuses so you can let yourself off the hook, it's time to tap into your willpower resources, resist the temptation to take it easy, and start taking even more action. If you choose the easy way out, you'll set a precedent. Each time you feel challenged, you'll simply reduce your goals, and thereby never explore where your limits actually are. When in doubt, remember this rule of thumb: it's better to fall short of meeting your original goals than to succeed because you cut them by half. Day 249, on working backward. A trick that screenwriters use: work backwards. Begin at the finish. If you're writing a movie, solve the climax first. If you're opening a restaurant, begin with the experience you want the diner to have when she walks in and enjoys a meal. Stephen Pressfield. When people set new goals, they often feel resistance because they find it hard to figure out the process needed to get to where they want to go. If you feel like you are spinning your wheels, frustrated by the impossibility of discovering what the first step should be, start from the other direction. Imagine yourself as a person who has achieved your goal. Now work backwards. What have you done to get to where you are? What have you avoided doing? What are you doing daily as the successful person who has accomplished this goal? What are your beliefs? How do you feel? Break it down into small parts, and now you have a list of all of the actions you need to take to get to your destination. Start with an action you think is within your reach and take it from there. Let's go through a quick example to better describe this process. Let's imagine that you want to become a fit, healthy person. What would this person certainly not do? Would he or she eat fast food daily? Would he or she stay at home the entire day or lead an active life? Think of any actions that such a person would certainly not do. Now you have a list of smaller and bigger habits you need to implement in your life. How would this person feel about themselves, and which beliefs would they embrace? Would you agree with me if I said that they would probably feel firmly in control of their destiny, and that their primary belief would be that they're the masters of their own fate and they would never blame anyone else but themselves for not living up to their standards? Now you know where you need to start to change your identity. An additional benefit of this exercise is that you get to visualize all of the actions that are necessary to achieve the change. Unlike visualizing the outcome alone, which is generally ineffective, this type of visualization can be helpful in boosting your resolve. Day 250, on fluctuating energy. Alternating periods of activity and rest is necessary to survive, let alone thrive. Capacity, interest, and mental endurance all wax and wane. Plan accordingly. Tim Ferriss. As great as it would be to always have the same high level of energy, unfortunately it fluctuates. Sometimes you'll feel more determined, and sometimes less. Sometimes you'll feel deep interest in what you're pursuing, and sometimes you'll feel bored, ready to give up and try something else. Sometimes you'll be able to deliver in one day what you usually create in a week, while on other occasions you'll barely do 25% of your daily quota. Plan according to your fluctuating levels of personal resources. One of the biggest lessons I've gained while on my own journey was the necessity of learning how to be flexible and self-compassionate. If you feel like you're about to fall asleep because you've had a challenging week at work, there's no rule stating that you must still perform your usual workout routine. Of course, it would be ideal to do so, but realistically, we aren't infallible and invincible. If you're honest with yourself, you'll know when the exhaustion you feel is mostly an excuse and when it's a genuine signal from your body. I consider myself a self-disciplined person, but sometimes I still skip workouts or reduce their intensity when I feel it's sensible to do so. I've learned to listen to my body and plan accordingly. This doesn't apply to fitness alone. In virtually every other area of life, your energy will fluctuate. Don't be afraid to change your plans if your current mental state isn't conducive to certain actions and choices. Don't stick to a calorie deficit if you're sick. Stop working on your side business for a few days if you're dealing with other pressing personal challenges. You won't always be able to carry the entire world on your shoulders. Tune into your body and mental state and rest guilt-free whenever you genuinely feel you need it. Day 251, on relaxing while working. We scowl when we concentrate. We hunch up our shoulders. We call on our muscles to make the motion of effort, which in no way assists our brain in its work. Here is an astonishing and tragic truth: millions of people who wouldn't dream of wasting dollars go right on wasting and squandering their energy with the recklessness of 7 drunken sailors in Singapore. What is the answer to this nervous fatigue? Relax. 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 Learn to relax while you are doing your work. Dale Carnegie. Many people have an erroneous belief that work, both in the literal sense as well as work on your personal goals, has to involve a lot of effort and struggle. Consequently, their bodies reflect their attitude. As Dale Carnegie points out, they scowl when they concentrate, hunch up their shoulders, and tense their muscles. In reality, tensing is counterproductive. A good example comes from my rock climbing experience. Whenever I get too tense and rigid when climbing, my performance decreases, and by a big factor. I forget about proper technique, find myself unable to breathe, and just like that, I can no longer hold onto the wall and I'm falling. The same goes with work. I do my best work not when I'm scowling and punching myself in the face, trying to bring out my creativity. I work best in the early morning when I'm sitting somewhere outside in sunny, warm weather, with a cup of tea or water by my side. The environment relaxes me, unleashes my creativity, and my productivity shoots up. Design your environment in such a way that it relaxes you instead of making you tense. Whenever you catch yourself too tense at work, relax. Make a conscious effort to work with poise. Flex and unflex your tense muscles a couple of times while breathing deeply, and you should feel tension going away and your performance going up. Day 252, on getting older. The average person is in the habit of saying, "The older I get," and he thereby calls the attention of his mind to the idea that he is getting older. In brief, he compels his mind to believe that he is getting older and older, and thereby directs the mind to produce more and more age. The true expression in this connection is, "the longer I live." This expression calls the mind's attention to the length of life, which will, in turn, tend to increase the power of that process in you that can prolong life. When people reach the age of 60 or 70, they usually speak of "the rest of my days," thus implying the idea that there are only a few more days remaining. The mind is thereby directed to finish life in a short period of time, and accordingly, all the forces of the mind will proceed to work for the speedy termination of personal existence. The correct expression is "from now on," as that leads thought into the future indefinitely without impressing the mind with any end whatever. Christian D. Larson. One of the people I admire the most are the elderly who continue to live their lives to the fullest despite the ocean of old people nagging and complaining that it's too late to change. I never understood it. How can you conclude that your life is over and give up simply because you're older? Is there some force of nature that is making you unable to think, act, and change, or is it a deeply held limiting belief of yours? There are plenty of examples of people aged 60 or more doing incredible things. I myself know a rock climber who's in his 60s or 70s, and yet, even after a complicated surgery, he is still climbing, and doing so better than many young people. Don't use the process of aging as a rationalization for why you can't reach your goals. It's true that getting older comes with a higher risk that your body won't function as well as it used to, but it doesn't mean that now you should retreat from life. Do the best you can with what you have, surround yourself with people who are mentally young, regardless of their biological age, and there's no risk you'll ever turn into those bitter, cranky old people who are living their lives while waiting for physical death, because mentally, they've already passed away. Week 37. Day 253, on the invisible prison bars. You don't see your prison because its bars are invisible. Part of my task is to point out your predicament, and I hope it is the most disillusioning experience of your life. Dan Millman. People like to lie to themselves, even when they try really hard to convince themselves that that's not the case. Self-denial is like a prison with invisible bars. Everything looks fine, except it isn't. For example, when I was overweight, I rejected the notion that I was too fat. I was big Martin. I sure as heck wasn't overweight Martin. What's wrong about being big? One day, I saw my predicament for what it was, a prison with bars that would only move closer to me if I continued to delude myself that I wasn't actually overweight. If you can't generate such an epiphany yourself, it might be worth it to expose yourself to some constructive criticism from a professional, a doctor, a fitness instructor, a business mentor, or a life coach in order to see your blind spots, or rather, take your blinders off and stop lying to yourself. Are there any aspects of your life about which you lie to yourself? Is there something that you think is generally considered bad but you think that it's okay in your case? What makes you think that you're different? Day 254, on capitalizing on your talents. Overcoming deficits is an essential part of the fabric of our culture. Our books, movies, and folklore are filled with stories of the underdog who beats 1 in a million odds. And this leads us to celebrate those who triumph over their lack of natural ability even more than we recognize those who capitalize on their innate talents. As a result, millions of people see these heroes as being the epitome of the American dream and set their sights on conquering major challenges. Unfortunately, this is taking the path of most resistance. Tom Rath. Beware of applying your self-discipline where it's least likely to make a positive impact. If something is your weakness and it's not a matter of life or death, like healthy nutritional habits or regular physical activity are, it might make more sense to give up than to try to conquer something in which ultimately you'll never be good. For example, I'm a natural introvert. I don't use it as an excuse not to socialize or have poor communication skills, but I've accepted that I don't recharge when I'm in a large group of people. Consequently, I don't strive to become the life of the party because it clashes with my personality. Instead of forcing myself to socialize as much as it's possible against my nature, I decided to focus on a different aspect of my communication skills, better communication in one-on-one conversations. This way, I can still improve myself, but in a way that will bring better results than trying to triumph over something that isn't, and never will be, my natural ability. In the case of working on your strengths or weaknesses, taking the path of most resistance is the wrong choice. Focus on your strengths, and become as good as you can in what naturally comes to you, as that's where you'll benefit most from increased self-discipline. Day 255, on self-image. You always behave consistently with the picture that you hold of yourself on the inside. Brian Tracy. Your self-image directly affects your self-discipline and virtually everything else in your life. If you think of yourself as a lazy person, how likely is it that you will engage in productive behaviors? The picture that you hold of yourself on the inside won't match your intended actions. Whenever people feel their actions aren't congruent with themselves, they stop engaging in them. On the other hand, if you think that, deep down, you're productive, you'll feel good when you manifest that in the real world. At the same time, whenever you catch yourself being lazy, you'll feel that it clashes with your personality and subsequently, do whatever you can to avoid it. Negative self-image keeps you away from making a change, while positive self-image creates a virtuous cycle. Whenever you're setting new goals, start with your self-image. What do you think of yourself in relation to the goal you want to pursue? What if, instead of calling yourself a failure in business, you'd call yourself a person with many experiences to draw from? What if, instead of thinking of yourself as a person with weak self-control, you'd call yourself a person deeply motivated to build self-discipline? Change your opinion about yourself and it will be easier to stick to actions that would otherwise feel unnatural and clash with who you think you are, deep down. Day 256, on taking a real decision. A real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. If there's no action, you haven't truly decided. Tony Robbins. Here's a simple rule: don't conclude that a decision has been made until you've taken a real-world action that reflects it. Examples. If you decided to change your nutritional habits, no real decision has been made unless you physically get rid of junk food from your house and prepare a healthy meal. If you decided to start saving money, you haven't really decided unless you have put some savings in a saving jar or wired some money to a separate savings account. If you decided to start a business, the decision will only become real when you start physically working on your product or service or you get busy selling it. Don't fall victim to the erroneous belief that making a decision is merely saying some words in your head. The decision only becomes real in the moment you take a real-world action and can no longer easily back out by pretending that you were just thinking about making a decision. Day 257, on being impeccable with your word. Be impeccable with your word. Speak with integrity. Say only what you mean. Avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. Use the power of your word in the direction of truth and love. Miguel Angel Ruiz. Self-control has a wide variety of applications, one of which is the control you have over your own words. Negative habits like gossip, harsh unconstructive self-criticism, telling half-truths or speaking without integrity are all manifestations of a weak-willed person. A person who's in control of their speech, who makes sure that their words are used primarily to tell the truth or are motivated by love and other positive emotions, will spread positivity and respect. This, in turn, will make the other person feel better, too, and it all creates a positive chain reaction. Moreover, controlling your words and making sure that whenever you open your mouth, you bring value to the world, is in itself a powerful exercise in self-restraint. On the other end of the spectrum, a vile person who constantly gossips about others, hides what they think, and uses their words to hurt others, will ultimately live a bitter, gloomy life. Being impeccable with your word is a big challenge, and possibly a lifetime endeavor, but it's well worth the benefits. Start now by developing more awareness of how you use your words and change them whenever your motives aren't positive. Day 258, on helping, with no strings attached. Successful people are always looking for opportunities to help others. Unsuccessful people are always asking, "What's in it for me?" Brian Tracy. You can help others in two ways: help with no expectation for getting anything in return but the pleasure of helping, or help in a calculated way, expecting a reward. Obviously, some situations require scratching each other's back. It would be foolish to help someone without expecting a clear compensation in return if you're conducting a regular business transaction. However, many trivial everyday situations are opportunities for learning to exhibit the other approach, offering help with no strings attached. This type of help is a valuable exercise in learning self-discipline because when you make difficult choices, you won't always have a guarantee of a future reward. Helping for the sake of helping is a powerful exercise in learning that it's worth it to do something positive for the sake of doing it, and not necessarily for immediate compensation. Nobody is going to jump out of the corner with a trumpet, clapping their hands and congratulating you for making the right choice when you skip dessert. However, just like when helping with no strings attached, doing it anyway, without others' congratulations or expressed approval, can help you learn to draw pleasure from the mere fact of doing something that you know is good for you. In addition to that, looking for opportunities to help others will help you develop the mindset of a successful individual, a person who's constantly on the lookout to contribute more to the world. Day 259, on the motivation to get up early. It's like waking up on a cold, snowy day in a mountain cabin ready to go for a walk but knowing that first you have to get out of bed and make a fire. You'd rather stay in that cozy bed, but you jump out and make the fire because the brightness of the day in front of you is bigger than staying in bed. Pema Chodron. Without a doubt, one of the most difficult challenges for self-discipline is getting out of the warm, comfortable bed early in the morning, when you're still half asleep, only partially able to think logically. Curiously, in my personal experience, this rarely happens if I'm on a vacation. I might even jump out of bed, eager to start another exciting day. I've found that if I don't have any particular expectations for the day in front of me, I struggle to get out of bed. Whether you're self-disciplined or not, a lack of something you're looking forward to during the day will make it hard to get out of bed. Each evening, before going to sleep, think about a convincing reason to get out of bed early or set an ambitious long-term goal on which you'll work daily that will ensure that each day you'll have a reason to get up. Unless the reason is more exciting or pressing than sleeping in, you'll probably have a hard time getting out of bed. Note that nothing, including fancy clocks, tracking your sleep phases, or putting your alarm across the room, will be as helpful for your self-control in the morning as having a good reason to wake up.